Chapter 29-24. Sky Pass was no longer limited to a military fortress or a base. It resembled a great city with busy commerce. Despite being the first gate of immortal lineage, the place lacked both guards and patrols. This was due to a lack of foreign invaders. Moreover, the Legion was actually very capable. The Wildlands had plenty of villains, but none dared to mess with this area. This resulted in rather lax security. Anyone could enter the pass without being searched or interrogated. They could come via flying beasts or riding divine mountains or with their auras fully activated. No one would bother to stop them. This freedom of entry wasn't a sign of weakness for the Legion. It didn't lack control over the wall and the pass. On the contrary, its grasp remained as tight as ever in the past. The power of the Legion was virtually unmatched in this world. Moreover, its commander, Tai Inchi, was unfathomable. This confidence and absolute control resulted in the current lack of military presence, at least in these sectors. In fact, one would find it difficult to find a single soldier on the street. Nevertheless, everyone still obeyed the laws of the pass, whether it be a powerful Eternal or a regional tyrant. Even the villains in the Wildlands would tuck their tail in between their legs after coming here. There would be no place to hide once being targeted by the Legion. The existence of order resulted in peace and prosperity for many generations. Xueqi witnessed it the moment he set foot inside. The prosperous city was enchanting like fine wine. Cultivators would be lost in the temptations of the city and never look back. They would rather be lost in this world and live like kings. The streets were built with wars and battles in mind. That's why they were wide enough to accompany dozens of carriages in parallel without a problem. Impressively enough, they were completely filled with pedestrians. They came from all over the world. One would truly broaden their horizon by just people watching. This might be the place with the most diverse gathering of races. Heavenly Buddha tribe, Eight-Armed tribe, Metalkin tribe, Immortal Bronze tribe, Celestial tribe. It also had the most merchandise from all over the world. If one couldn't find something here, they wouldn't be able to find it anywhere else. That's why many powerful cultivators would come to look for their desired artifacts. Arrogance Enterprise also had a branch here. It might be one of the biggest stores in all of immortal lineage. Outside of the big stores, there were little merchants and peddlers all over the streets. New octo-purified dragon blood. Come take a look, it's definitely worth your time. A family heirloom. A treasure tile for cheap. Look, 8 treasured pills personally refined by an alchemy saint. Only 1 bottle left for the highest bidder. One could hear these merchants shouting up and down the streets. Cultivators who wanted to buy things for cheap or young ones without money roamed these areas searching for good deals. Of course, these places were complicated and laden with scams. A few cultivators also tried to sell their own items. They found an open spot and sat down, either marking a clear price or trading for other items. Xueqi watched the merchants and cultivators along the way with a smile on his face. This sensation was too familiar. He actually enjoyed going to such places to find cheap treasures whenever he had free time. This time around, he was looking to sell. He picked an inconspicuous corner and sat down, took out a wooden box and placed it in front before leaning back on the wall and closing his eyes. He didn't bother to yell or name a price. The corner he picked seemed quiet relative to the rest of the city, a point of serenity among a cacophony of noises. He only had one customer in mind, so he was going to wait here until the time was right. There were too many sellers like him in these alleyways, so few actually paid attention. Of course, due to the huge mass, 1 or 2 would find his item interesting. "What are you selling, friend?" One person came up and asked. "A priceless treasure." Xueqi answered without opening his eyes. "Priceless." The person became interested and took a meticulous look. This didn't look priceless at all, at least not when judging by this wooden box. "Can you open it so I can take a look?" the person asked. "You can't afford it," Xueqi lazily said, eyes still closed. This attitude annoyed the potential buyer. His expression soured. Bold words there. "I want to see what your treasure is that I can't afford them." The buyer had high status and only came out of curiosity, not expecting to be shown such disrespect. Xueqi ignored him and maintained the same posture. "Humph, you think too highly of yourself, it's just a broken box." The buyer snorted and had no choice but to leave. Freedom of trade was encouraged here. He couldn't force the guy to sell the wooden box to him even if it was worthless. No one would dare to rob someone in broad daylight in this city. A few more came later. One or two were actually masters with keen vision. They could see that this wooden box was special. They asked to take a look inside, but Li Chia also ignored their request. His attitude annoyed the potential buyers, forcing them to leave. If this wasn't Sky Pass, people would have tried to beat him up several times already. After all, his attitude was really asking for it. This didn't matter to Li Chia. He just needed to wait for one person to come. This type of fishing required patience. Plus, he believed that it wouldn't take too long. "Oh, it's you again." A pleasant voice sounded today. Li Chia opened his eyes and saw the girl, Bai Jining. She didn't have armor on today, just casual clothes. This made her look relatively more amiable but still mature and experienced. He closed his eyes again after a quick glance. "Great scholar, what are you selling here?" She remembered how this bastard teased her on the wall and her anger returned. Chapter 29-25. Selling or not? Bai Jining had an off day without any mission, so she took a stroll in the city, not expecting to see Li Chia right away. The street was indeed narrow for enemies. Of course, she didn't care for payback since they had no real feud between the two of them. Moreover, the Legion didn't allow their members to act on vendetta either. However, the moment she saw him again, the previous exasperation returned, so she wanted to get payback. "A priceless treasure." He said the same thing as before. "You have a priceless treasure? Really?" She saw no such thing in this wooden box and didn't believe that he would have one either. "Yes." A direct answer. "Open it so I can take a look at your priceless treasure." She stared at him. "No need for that. You can't afford it anyway," he lazily said. "You." She thought that she would never get along with this person. Her belly became filled with fire again. "Humph. Tell me what it is. We'll see how much it is worth." She gritted her teeth and asked. "Just a waste of time." He refused again. Her breasts made waves as she trembled with anger. "Humph. Don't want others to see? Probably not worthwhile." She took a deep breath to calm down before uttering. "And?" He smiled, deciding to play along since he was getting bored. "Humph, it must be stolen goods." Her eyes lit up as she gritted her teeth. "I'll let you have it if this is true. As if you can tell. The original owner must be here to make their case, so go find them if you want to play," he leisurely said. This argument demoralized her. Though their legion had full authority here, abusing it wasn't allowed. Without an actual accuser, she would just be taking his item in a completely uncalled-for manner. Moreover, she wasn't on official duty today. "Go away then if you don't have anyone. Stop bothering me since I'm waiting for a buyer." He waved his sleeve. "Humph, you think I'll just leave because you told me to?" She didn't give up and sat not far from him. This became quite interesting. She wasn't a supreme beauty or anything but still looked quite good. This naturally attracted some eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked the girl. "Just keeping an eye on you. If you really stole the item, someone will eventually come looking. Plus, it can be fake too. I don't want you to trick anyone." She gloated while resting her chin on her hands. She just wanted to annoy him since she wasn't on duty anyway. There was nothing holding her back. "That's a good excuse to stare. You must have a crush on me and want to see my handsome face all day long." "Yes, I know I'm handsome, but don't fall in too deep," he retorted. "Bullshit. Haven't you looked in a mirror before? The word handsome is definitely not written there. Maybe the word shameless." She barked back while turning red. "I haven't found myself to be insanely handsome," he leisurely said. It was hard for a young girl like her to argue with someone as shameless and sharp-tongued as Li Chia. "So don't fall in love with me," he smirked. Teasing her wasn't a bad idea to pass the time. "So narcissistic." She glared back. Li Chia chuckled and went back to his sleeping pose. She continued to keep an eye on him, wanting to see what trickery he was up to. Just like that, the two of them became a very strange pair on this street. Eventually, another potential buyer looked at Li Chia's wooden box and asked, "Hey, what are you selling?" She answered before he could, "That's stolen goods. Don't buy it lest you want trouble." The buyer turned towards her then back at him, thinking that these two were weird. However, bizarre matters happened all over the city, so he didn't pry and decided to leave. She was very pleased with herself for chasing a customer away and glanced at him. Humph, don't think about selling anything today. I got my eyes on you. Li Qie didn't mind the provocation. A while later, several more people came to ask him about the wooden box. Unfortunately, she repeated the same thing. Each shook their head and walked away. This process went on for a while, but Li Qie didn't mind at all. His biggest reaction was an occasional chuckle. This perplexed and filled her with curiosity. It was as if she wasn't chasing his customers away but more like doing him a favor, swatting the flies away. Hey, are you actually trying to sell this? She asked. Obviously I'm trying to. He leisurely said. Then why don't you answer them? She remained suspicious, thinking that Li Qie wouldn't have actually answered his customers even if she hadn't chased them away. Because they can't afford it, just like you, a waste of my breath. Li Qie replied. Humph, we'll really see what you're up to. She swallowed her anger and became more determined to linger around. More people came and expressed their interest in the box. Li Qie actually ignored them this time as if he didn't hear their questions. Her suspicion was correct. She didn't try to stop anyone, yet he still ignored them. What was he trying to do here? I'm here. She suddenly heard a voice that disrupted her train of thoughts. An old man was there in front of Li Qie now. A very strange feeling struck her. She felt as if the old man was there the entire time, but she couldn't see him. He wore a cotton robe meant for the winter. His hat nearly covered his entire face. She couldn't really see anything due to his clothing style. Of course, she didn't know that these two have met before back in Myriad lineage for a transaction. Li Qie told him a story. That's good. I thought you were dead. Li Qie opened his eyes. The girl became drawn into the conversation. Li Qie didn't care for anyone else until this old man. I want to die, but can't. The old man wasn't offended. Chapter 29-26. Seeing the mysterious old man again. It's good if you die. I will buy firecrackers for your funeral. See, at least there is still someone who cares enough for you. Li Qie smiled. And I appreciate it. The old man chuckled. Meanwhile, the girl thought that these two didn't sound like friends, just acquaintances. All in all, their attitude was very confusing to outside listeners. Is it that thing? The old man looked at the wooden box. 3 leaves, just so that you can have a smell. That's how you found your way here, right? Li Qie smiled. The old man looked up and stared at Li Qie for a long time before nodding. You do have it, I see. I've been searching for a long time but couldn't get it due to various constraints. You're just fishing, don't call it searching for a long time. Li Qie said. Are you the fish? Or maybe you're the fisherman and I'm the caught fish. The old man smiled. Li Qie laughed and didn't comment on this. The old man picked up the wooden box and opened it for a look. Meanwhile, Bai Jinning's neck seemingly stretched quite a bit. She was very curious about this so-called priceless treasure. She thought that Li Qie wouldn't be able to produce something of that level, at least based on his appearance. The old man saw 3 leaves inside, as green as can be. A majestic aura struck him in the face. Bai Jinning also felt as if she was inside an ancient forest with boundless life forces. However, she didn't get a good look before hearing a pop, the old man closing the box tightly. Despite not seeing them well, the aura just now left a deep impression on her. The 3 leaves were equivalent to 3 forest worlds. A question popped up in her head. Are these 3 leaves really priceless? They didn't look like immortal alchemy materials. This is it, these 3 leaves are right. I will bring them back so others can take a look and celebrate this great news. The old man nodded. The old man recognized that these leaves came from the 3 immortals tree, unlike Jinning. Li Qie let them out in order to draw him here. I'm waiting for my payment. Li Qie smiled. What do you want? Or rather, what must I do? The old man looked at him. Hard to say. Li Qie rubbed his chin in response. How about this? What do you guys have? Let me pick something suitable so I won't go overboard, just to be reasonable. I'm pretty sure you will try to extort us. The old man didn't hold back. Haha, I was a little embarrassed and didn't want to do so, but now if I don't do it, I'll be letting myself down. After all, you 3 have been setting up this net for too long and far. A fish such as myself deserves something sweet for biting, right? Li Qie smiled. This isn't a good place to talk. We're just speaking without any proof. Why don't you come to our place and we'll take our time there? The old man pondered for a bit before answering. You want a 3-on-1? It'll be a desolate place, so what am I going to do if you decide to rob me? Li Qia's eyes narrowed with a smirk. You're afraid. The old man smirked back. No, your group should be the ones afraid. Li Qia's smile grew wider. You're in a tough position right now, so can you spare the effort to deal with me? I'll be one taking everything mercilessly. Is that so? The old man's eyes narrowed. Certainly. I don't mind taking on 3 at the same time since I want to see the apex of this world. Plus, I don't need to hold back in 3 immortals, unlike you 3. Li Qia remained relaxed, but his words were quite imperious. He still sat there without posturing, but Bai Jinning felt as if he was the ruler of the entire world. Everyone else crawled next to his feet like ants, including progenitors and emperors. He would only need to stomp to decimate them all. She felt suffocated by this strange feeling. Li Qia had turned into a completely different person. I'm immortal in 3 immortals all the same. But you 3? Let's pretend that we're on even footing. It still won't end well for this world. Li Qia said. The old man remained silent against the threat. You think such a thing will happen? He eventually smiled and said. Who knows? I just like items and there's no point in taking you down anyway. I don't benefit from it or feel accomplished. Li Qia smiled back. We're not your targets. The old man said. Then let's continue this transaction? Li Qia asked. Look at me and my pitiful cultivation. I don't have anything good. You have to come to our place for them. The old man said. So you still want me to visit your place? Li Qia smiled. Why not? We won't let you come there and leave empty-handed. The old man became friendly right away. Plus, I'm sure you'll cross the ocean anyway even without this transaction, am I wrong here? Whether I go or not is a different issue. Of course, the trip is not a big deal either. Li Qia said, but keep in mind that due to recent events, the path is very chaotic and it'll be harder. Don't you think the fare should be double, no, 10 times the normal rate? You want to raise the initial price? The old man didn't like this. No, but the fare has to be 10 times more than normal. Otherwise, how can I get to your place? Li Qia was blunt. Has anyone told you that you're a merchant with no heart? The old man said but didn't look angry at all. No, you should be thanking me for being so nice by just raising the fare, the nicest man in the world in fact. I'm sure there are those who would pay more for what I'm offering. Li Qia smiled. I don't think anyone can afford it. The old man shook his head. Really? That's true in the past, but now, I know that some will be more than willing to pay a sky-high price. Li Qia added. The old man had no response. You would trade with those existences? Your targets should be them. The old man eventually said. No, they're not my targets. Li Qia shook his head. Of course, I'll be sweeping through them in the future, but it's still fine to do business with them right now. I doubt it. The old man didn't believe it. You think too highly of me, more than I do myself. Li Qia couldn't help but laugh. I don't think highly of you, just your Dao heart. It told me everything I need to know. The old man smiled back. That's why you 3 cast such a wide net to reel me in. Li Qia said. Aren't you doing the same thing, trying to catch some big fish too? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to us in the past. Fine, I will have to make do with this loss then. Li Qia nodded. You have my words, I will bring it to your place. Chapter 29-27. Unfavorable transaction, almost forgot about something. You still owe me for devouring 1 darkness for you 3, saving you all a lot of trouble. Li Qia brought something else up. True, but isn't it extremely nutritious for you too? The old man admitted. Got anything else like it? If yes, then the negotiation will be very easy. In fact, I'll do it free of charge. Li Qia smiled. No idea. If we could bring something like that to you, the present day wouldn't be messy like this. The old man smiled wryly. Looks like you're not very reliable. Li Qia narrowed his eyes. There's something I don't understand. There is no world tougher than 3 immortals. So why are these things showing up? I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the 9 worlds, but here? It's impossible unless you all courted death. Unfortunately, that was indeed the case. The old man had a bitter expression. Yes, we brought this on ourselves. We were simply curious but didn't expect evil to sneak in. You couldn't find it in the ocean. Xueqi said. Right, everything happened so quickly and caught us off guard. An explosion sent us away. We barely suppressed one side, but I'm sure some still made it in. The old man said. Hence the phrase, one might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. Xueqi smiled. You have been living too peacefully and decided to mess it all up. 3 Immortals is a blessed world allowing its inhabitants to escape so many tribulations and total destruction. Now they all know that there is a fat piece of meat right below and are salivating. You think they'll just let it go? That's why we need to patch it up, waiting for you to deliver. The old man said. One misstep nearly ruined everything. Though they managed to stop it, evil entities still snuck in and became seeds of discord. You know that it is on the move. Xueqi chuckled. It is hiding too well. It has never stopped though, still scheming in the darkness and affecting many. The old man helplessly said, when you devoured its kin, the thing became restless and nervous, thinking that we have found reinforcement. That's why it's on the move now, not that it's a bad thing. Right, you guys haven't been able to find it, so this could be a good opportunity. You're using 3 Immortals as the bait though. Xueqi smiled. As long as the sky mode is around, it can only stare and not eat. The old man said with confidence. Who knows? What if future generations are worthless? I believe in your power, but unfortunately, the world can't handle it, pierced into a billion holes. We had no choice but to resort to this plan. The old man said. It is a source of problems as long as it is around. It is extremely evil, even more frightening than the one you devoured. It had poisoned many despite our constant vigilance. If we let up for a single second, all inhabitants will be done for. So that's where I come in with the delivery. Xueqi smiled. You want to use me to bait it out, then we'll mount a joint attack from all sides to destroy it. It's a good opportunity for you too, since you want to go to the ocean anyway. Take advantage of this to train. Isn't it good to have such a strong opponent? The old man calmly admitted. You think too highly of me. First, I don't have that much time to waste, and second, you 3 have been searching for so long to no avail. How am I going to bait it out so quickly? It's impossible. In my opinion, stay even more cautious. This might be a bait in an attempt to divert your attention. What if it appears out of nowhere and catches you off guard, killing one of you in the process? Perhaps. The old man nodded. We can't judge it using conventional wisdom. Prudence is necessary. This might just be a scouting attempt too. Well, all of this has nothing to do with me. Xueqi said. I will deliver the goods since the ocean is indeed a good place to train. It's time for me to take the next step anyway. However, I won't stop here and waste time with you all, and will be leaving after this matter. Meanwhile, Bai Jining has been resting her chin on her hands, listening to the whole thing. They spoke the same language as hers, but she didn't understand anything. However, she felt as if they were up above the clouds while she was an ant on the ground. For the expedition? The old man asked. That's something worth musing over if I can take the next step. Xueqi said. It just depends on the situation. Ah, you still haven't made up your mind. Have you thought about the situation after an expedition? The old man said. Did you think it through back then? Xueqi asked. We're not like you and have different goals. Moreover, we're lucky enough to have 3 Immortals. I won't deny your abilities, but even in the case of victory, have you thought carefully about what comes next? The old man said. The thing I want is very simple. He chuckled. I believe you. The old man nodded. But I also know that you're not as free as you like to think. You can't abandon your world, and that's your biggest shackle. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying so hard to gather items and consolidate more power. It's definitely for yourself, but more so, your world. There is no savior, but guardians do exist. The old man looked straight at Xueqi. Where are the guardians for your world when you are gone? Most importantly, if heaven were to break after your final battle, the result is quite grim for a world without defenders. That's why you haven't made up your mind. I'm sure you have an outline in mind, but it's not time yet. Taking the next step for you might not mean starting the expedition right away. That's why you want to borrow my power. Xueqi chuckled. I do want to see you take the next step. You have been accumulating for a long time now. Plus, no other place is more suitable to do so than this ocean. If you really want to do it, then do it there. Is that why you're coming? Yes. Li Qie didn't deny his plan. Just hang around the ocean for a bit. It's best if we work together because our side is lacking manpower. The old man invited. This is where our styles are different. Li Qie shook his head. What was on your mind when you were standing at the very edge? The truth is, we didn't win back then. The old man smiled. The consequences were heavier than our imagination, so we stopped. So your preparation was inadequate. Your heart unprepared. Li Qie chuckled. The old man looked at him and said, You are the strangest man we've met. Despite your unwillingness, you will really do it, not giving a damn about anything. Your heart is colder than any overlord. But, it looks like you still can't drop it, so you rather pull the entire world up. Why not? Where I go is where my world shall be, in my heart. Li Qie smiled. That's why, don't question my determination. I will fight the final battle without looking back. Yes. The old man sighed. Though we didn't win, we still had a chance but ultimately decided to turn back. We're just different. Li Qie added, In my opinion, offense is the best defense. If anyone dares to cross my line, I will take the fight to their nest. It is that simple. I got it. The old man nodded. Once you have a substitution method in place, that's when your expedition will start. The villainous heaven and I. Perhaps we can coexist, not one of us must die. However, all of those fiends, they must die. Li Qie's eyes became all-piercing after declaring this. Bai Jining lost control of her body and felt chills all over the moment she saw this gaze. 1. I don't know if it is plural or singular for evil entities. In such cases, I always assume plural too. From this, it is singular, but I don't want to change the plural above just in case there are more 3. The word for fiend here is hard to translate without more context. It can be monsters, ghosts, evil creatures, damned things. These are all good choices, but the only way to translate correctly is if I know what they are. From the context so far, they're probably evil immortals. Fiends seemed like an okay choice. Chapter 29-28. The world exists with me. The piercing gaze could kill the gods without difficulty. Bai Jining became frozen even though it wasn't pointed at her. She felt completely insignificant and trivial as a result. Alright, just remember that once you take the next step, they will try to annihilate you for peace of mind. The old man contemplated before telling Li Qie. As if we can escape by not moving forward. No one is that lucky. 3 immortals is blessed, not like other places, but how much longer do you think this will last? Perhaps it is targeted now. Li Qie smiled. You're right. It was our fault anyway for inviting this greed. The old man nodded. It's really only a matter of time. The starving existences have an incredible sense of smell, so they'll find this place one day or another. It is enough to fill their belly. Li Qie said. True, that's why no one can escape. Neither you nor me. The old man accepted the grim reality. The only way is to fight until death, otherwise, this state will always be the same. Escaping won't solve anything. Li Qie said seriously. What happens when one obtains victory? They'll just replace it. This is an endless cycle. The old man smiled. I've told people this old story before. A warrior slaying a dragon only to find that the dragon used to be a great warrior. However, my Dao heart is unbreakable. I am a dragon slayer, not someone who will turn into a dragon. Li Qie said. The old man's eyes became profound, vast enough to encompass 3 immortals. Everything was as tiny as a speck of dust in his eyes. This seemed to be an attempt at reading Li Qie's future. I should have faith in you. Perhaps one day you will be able to do it. He eventually said. No, don't believe in me. Li Qie shook his head. You should believe in yourself. Are you a dragon slayer or a dragon? Or another existence, such as the villager or a saint? Nothing good comes from being a saint. The old man said. Who actually has a good ending on this path? No one. Even the villagers have to offer sacrifices. Li Qie smiled. Maybe just being immortal is best. The insects of summer do not worry about the coldness of winter. The old man became slightly emotional. Can you handle being an insect? If not, then at least try. Who cares what the world thinks? Li Qie said. The old man chuckled. Well, in terms of history, you and I are just specks of dust. We'll disappear in the rain. No, the world shall exist with me. Li Qie revealed a transcending smile. We're inferior to you in this regard. The old man shook his head. Because you are saints. There are things you couldn't let go of and they hold you back. Li Qie said. Perhaps, no need to think about these matters that are still so far away. Just fixing the wall is good enough, and maybe having peace during our old age. That's perfect. The old man replied. That's easier said than done. If you can actually uphold this mentality and let go, then it's possible. I don't think you can do it though. Li Qie smiled. There will be people after us that will take over our burden. The old man had an insightful gaze into the future. I hope you will have great successors. Unfortunately, I probably won't see that day. It's too far away. Li Qie smiled. Sounds pessimistic. The old man shook his head. Is it? Your group hasn't been able to let go after so many years. One day, maybe some will reach your height, but what will they become? Dragon slayers, dragons, or saints? Li Qie chuckled. His eyes became serious as he stared straight at the old man and warned, cultivation isn't important at our level, Dao heart is where the emphasis should be. Worry about who they will become instead. Let's drop this issue. The old man smiled and shook his head. Fine with me, it's not my three immortals' world. No need for me to worry about it. Li Qie responded. Let's move soon, we need the goods right our dash. The old man said. Don't be so hasty. You've waited so long already, what's a bit more waiting? Li Qie interrupted him. All right, we'll wait for you in the ocean. You'll know how to find us then. The old man smiled and became increasingly ethereal before disappearing altogether. Where did he go? Jinning was shocked to see the old man seemingly melding and becoming one with space. He left. Li Qie got up and stretched, ready to leave. Why are you following me? He didn't get far before stopping to smile at her. Who says I'm following you? She dodged his gaze before responding. We just happen to be walking in the same direction. Sky Pass doesn't belong to you either, so I have the right to walk on these streets. For some strange reasons, her voice was filled with timidity. She was a little afraid of him right now after seeing his gaze prior. He was still the same as always. Just another regular man. But now, she felt as if she was being stared at by a primordial beast. There was a sense of looming danger. Makes sense. Li Qie chuckled and didn't mind being followed. She mustered courage out of nowhere, perhaps fueled by curiosity about Li Qie. Who was that earlier? She said softly. The strongest existence of your world. Li Qie glanced back at the girl and said. Nonsense. She scoffed. Albeit, the volume this time was far quieter than her previous display of contempt and disbelief. I always speak the truth. Li Qie smiled. Everyone knows that in the present days, Luminous Master is the strongest. That person wasn't him. She tilted her head in contemplation. Luminous Master is only an ant or a speck of dust. Li Qie commented. Shoo. She was scared out of her mind after hearing this and gestured with her finger on her lips. You'll lose your head if anyone else hears this comment. Is it that serious? Li Qie chuckled. I'm not messing around. Luminous Master is admired by everyone. Your insult earlier would make you the #1 public enemy. Bai Jinning leaned in closer and whispered. This was indeed the truth. Luminous Master had plenty of followers and admirers in immortal lineage. They wouldn't forgive Li Qie for insulting him. Bunch of idiots. Li Qie shook his head. Are you tired of living? Plus, Luminous Master and you probably don't have any feud. Why do you need to insult him? Once again, I'm just saying the truth. Must I praise him as the strongest like the rest? Li Qie said. He is the strongest. Jinning said. Chapter 29-29. Wooden Buddha. She wasn't being unreasonable. The majority would give the same answer when asked who was the strongest right now in immortal lineage. This seemed logical because he was the first to become a progenitor in this generation. Completely unfathomable and peerless in strength. Li Qie didn't bother correcting her this time around, only revealing a faint smile. Why are you smiling? She was dissatisfied with his attitude. A frog only thinks the sky is as big as the mouth of the well. Li Chia answered. So how big is your sky? She retorted, furious. Boundless, exceeding your imagination so you can't imagine it. Li Chia leisurely said. Are you saying that I'm stupid? She glared at him in response. I didn't say that, although I would absolutely believe you if you were to say that you're stupid. Li Chia replied. You. She almost vomited blood from anger and glared at him again. Unfortunately, he ignored her and casually strolled down the street. Your commander is Tai Inchi, right? Li Chia suddenly asked. Yes, and she angrily said. Nothing. Go tell him that I want to see him. Li Chia replied. This attitude rendered her speechless. He was treating her like a servant at his beck and call. Why should I listen to you? I'm not your servant or anything. She said. Oh, that's fine. I'll just go meet him then. Li Chia didn't mind. You think you're a progenitor? Not just anyone can come and see our commander. He's in isolated cultivation right now. Few actually get to meet him. She said. No problem. I'll pay him a visit. Li Chia added. You gotta be insane. Sky Pass is not the same as before. If you do anything stupid, our legion will surround you. And I'll warn you now, it won't feel good then. She gave him the side eye. I heard that your legion is the strongest in immortal lineage. Let's see how strong it is. He responded. She became speechless. Why do you want to see our commander? It took a while for her to calm down. Just want to chat with him for a bit. Li Chia replied. Bai Jining didn't know whether Li Chia was crazy or just insanely egotistic. Not just anyone could have an audience with their commander. His nonchalant attitude about the whole thing was just too arrogant. You're insane if you think you can go wherever you want in Sky Pass. She said with a mean glare. Li Chia only smiled and didn't answer. Our commander will show up in a few days. She didn't know why she wanted to help him. There is a big banquet with numerous guests. Maybe I can get you a seat so that you can meet our commander. She immediately regretted this potentially foolish move. To sneak a stranger inside? She wouldn't be able to handle consequences if something were to happen. Alas, it was too late to take it back. She wondered if there was something wrong with her right now. Sounds good. Li Chia nodded and accepted the suggestion. His casual demeanor was simply infuriating to her. Did he not know that she was risking her life to do this favor? Don't cause any trouble or I'll be the first to deal with you. She gritted her teeth. He answered with the same smile. They have been walking for a while and just happened to come across a store with a display window. He didn't really care, but the content of the store made her stop for a bit. He walked several steps ahead before noticing and stopping to look at the dazed girl. Let's go in. Li Chia opened the door and was greeted by an enthusiastic worker. Jining regained her wits and also followed along. The two of them were next to the display window now. It's not bad. Li Chia knew exactly the item that stole her attention. Esteemed guests, you have keen eyesight. This carving is in the form of Lankavatara Buddha. Our shopkeeper has identified it as authentic. The worker told the two. I'm aware. Jining jumped in. The item on the window display was a wooden Buddha, small in size, and had a cute smile, looking quite merciful. Lankavatara Buddha. Li Chia chuckled while looking at it. Yes. The worker said, it has been blessed by Buddhist arts and able to expel evil and subdue fiends. It might come from the Buddha himself, a very fine item. Lankavatara Buddha was a progenitor in immortal lineage, one of the few that didn't have an official title. He started a temple with the same name at first. This eventually became an entire system. For a long period of time, some said that only he could rival Desolate Saint in terms of illuminating and saving the people. His Buddhism affected many generations in history. Definitely high grade. Li Chia nodded. It was clearly treasured by its previous master. Shiny and clean. Would you like to buy it? The worker asked. Yes. Li Chia smiled, not bothering to look at the price. Are you crazy? Jining became startled and pointed at the price plaque beneath. It cost 300,000 eternal stones. Her reaction was justified. This was a monstrous sum to her, not something she would even dare to dream about. She thought that he didn't see the price. Oh, that's fine. Li Qie glanced at the plaque and still didn't care. Jining was astounded. Not to mention regular cultivators, even the successors or princes of systems wouldn't be able to produce such a large sum in one go. However, Li Qie acted as if he was only paying 3 pebbles found on the street. Amit ba. Right when Li Qie was about to grab the wooden Buddha, the threads of a whisker coiled around his arm to stop him. 2 young men were standing next to him now, both wearing the robe of a novice monk and had orderly dots on their forehead. They had a bright glow behind their head, looking like 2 little Buddhas. Their robes were simple but still glowed all the same, making them look freed from a single speck of dust. They looked very similar. One would easily mistake them for twins. There were distinct differences. The one on the left had long arms while the one on the right had big palms. The one using a whisker to stop Li Qie was the left monk. Amit ba. Benefactor, this wooden carving is connected to us through fate. The left one placed his palms together and told Li Qie. What does that have to do with me? Li Qie seemed slightly annoyed. On the other hand, Jining was nervous and hurried pulled on his sleeve while whispering, "Don't argue with them." Chapter 29:30. 100 million. Li Qie smiled at Jining and said, "Why not? Are they going to eat me?" He didn't hold back on his voice while she was blinking at him in a futile attempt to stop him. "They're Bright King Buddha's companions. Don't compete with them," she whispered. "So what? I don't care if Bright King Buddha is here in person." Li Qie refused. She became afraid, not wanting him to invite needless trouble that might end with death. The 2 monks' expression changed after hearing this. They were attendants of Bright King Buddha, known as Bright King Left Child and Bright King Right Child. Bright King Buddha was extremely prestigious in immortal lineage on top of being powerful. Rumor has it that he was a grand completion everlasting or at the peak level. All in all, he was not one to be trifled with. He joined Academy of Light and became the strongest student in Western Bank on top of being the abbot of Lankavatara Temple, the largest in the world. This latter status was far more prestigious than the first, gaining him the respect of many systems. These 2 were his direct attendants and always served him. Thus, they were respected by others as well. Now, Li Qie's blatant disregard for them on top of insulting their master made their expression change. Amit ba. The 2 of them placed their palms together in unison. "Benefactor, this wooden Buddha was carved by our progenitor, so we wish to take it back to our temple. Please do us this favor." The right one said. This was reasonable if the wooden carving originated from their progenitor. It was fine for them to want to take it back to their temple. Jining shot more glances at Li Qie, telling him to abandon this carving. They didn't need to offend Bright King Buddha and his temple. This particular temple had numerous worshippers in immortal lineage. Bright King Buddha was naturally very influential as the abbot. "That has nothing to do with me." Li Qie ignored her and said, "It's just a transaction, go tell someone else about Buddhist fate." The 2 have never experienced such disdain before. Being disrespectful to monks was one thing, but one needed to gauge their abilities going against an entire religion. "Friend, how much is this carving?" The left monk asked the worker. 300,000 eternal stones. But of course, the highest bidder takes it. The worker could tell that these 2 groups wanted the carving at all costs. Thus, he encouraged competition. "I will pay 400,000. The right child immediately said. I see. The worker became excited at the generous display and smiled wryly at Li Qie, who was holding the carving. "Sir, this esteemed monk is offering 400,000. Do you still want the carving?" 1 million. Li Qie stroked the carving and said flatly. The 2 monks became annoyed as a result. 1,100,000. The right one fought back. They couldn't be as bold as Li Qie and more than double the price. Of course, they could afford to spend given their status, but 1 million eternal stones were a big sum. 5 million. Li Qie replied without batting an eye. 5,000,000. Jining looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. 5 million. The worker was shocked too. He has seen many customers but none ever raised the price so much. Li Qie seemed to be telling everyone that money is no problem. The 2 monks found this to be extremely confrontational, going 5 times higher. "We bid 5 dash." The 2 of them gritted their teeth after hesitating. 10 million. However, Li Qie casually interrupted them with another bid. The 2 had no choice but to swallow their words, turning red afterward and were speechless. You're insane, Bai Jining turned pale. This item was only worth 300,000 but the bid was now 10 million. Simply illogical. The stunned worker thought that this was a once-in-a-hundred-years customer. Just doubling the price was bravado enough. This guy took it to a whole new level as if he was afraid of spending too little. The two monks exchanged glances. This sum was large enough to make it very difficult now. They then looked at the carving in Li Qia's hand. They could see that it wasn't simple since they had a keen insight after following their master for so long. Moreover, they were masters themselves. This carving had incredible Buddhist affinity and probably did come from their progenitor. They weren't completely sure about this, but the carving was definitely worth more than 300,000 stones. 10 million stones were a different story. Thus, they hesitated and wondered. The crux of the issue was its origin. The value differed so much depending on if it came from their progenitor or not. They finally made up their mind while staring at the carving, albeit begrudgingly, and were ready to bid again. 50 million. However, Li Qia bid before they could speak. 50 million? The worker blurted out. The shopkeeper noticed and ran over as well. This isn't a game. Jinning's legs trembled as she tugged on his sleeve and whispered. 100 million. He responded to her with another raise for no reason. Jinning couldn't form a coherent sentence. The worker nearly fainted and leaned on the shopkeeper. The experienced shopkeeper found this astounding as well. Li Qia ended up bidding 100 million stones for an item priced at 300,000? Plus, he didn't even bother listening to his competition and just raised the price all by himself. No one has seen someone bidding against himself before since it made no sense. Only an idiot would do so, and they have met one today. The monks had an ugly expression. First, let's put aside whether they could afford it or not. Spending this much on a wooden Buddha wasn't worth it. It wasn't a supreme treasure. Ahem, Essa, you sure you want this carving? The shopkeeper cleared his throat and was skeptical. Chapter 29:31. Money talks. His skepticism was understandable due to the illogical circumstances. Why would anyone want to pay more unless they were crazy? He looked as if he was afraid that the item wasn't precious enough and needed to raise its value. Yes, I want it. Li Qia was nonchalant about the price. Jinning couldn't speak anymore. Words were stuck in her throat. She thought that paying 100 million was ridiculous for a wooden carving. Calling him an insane prodigal son wasn't enough. The shopkeeper rubbed his palms together and said, Sir, will you pay with cash or a different method? He was still unsure about this idiotic endeavor, thinking that Li Qia was only messing around. Ba. The right child placed his palms together and said, Words can't be taken back just like splashed water. Benefactor, you named the price. It is time to pay up. The monks didn't believe that Li Qia could actually pay this price, so they wanted to humiliate him. Only spare change, so I don't normally carry it with me. Li Qia said. Everyone exchanged glances after hearing this ridiculous statement. Benefactor, 100 million is not 300,000 and definitely not 1 or 2 stones. Watch your words. The left monk raised his voice towards the end. They were waiting for Li Qia to be unable to produce this sum. Thus, they could make fun of him on top of buying the carving for the original price. Is there a difference? 100 million is still the same as 1 or 2, just a tiny number. Li Qia looked at them and said. The two monks didn't know what to say. Their face started turning red. There was something about Li Qia's appearance that infuriated others. Spending 1 million to buy this carving would hurt these two monks. On the other hand, 100 million didn't sound like much for Li Qia, and couldn't even be considered pocket change. It was as if he was just buying some fried dough bread on the street. Sir, so how will you pay? The shopkeeper calmed down after witnessing Li Qia's crazy statement. Li Qia glanced at the shopkeeper and said, I have this pearl or something, it's not much. Take it. He then took out a wooden box and threw it at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper caught and opened it. A brilliance from within nearly blinded him. The two monks didn't get to see the item before the shopkeeper hastily closed it. His chest heaved up and down, frightened. He slightly pushed up the top again for another glance before closing it instantly. Is that enough? Li Qia waved his carving and said, What's your appraisal? It's enough, no, more than enough. We'll get you the remaining surplus. The shopkeeper hurriedly added, No need for that. If it's not enough then I'll add more. Li Qie replied, seemingly wanting to spend more. No. Sir, it's really enough, we're actually making a lot of this. More than 1,000 years of profit. I'll immediately go get you what's left over. The shopkeeper shuddered after hearing this. His heart couldn't handle this. This carving selling for 100 million was frightening enough, but this pearl was another issue. According to his appraisal, he was already making plenty and wanted nothing more than to give back the difference. However, this guy didn't even want that. He never expected several billions to be at stake for this carving. Even a merchant with the evilest heart couldn't handle the guilty conscience. The shopkeeper no longer tried to hide how much they were making off this. You still have a conscience for saying this. It's fine, the rest will be your reward. Li Qie said. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, sir. The shopkeeper reacted by kneeling on the ground and said. This was akin to selling an item for more than 100 times the price. Moreover, Li Qie gave a tip that was even higher than the insane profit. The shopkeeper would lick Li Qie's shoes right now if asked. The monks realized that they had met a real money bag with something wrong in the brain. They decided to leave in a gloomy mood. Sir, I will wrap it up for you. The shopkeeper accepted the carving from Li Qie with more respect than he had ever shown anyone else before in his life. This was a once-in-a-lifetime meeting with a real rich man. Meanwhile, Jining felt she was losing control of her legs from watching this mess. The shopkeeper respectfully handed the wrapped item to Li Qie and said, Sir, do you want anything else? You can grab whatever you want in our shop. He couldn't handle the guilt since this pearl was more than enough to buy his entire shop. Thus, he was willing to let Li Qie pick anything in the place for free. Li Qie could take all merchandise if he wanted to. That's the only way for the shopkeeper to feel better. Do you want anything? Li Qie took a quick glance around at the items before asking by Jining. You're talking to me? She pointed at herself. Do you want anything? Go ahead and pick. Li Qie said. Really? She thought she was dreaming. A captain like her couldn't afford to buy many things in this shop. Yes, miss, pick anything you want, just grab them all. The shopkeeper nodded, hoping that she would cure him of this mental affliction. How about this shield? She wasn't too confident. Yes. The worker immediately wrapped the shield with lightning speed before respectfully handing it to her. She couldn't believe that this was happening as she was holding the shield. Miss, anything else? Keep picking. The shopkeeper encouraged her to take more items for free. Well, then I want this sword. She hesitated for a bit before picking another. Chapter 29:32. All yours. Miss, your sword. The worker wrapped the sword and respectfully handed it to Bai Jining. They moved with lightning speed, seemingly afraid of her changing her mind. Miss, keep on looking for anything else you like. The shopkeeper enthusiastically said. Jining wasn't ready for this treatment. The shop had plenty of good items but they were normally too expensive for her. Is this okay? She looked over at Li Qie, afraid of the shopkeeper changing his mind and telling either of them to pay. Just take whatever you like. Li Qie didn't really care. The items here couldn't enter his sight. Yes. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Miss, I will give you everything that you like here. She knew that this treatment was thanks to Li Qie. The shopkeeper wanted nothing more than to please Li Qie. Then I'll take that cauldron. She hesitated for a moment before picking a cauldron. Nevertheless, she still felt awkward, thinking that she was greedy for picking two already. Here is your cauldron, Mississippi. The worker wrapped it right away. Miss, look here, this golden bell is great. It's made from West King metal. Clear melody and bright runes with a special charm. The shopkeeper recommended other items in his shop. This was the best way to clear his guilty conscience. I can still keep going? She had already picked 3 and didn't want to go overboard. Of course you can. The worker had already wrapped up the bell for her. Okay then. She begrudgingly accepted. You see this mace? The ultimate treasure from a big sect, as flexible as a dragon yet as tough as a heavenly pillar, blessed by 89 talismans, the finest weapon, the shopkeeper continued. This went on for a while. Under the shopkeeper's enthusiastic recommendations, Jining ended up getting a dozen items or so. All in all, he gave her all of his best merchandise. She finally understood how hard it could be to take things for free after this event. Her skin wasn't thick enough to take more right now. She was very satisfied and thought that this was already an unprecedented level of greed for her. Okay, I'm good. She kept on rejecting until the shopkeeper gave up. The guy felt much better right now. She still had a hard time dealing with accepting items for free. It was like a pie falling from the sky and the entire thing fell on her head, resulting in confusion. She put away the treasures and didn't know how to describe her emotions. Disbelief? Ecstatic? Sir, please come back again. The shopkeeper and the worker saw Li Qie out of the shop and kept on bowing until he was gone from sight. Jining followed behind him, still in a daze. However, this wasn't a dream because the treasures were still in her spatial pouch. Thank you. Jining regained her wits and quickly thanked Li Qie. Her voice was soft but it came from her heart. Li Qie only smiled in response. Amit Ba. A Buddhist chant stopped the group as they were turning a corner. They saw the two monks earlier again standing in their path. Who knows if this was a coincidence? The left child assumed the palms together posture, looking quite merciful and benevolent. Li Qie raised his brows ever so slightly before continuing to leave. Amit Ba, we meet again. This must be a touch of fate. The right child said. I have never had a fateful connection with fake monks before. Li Qie said. The two monks exchanged glances. The left one spoke again. We would like to have good karmic ties with you, benefactor. Buddha will guarantee peace and prosperity for you. Good karmic ties? Li Qie had a smirk on his face now. A good dog doesn't block the way. I don't care about karmic ties, especially not with poor monks who have nefarious intentions, either stealing or robbing. He was as blatant as can be, directly criticizing them to their face. Bai Jining was surprised to hear this. He offended all of the monks in the world, not just these two. Definitely not a wise move. Be nice now. She tugged on his sleeve again and quietly reminded him. Amit Ba. The monks had an ugly expression and started chanting again. Masters, sorry about this. Jining could sense the tension and tried to appease the two. We have important matters to take care of and will apologize to you at another date? Benefactor, we have no ill wills and only wish to form a good karmic tie. The right child placed his palms together. Scram. Li Qie was in no mood for this. Don't make me change my mind. Get out of my sight before I make chamber pots from your heads. The two have never seen such aggression and disdain before due to their status. This was completely unprecedented. Jining smiled wryly, knowing that a fight was inevitable despite her effort. These two monks were actually powerful characters before becoming Buddhists. Money wouldn't be able to solve this problem. You little beast. The right child became furious and shouted, looking like a Buddhist warrior ready to subdue evil. You want it the hard way. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent which fell upon deaf ears in Li Qie. Jining only wanted to do one thing right now. Pull Li Qie away and run. Fighting directly against these two wouldn't end well for them. Since when do the attendants of Bright King Monarch act like robbers? A clear voice belonging to a woman interrupted the group. The pleasantness of the voice didn't deter its imposing nature. The voice seemed to belong to a supreme ruler demanding respect and reverence. Humph. The monks didn't like this and immediately turned around. Chapter 2933. Mysterious girls. Two girls came from the other side of this rowdy street. However, their presence demanded silence from the world. The mortal coil seemed so far away from them. Their immediate surrounding area seemed like an entirely different dimension. People could see that they were there, albeit not very clearly. The one in front was the master and the person who spoke earlier. Her appearance was shrouded without using a veil or a hat with long tassels. No one could actually see her face even if she were standing in front of them. Or maybe, they would just forget in the next second. All in all, one wouldn't be able to recall or describe her. This was akin to being in a realistic dream. One would recall about that person but just unable to remember any concrete details. The girl clearly used a heaven-defying means to hide her true form. That's why it's impossible to see anything with the naked eyes. On the other hand, her maid was in full view. It wouldn't be wrong to call her a kingdom-toppling beauty. Exquisite eyebrows, an oval face, starry eyes. Her enchanting curves could also attract all eyes. She wore a very neutral style of clothing, almost as if she was trying to disguise as a man. This only added to her charm due to her towering breasts pushing upward. As the master-maid duo drew closer, any spectator would feel that they were talking out from a dream. The two aggressive monks earlier changed their expression and assumed an unconfident pose with their head lowered. They were pale, clearly afraid of the duo. Remember, they were favored by bright King Buddha, a powerful everlasting and the abbot of Lankavatara temple. They have seen plenty of incredible things in the past along with powerful masters. Very few in the contemporary could make them feel dread. But now, this was clearly the case. So imperious. The maid glared at the two monks. So bright King Buddha is strong enough that his attendants can force karmic ties in broad daylight now? Amazing. This maid certainly didn't have a mild temper. The two monks didn't dare to utter a word. Jinning found this very strange because she knew just how famous they were. Now, they didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of these two women. It meant that this mysterious master had even higher status and background than bright King Buddha. This made her very curious. Forget it, I won't pursue this. Just remember that there is always a higher mountain. The mysterious master waved her hand and said, "Yes, we will remember." The two monks bowed towards the woman before leaving, or rather, fleeing. They looked like mice running away from a cat after being lucky enough to be spared. Xueqi didn't bother with these two. His eyes fell upon the mysterious woman. He could see everything despite her concealing method. She didn't mind his prying gaze either, but this wasn't the case for her maid. The maid immediately glared at Xueqi, seemingly warning him to back off. He withdrew his gaze and smiled in response. Lecture. The maid was very dissatisfied. He turned towards her with the same invasive gaze as if she were naked in front of him. She felt something strange, as if his hands were running freely all over her body. This resulted in both anger and embarrassment, expressed by her fiery glare. She arched her chest forward, seemingly demonstrating her power and confidence. This only made her even more attractive than before. Humph. Not even thanking us after we did you a favor. They would have beat you up if Our Lady didn't step in. The maid snorted. No, you interfered needlessly with someone else's business. Xueqi smiled and said, "What are you saying?" The girl became angrier, showing zero gratitude after receiving help. Why? The ones you saved are the two monks, not me. Xueqi shook his head, then turned to leave. Bai Jinning bowed towards the two women before chasing after Xueqi, aware that they were important characters. The mysterious master didn't try to stop Xueqi, only watching his departing figure. After he was gone, the maid voiced her annoyance. "Lady, he blamed us for helping him? Humph, who does he think he is?" "He's right. We were saving the right and left child of bright King Buddha." The master smiled. "Lady, you agree with him?" The maid became surprised. "You were unable to see his unfathomable power. It is beyond your imagination." The master shook her head. "Those two monks are mere ants in comparison. Just one slap is enough to annihilate them. Bright King Buddha himself being here in person wouldn't amount to much either." "He is even stronger than you, lady?" The beautiful maid remained skeptical. "Not just that, the likes of me are unable to see his actual power. He's probably stronger than anyone else right now in this generation." The master's eyes became profound. "Really? He certainly doesn't look like it." The maid said. "Don't judge by appearance alone." The master taught. "Who is our ancestor? Do you think our ancestor would highly assess someone for no reason?" "You're right, lady." The maid accepted this logic and lowered her head. The master had a strange expression, seemingly pondering while still staring towards Xueqi's direction. "Lady, what should we do then?" The maid asked. "We'll be observing for now. It's rare that we go outside, so let's have a look. Tai Inshi is having a feast, yes? I'll take you there." The master said. "And what about that Xueqi? What will you do with him?" "Are you really?" the maid asked. "It's too early to say." The master shook her head. "No rush." Chapter 2934. Real value. Xueqi took out the wooden carving for another look after getting far away from the master-maid duo. He turned it over a couple of times in order to be meticulous. Bai Jinning also stared at the carving because she liked it at the start, not just because it cost 100 million stones. "Looks like you really like this carving." Xueqi smiled. "It used to be an inheritance treasure from our clan, but we needed to pawn it." It was passed down from a very ancient ancestor. She said softly, not knowing what kind of expression she had right now. Your clan has a karmic tie with Buddhism? Li Qie chuckled while casually throwing the carving up and catching it. This naturally scared the wits out of Jinning. Her eyes followed the falling trajectory. What if Li Qie were to miss? The thing would break on the ground. I don't know. I was too young, but it was around when I was still back in the clan. We pawned it a bit later than I went to cultivate. She couldn't stay calm right now. Her clan was from the wildland. However, according to the old seniors, they used to live in a mortal lineage and needed to move for some reason. They used to be illustrious but kept on declining, resulting in the move. Everything valuable needed to be pawned off or sold. This Buddha carving was the last item. The seniors said that this was their defining treasure. They have worshipped it for generations, and in return, the carving granted them protection and peace. During Jinning's generation, the clan became destitute. The seniors wanted to rise up again because they were on the verge of becoming a mortal clan. Finally, in order to pay for her cultivation expenses, one senior decided to pawn off this carving in order to buy ample resources for her training. She didn't let them down either, eventually becoming a captain of the famous legion. Though this achievement wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, she was still considered a cultivation expert, the strongest one within the last few generations of their clan. She didn't expect to see this carving again today, something that could be described as a touch of fate. That's why she was completely mesmerized while looking at the display window. Alas, the price of 300,000 stones remained out of her reach. The next event shocked her even more. Li Qie spent an insane price to buy the wooden carving. The senior said that this carving has a protective property. The girl was as nervous as can be while looking at Li Qie playing toss. Even though it didn't belong to her and that she would never be able to afford the price paid by Li Qie, she still didn't want him to break it. This Buddha can grant peace? Li Qie smiled and continued to play with it. Stop throwing it. What if you break it? It still cost 100 million. She finally glared at him. He stopped and smiled. If it can break that easily, it wouldn't have been able to protect your clan for generations since it can't even protect itself. This logic was a little strange, but she still agreed with it. However, it has been in her clan for so long, so she had a soft spot for it. Nevertheless, she felt much better now that he had stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. He clearly didn't care for this item despite how much he spent on it. Why did you spend so much to buy it? 30 million would have been enough. Jinning asked. She thought that he must have loved it in order to justify the sum. Now, this didn't look to be the case considering how careless he was with it. What's the difference? It's like buying a meat bun in the morning for someone like you. Does it matter if it's 3 coins or 10? Li Qie smiled. No, there's none, she said. Though she was no big deal compared to Eternals and Emperors, it was fine for her to spend 10 coins in the world of mortals. It wasn't even pocket change. She wouldn't mind spending 10 coins even though the bun was only worth 3. See, 30 million and 100 million are the same thing to me, Li Qie said. She became breathless after hearing this. Either number was unreachable for her and nearly all the experts in the world. Even the princes and Dao children of the big sects couldn't afford this sum, evident by the 2 monks failing to outbid him. This disparity between him and everyone else could only be described by one phrase: the difference between heaven and earth. However, it is worth that much, he added during her days. Is it worth 100 million? She couldn't believe it. Her eyes opened wide. In her memories, her clan only got 10 or 20,000 stones from pawning it. It exchanged owners several times later and eventually ended up with the price of 300,000. This price was already unreasonable in her mind. She wouldn't even be able to buy it back given her current abilities. Thus, his appraisal truly frightened her. This carving was precious to her for sentimental values. It represented her clan's solidarity and peace. It was only an inheritance token at best, not a real treasure. For 300,000, she would definitely buy it when she had the money. As for 3 million? This required further rumination. For 100 million? She wouldn't buy it even if she had the money. This price was illogical for a wooden carving. In fact, adding a few more zeros are fine. Eternal true stones can't measure its value. Li Qie smiled. Even though I have enough money to burn, I still won't buy trash. Jining agreed because he didn't care for the other treasures in the shop. He could have gotten them for free too. This meant that they didn't live up to his standards. It is that precious? She stared at the carving, perplexed. She had seen it many times before growing up and never noticed anything peculiar. It would be amazing if you could recognize its value. Your ancestors were clearly capable. Would they pick any random item to be the family heirloom? Li Qie said. You're right. She replied. The senior said that their clan used to be wealthy and prestigious. These ancestors still valued the wooden carving in spite of this. How could it only be a regular carving? She never thought about this issue before until now. Then what is it? Is it really carved by the Buddhist progenitor himself? She speculated. Chapter 29:35. Lu Sanqiang, even more precious. Li Qie smiled. She stood there in a daze, aware of who Lankavatara Buddha was. This progenitor could be on the same level as Desolate Saint according to some sources. Just a regular carving from such a being should be amazing. This might be the reason why the two monks wanted to buy it. They just weren't completely sure. Can you tell me what it is? She inquired. Cat. Li Qie laughed and threw it towards her. Her soul almost left the body as the carving flew through the air. She rushed forward to catch it, afraid of the consequence. She felt sweet relief after holding it firmly with both hands. Nevertheless, they were still shaking, a testament to her nervousness earlier. Even if it wasn't her family heirloom, losing an item that cost 100 million stones was just too much to take. What? She didn't know why he tossed it to her as her eyes darted back and forth between the carving and him. Giving it to you, the original master, since it used to be your family heirloom. Li Qie nonchalantly said. To me? She stammered and her volume rose to a shouting level towards the end. How could Li Qie just give this wooden carving that he bought for a sky-high sum to her just like that? She had never seen someone throwing money away in this manner before. Really? It took a while before she could speak again. She naturally wanted this wooden carving for the sake of her clan. First, this was her responsibility to bring it back regardless of its value. Moreover, the clan sold it just so that she could cultivate in the past. This made her burden even heavier. On the other hand, Li Qie spent 100 million to buy it. Of course. Li Qie chuckled. He threw the carving away as if it was a single coin. I don't want it. She took a deep breath and gave it back to him, albeit with hesitation. I do want it, but you spent too much. I can't take something so precious from you. She added and looked away. This could have made the clan celebrate for removing a source of shame from everyone. Alas, she still couldn't do it. Take it. Li Qie didn't take no for an answer. Just a wooden carving. Even a true Buddha in person is no big deal to me. It's the same for you and a bun. She stared at Li Qie and could tell that he was telling the truth. Thank you, young noble. She got on her knees after putting away the carving. You have shown great kindness to our clan. I, by Jining, will be your ox and horse when you require my service. Rise. Li Qie accepted the gesture and nodded. She stood up with the carving in her chest, finally realizing that this wasn't a dream despite feeling like one. Everyone, don't miss Arrogance's auction. It's about to happen right now. They heard a shout after crossing another street. This youth wore shabby clothes with several pouches hanging by the waist, on the verge of becoming an adult but still had the hairstyle of a kid, hair combed up high with a traditional patch akin to that of a farm boy. His oval face was large with a beaming smile, looking very friendly. One wouldn't find his solicitation distasteful. Sir, come to our auction, it's about to start. Would you like an entry ticket? The youth gave Li Qie a pamphlet. Arrogance Enterprise? Li Qie smiled at him. Yes, our branch here is the largest in immortal lineage. No, even in all of 3 immortals. No other place in Sky Pass is bigger. Get to the point. Li Qie interrupted. It sounded like a brag, but this was indeed the truth. This branch of Arrogance was the largest in 3 immortals. Ahem. The youth was slightly embarrassed. Sir, we are having a large-scale auction today. Everyone can enter to see plenty of items such as Skywalk Pearl, Ionic Buddhist Pot, 9-star plate. He went on about the various treasures, displaying his incredible memorization skill. It's a big auction every 5 years. She forgot about it due to recent events. The Enterprise has been advertising this for a while now. I see. Li Qie lacked interest after hearing the treasures. Look at this one, sir, it's definitely worth a high price, an immortal coffin. The youth noticed this and opened an advertising pamphlet for a sure kill move. Sir, this coffin is from the immortal world itself, definitely unique and peerless. He went on. Sure enough, Li Qie was indeed won over by this coffin. The diagram in the pamphlet looked quite real, perhaps a good depiction of the actual item. His eyes narrowed while looking at it. You found it during the previous calamity, right? Li Qie asked. I'm just a lowly worker and don't know anything about that. But everyone says that it is from a world of immortals. The youth gave a vague response. So you don't actually know? Li Qie said. Sir, I'm just selling auction tickets and don't know much. The auctioneer will introduce the items in detail. The youth hurriedly said. You sure sounded like you knew everything earlier. Li Qie said. Is that so? The youth forgot about his spiel earlier. Sir, would you like to buy a ticket? My price is the lowest in the city, honestly. Only 500 for you. The youth named Lu Sanqiang changed the topic. Didn't it used to be 200? It's a regular entry ticket, not a VIP one. Jining lived in Sky Pass and knew about it. The price went up a little bit, the youth instantly defended. But I guess since meeting you is my pleasure, I will reduce the price, just 200. I'm losing money now, he lamented. You dare to take my money? Li Qie grabbed the ticket from him and smiled. Sir, I'm just a nobody trying to survive by selling tickets. The youth put on a pained expression since Li Qie took his ticket without paying. Chapter 29:36. All talk, you should find this an honor. From now on, you can brag to others about how you gave a ticket to me in the past. Li Qie said. Sir, I have parents and children to take care of and need this money to eat. Lu Sanqiang looked pained and complained. Bai Jining didn't understand at all. This was someone who spent 100 million stones for a carving only to give it away. Now, he wanted to welch over 200 stones? This made 0 sense to her. Tell them to come here then, I'll take care of them. Li Qie said. Lu Sanqiang's expression darkened even more. He eventually gave up and said, Sir, I suppose I can do this favor if you insist. I will give this ticket to you. Just remember to bring me up when you buy something in the auction so I can get a little kickback. Do I get a discount for mentioning your name? What's in it for me? Li Qie smiled. If only my name carries so much weight. I just want to make a little bit to buy a pair of bracelets for the wife. Sanqiang smiled. Lu Sanqiang. So what are your 3 strong points? Li Qie smirked. I'm also known as Gluttonous Chong, Aaron Chong, and Trustworthy Chong. Sanjiang liked talking about his name and proudly banged his chest. If you ever need anything in the future, I am very fast at getting things done on top of being trustworthy. Most importantly, my price is very low. Not all talk, Chong? Li Qie gave him the side eye. Sanqiang forced a smile in response. No, of course not. I've never ever bragged or exaggerated before, hence my good reputation about getting everything done swiftly and correctly. Just need 3 bowls of rice and I'll be faster than the best stallion. What is this if not bragging? Seems like it's your only forte. Li Qie chuckled. Sir, do you need me to do something? Up in the sky vault and down in the crevices of the earth, across the oceans and over the mountains, Sanqiang, will go anywhere and do everything. Sanqiang became spirited after finding a potential customer and added, Of course, as long as you pay me. My request is very simple. Li Qie said, There are 1 or 2 ships in uncrossable expanse. I need you to pull them back for me. As for the price, very negotiable if you can do it. Sanqiang's expression soured right away. His spirit deflated like a balloon as he responded. Sir, that's very funny. I'm just a lowly worker trying to survive, so I can't go to the expanse. My mother is 80 and I have newborns crying and waiting for their next meal. Who's gonna take care of them? Like I said, I will take care of them for you. Go without worries. Li Qie said. Sanqiang didn't know how to respond. It looks like you were just bragging before then. All that crap about there's nothing you can't do. Li Qie shook his head. This is an exception. Sanqiang was stuck in a hard place and awkwardly rubbed his palms together. Sir, if you really need a ship, our Arrogance Enterprise has the largest ones in existence, more than enough to take you across the expanse. If you do buy one, remember to mention my name. 10% off. Li Qie asked. That's a bit hard. San Qiang turned red in response. I think you can get 1% off if you mention my name. What's the use of you then? All talk Chong is at it again. Li Qie shook his head and turned to leave. Jining became perplexed again. These two didn't know each other. Why did Li Qie want to annoy a little merchant? Sir, remember to find me, Lu Sanqiang, if you ever need anything else. Reliable, fast, and profitable. Sanqiang didn't mind and smiled while waving at Li Qie. Jining followed behind him and quietly asked, Young noble, why did you take his ticket? She didn't say rob, even though that's what it was. Li Qie had plenty of money and didn't need to do so. You think that was a coincidence when there are so many people walking on these streets? Li Qie smiled. Oh. She found nothing special about the event. Merchants and workers like Lu Sanqiang were everywhere in Sky Pass trying to sell tickets. The only reason you think he is a normal merchant is because you can't see through him. Li Qie said. She froze for a second. Lu Sanqiang looked exactly like another worker in her eyes. He's not. She inquired. Of course not. A normal merchant can't have such incredible achievements. Li Qie chuckled. She was slightly shaken. Recently, she has been misreading people. First it was Li Qie, now this merchant. That brat is very bold as well. He knows who he is facing yet still tried to play around. Li Qie added. Young noble, where are you going now? Jining stopped thinking and caught up again. Where else but your place since I'm not used to this area? Li Qie casually said. She didn't expect this. It wasn't suitable for a maiden to bring a man back home. Alas, she had no other choice. She would stay at the garrison while under duty. Otherwise, she had a small house in Sky Pass during her off days. Having a place in this prosperous city was a privilege granted by being part of the Legion. After returning to her home, she made preparations for him. There was only one room so she had to let him stay there. Li Qie took a quick look around and wasn't picky. I will see Tai Yinshi after the auction. Li Qie told her after settling down. I will add you to the list, young noble. Jining had no choice but to work for him now. She then took out the wooden carving and placed it on a tiny altar. She lit up incense sticks and began worshipping. This was a habit from her days back in the clan before the eventual pawning. What did your ancestors say about this wooden Buddha? Li Qie watched and smiled. They say that this is our heirloom and will protect us for generations. She answered. I see, and they're right. This thing protected you even in an uncivilized place like the wildlands. Li Qie nodded. Jining didn't expect him to agree with this. In her opinion, it was more of a symbol for prosperity than anything. How could a wooden carving actually protect their clan? You don't believe me? Li Qie smiled after seeing her daydreaming state. Well, this type of protection was discernible and served to comfort people in her opinion. Do you know why it is precious? He asked. I do not. She shook her head. I will show you then. He grabbed the carving while she watched with bated breath. She naturally wanted to know why the family heirloom was precious. Chapter 2937. Blazing phalanx boom. He smashed it on the ground before she could react. This prompted her to jump and shout after seeing the broken pieces. 1. It was her family heirloom. 2. He spent so much on it. 100 million gone just like that. You. She couldn't form a coherent sentence while pointing at him. Her mind became chaotic as she stared at the fragments. No words could describe her emotions right now. Anger? Sadness? Lack of control? This used to be her family heirloom, but that was in the past. Li Qie bought it and could do whatever he wanted with it. Why? Why did you break it? She took a while before asking. So you can see why it is precious. The wooden carving itself doesn't matter. Just another effigy even if it was made by a progenitor. The thing inside is the real treasure. Li Qie said. Real really? She remained confused. Trust me, look around. Li Qie chuckled, seemingly aloof as if he didn't just break an extremely expensive item. Jining looked through the pieces to find the thing he was talking about. I found something, is this it? Jining became excited and picked it up. It was akin to a piece of ivory around the size of a finger phalanx. It had a yellow hue in some parts, seemingly having been burnt in the past. This is why it is precious? She couldn't confirm that it was precious judging by its appearance. Yes, that's it. Li Qie looked at it and nodded. What is it? She couldn't see why this broken ivory was special. In fact, she preferred having the original wood carving over this. A finger bone. Perhaps Lankavatara Buddha's if I'm not mistaken. Li Qie said. Really? Jining was shocked and needed to take a deep breath. Yes, a blazing finger to show his will. This should be it. Li Qie nodded. She has heard of this old story before, thinking that it was only a legend. No one really knew what it was. How can we conclude that it belongs to the progenitor? She didn't see anything peculiar about the bone. Lankavatara Buddha was an incredible master. His Buddhist light once illuminated the realm. Alas, this finger didn't have a Buddhist affinity in the slightest. Only a selected few can notice since its affinity is hidden very deep inside, hence the story. Li Qie said. He grabbed the finger and began to channel his merit laws to derive the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Buzz. Strands of Buddhist light emanated from the finger, seemingly opening a new world. Within was a supreme figure with boundless techniques and power, capable of loving and saving all living beings. Lankavatara Buddha. Bai Jining was shaken after seeing this figure. She felt insignificant like a bubble in an ocean of Buddhist affinity. Everyone would need to perform the highest ceremonial act to show reverence before it. She was about to drop down on her knees. However, the light disappeared as Li Qie recalled his technique. The finger became normal again, no longer resembling the finger of a master. You're right. Jining became shaken. Earlier, she was a frog under the well. That power earlier, once fully activated, would be immensely mighty and frightening. She finally understood why the wooden carving was worth more than 100 million stones. It was because of this finger bone inside. That's why your ancestors said the carving can protect your clan. It is because of this boundless Buddhist power. Li Qie added. I see. She took a deep breath, aware of the truth behind this now. Wear it on your neck. It'll save you in dangerous moments. Li Qie gave it back to her. She hesitated, not daring to accept the finger. The wooden carving prior at least had special significance to her clan. But now, the finger of a progenitor was a different story. It had the same power as an unstoppable weapon. Which cultivator wouldn't want to possess an artifact of this level? That's why she didn't dare to accept it from him now after finding out the truth. Take it. Li Qie chuckled. It's just one finger. The whole body might make me think twice. She could see that he didn't care too much about it, so she bowed and accepted the gift. Leave now, I need to rest. Li Qie waved his sleeve and sat down, closing his eyes. I will get you on the list so that you can meet our commander. She bowed and said. Li Qie smiled, not really caring about the list or whatever. Who would dare to refuse an audience with him? He began meditating after she left and time flowed by. One day, he opened his eyes and said, Why is this thing here? With that, he flashed and disappeared from sight. Rumble. One could hear loud banging on the wide streets of Sky Pass. The pedestrians saw a black bull running around, breaking some walls and buildings in the process. A dozen experts or so gave chase behind it along with several hundred regular disciples. Sorry. Someone apologized for the bull and guaranteed. We'll pay for any loss incurred today, don't worry. Our young master likes this bull and wants to make it his mount. What's going on? A few didn't get it. No one would dare to be so bold in Sky Pass, causing so much chaos. That's a young noble of strong grass system. A knowledgeable cultivator hurriedly answered. They want to catch that bull, but it ran here. That young noble still won't give up. It's a very powerful auspicious beast. One expert carefully looked at the bull before praising. Indeed. Another expert agreed. It is a great candidate for a mount. Chapter 2938. Seeing the bull again, boom. This cultivator got sent flying towards the horizon by a hoof kick after making this comment. Your sister's a good candidate for a mount. The bull said with disdain. So arrogant. A cultivator nearby was left speechless. Hurry up. It's over here, surround it now. Someone shouted the moment the bull stopped. A group came over and blocked off its retreat paths. Looks like the bull won't be able to escape. A spectator said softly. It's really aggressive though, daring to cause trouble here at Sky Pass? An expert shook his head while looking at the ruins to the left and right. The bull knocked down so many things after entering this place. Of course, strong grass would pay for the damages eventually, but it was still a sight to behold right now. The ones surrounding the bull were all experts. A few old men were mighty Eternals. Quite an awe-inspiring group. There's no way it will get away. Someone murmured. Strong grass mobilized some high elders too. Older cultivators recognized these old men. I heard young noble Guan is participating, so they are sending a lot of masters with him. An up-to-date cultivator revealed. It's a little ostentatious. Is he coming as the young lord of strong grass? Another said. I think so. Rumor has it that he'll inherit the ruling spot of the system. The previous speaker answered. A youth walked into the barricade. He wore expensive clothes and a jeweled crest, looking imperious and noble. People could easily tell that he grew up with a golden spoon. That's young noble Guan. A spectator said. The son of Cirrus God, right? Someone who hadn't seen him before asked. Yes. Another nodded and quietly said. I believe his status as their young lord and the successor is confirmed now. Surrender and be my mount. It is an honor. Young noble Guan looked at the bull and said. The bull gave it a cold glare filled with disdain. Charcoal, why are you here? A third party interrupted the tense atmosphere. Li Qie appeared out of nowhere and stood next to the bull. Haha, sir, I'm here to look for you. The bull laughed after seeing him. Many didn't expect another person to step into this muddled water. They didn't even notice how he got there. Who is that? Most people didn't recognize Li Qie and thought that he looked very ordinary. Who are you? Guan Yunpeng shouted. Does it matter? Li Qie didn't bother looking at the guy. I want this bull and it will be my mount. Leave if you're not involved. Don't be stupid now. Yunpeng said arrogantly. Li Qie glanced at the youth and said. Do you know who I am? This will be fun. A few in the crowd actually recognized Li Qie. As you have said earlier, does it matter? But you don't know who I am? Yunpeng scowled. No idea. Li Qie shook his head. I am the young lord of Strong Grass, the junior brother of Orchid Sage. My father's name is Guan Yunshan. He proudly stated his background, arching his chest forward in the process. Orchid Sage's junior brother? Some became startled. Skepticism arose. Why? Orchid Sage was an unbeatable progenitor, but this guy was only barely an eternal. This made the claim hard to believe. He needed to at least be an everlasting. It's true. An older cultivator nodded. Yunpeng is fortunate to have a great father. Guan Yunshan is a lord in Strong Grass and a mighty everlasting, the senior uncle of Orchid Sage too. He taught the sage during his younger days too. I see, no wonder why he is so arrogant, such a prestigious background. The spectators nearby said. Everyone knew that Sky Pass Legion was not one to be trifled with. Thus, Yunpeng was very confident in his own backings in order to chase after the bull. I know Orchid Sage, but no idea about Yunshan or Yunpeng whatever. Li Qie smiled. Really now? Yunpeng felt infuriated about this public disdain from Li Qie. After all, whenever he named his background, both ancestors and geniuses would praise him next. This truly satisfied his vanity. Of course, the praises had nothing to do with his abilities, only out of respect for Orchid Sage. I will be benevolent and forgive you for your insolence. Be smart and stand aside instead of meddling. Yunpeng put on a serious expression. And if I refuse? Li Qie smiled. No. Yunpeng's eyes became murderous. I will break your arms and legs so you will crawl out. Ignorant brat. Even Orchid Sage wouldn't dare to speak like this. He would be pouring wine and tea for me. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. This comment earned some gasps in the crowd. One person quietly said, This brat is insane, that's not even boasting, just a ridiculous comment. Does he think he is a true immortal or something? Right. No one in this world can have that privilege of being served by Orchid Sage. Others shook their head. You dare to insult my senior brother? I will cut you to pieces and slaughter your clan. Yunpeng furiously shouted. Fool. The bull laughed in response. The progenitor of Strong Grass is not bad. How is his descendant so terrible? Your ancestor himself wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. Forget it. Just teach them a lesson. Li Qie shook his head. Brats, you hear that? His greatness has spoken, so I will teach you a lesson. Brat, I will ride you today. The bull became spirited and trembled with excitement. You're gonna die, beast. Yunpeng was already annoyed at Li Qie, but even this bull wanted to join in? He became overwhelmed with rage. Screw you. The bull surged forward, aiming its horns at Yunpeng. Halt! The Eternals nearby shouted and summoned their treasures. Rumble! Numerous artifacts flew straight at the bull, but they couldn't stop its sharp horns. These Eternals went flying right away. The remaining cultivators from strong grass rushed over to stop the bull. Out of my way! The bull swung its tail like an iron whip. Bam! 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 Several hundred cultivators were sent flying like the rest. Chapter 2939. Riding Guan Yunpeng was relatively strong but still got scared out of his mind and started running. Too late for that. The bull roared and pursued. Activate! Yunpeng summoned treasures but couldn't stop the mighty bull. Boom! The bull slammed its head, causing the youth to vomit blood. The moment he tried to get up, the bull stomped down. He started seeing stars while spitting out more blood. Protect the young lord. The other Eternals got up and tried to save him. Boom! Li Qie forced them back on the ground with a kick. Crack! Their rib cages broke down in the process as they painted the street with blood. Stay down, he threatened. These Eternals obediently listened. Plus, they couldn't get up anyway. The pressure made them feel as if there were millions of mountains piling on them. Yunpeng looked quite pitiful right now with blood everywhere. You're dead. He got up and roared. I will exterminate you. And your 9 clans. He had never experienced such humiliation before. His reputation was ruined after this public beating from a bull. Exterminate this. The bull raised one hoof and slammed it down on the poor youth's head. On all 4 now, I want to ride you. The youth saw nothing but stars, completely dazed and confused while suppressed by the bull. He lost control of his body and got on all 4 like a beast. The bull jumped on his back. Its 4 hooves pressed down on him and robbed his breath. Bones issued cracking noises all over, but he couldn't move at all. Go, horsey, go! The bull smacked the youths but without showing any mercy. Bam! The smack knocked him forward, causing him to start crawling. This scene was hilarious and pitiful. A black bull riding the youth. The bull really carried out its threat. Faster! Horsey, faster! The bull kept on kicking the youth's butt. The faster the kicking, the faster the crawling speed. It didn't take long before they circled around this street several times. Many wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. I will kill you! Yunpeng shouted. I'm gonna rip out your skin and drink your dash. The bull repeatedly stomped the youth's head, resulting in huge bumps everywhere. You're my mount right now, don't talk back. The bull roared, looking very unbridled. Go, go! This abnormal scene was indeed the first for many, especially when the victim was such an influential figure. The Guan in strong grass won't let this go. A spectator shook their head. At least it'll be fun to watch. Another gloated. Guan Yunpeng's prestigious status was unquestionable. Today, a bull rode him before everyone. His system would never forgive this issue due to the damage inflicted on its reputation. Meanwhile, Yunpeng wanted nothing more than to hide inside a pit. Enough, let him go. Li Qie smiled and said. The bull jumped off Yunpeng and glared at him. I will spare your life today because Sir asks me to. Next time, I will ride you to death, understand, horsey? Being called horsey did quite a number on the youth. He nearly fainted from anger. I swear to have vengeance for today or I will stop being a man dash, he raged. Bam! Unfortunately, he didn't finish before the bull knocked him unconscious. Bam! 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 It stomped down a dozen more times, seemingly addicted. Yunpeng's head was bloodied and nearly disfigured. The bull seemed happy with the result. That phrase doesn't apply because you're not human, just a nice horsey. Li Qie thought that the youth was courting death. The bull could have easily killed their entire group long ago. The suppressed Eternals were ashamed and furious. They were responsible for protecting Yunpeng. Who would have thought that such a humiliating event would happen under their watch? I'm not killing anyone today. Stay far away from me since I won't be so nice next time. Li Qie finally pulled back his foot and glanced at them. They restrained their anger and didn't dare to do anything after the previous attempt. Li Qie and the bull were far stronger. Forcing the issue would only end in further humiliation. What is your name? One person from Strong Grass asked, unable to hold back. Oh. Want revenge later? Li Qie turned around and looked at them. Strong Grass isn't so easily bullied. I will report this to the sect and the progenitor. He'll stand up for us. The true god said. Everyone held their breath while looking at Li Qie. The progenitor in question here was Orchid Sage. Who wouldn't be afraid of one? Idiot, you court death for threatening me with Orchid Sage. Li Qie snorted. Watch out. The other Eternals shouted, but it was too late. Boom. This true god exploded into a bloody mist after being stomped by Li Qie. He didn't even have the chance to scream. The crowd was horrified by this brutal display of force. Orchid Sage would be stomping you all for ruining his reputation. Li Qie added, as nonchalant as ever, as if he had just killed a cockroach. Fool. The bull laughed while glaring at the disciples from Strong Grass. No one else dared to say anything and could only watch Li Qie and the bull leave. This brat is so vicious. Is he not afraid of revenge? Who is he? A spectator took a deep breath. No idea. Some exchanged glances. He calls himself fiercest. Someone quietly said before leaving right away, not daring to elaborate. Chapter 2940. The devious bull. Li Qie and the bull left the main street. He looked at it and asked, don't want to stay at Sacred Mountain anymore? Sacred beasts had a hard time leaving after being converted. However, the bull was an exception. It wasn't affected by the light power in there. The reason for its stay was because it didn't want to leave. In fact, one could say that it was guarding the place. Of course, it wasn't for the sake of the academy. He considered Sacred Mountain as his possession and home. He, it's too boring there, so I'm on vacation. The bull laughed. Plus, it's good to see more of the world, and on top of that, I can have fun with you, sir. It seems like a win to me. Isn't it because you have the key to the mountain now? Li Qie shook his head. The bull stayed there for so long because it was afraid of someone else taking Sacred Mountain. Now, the Void Palace was destroyed and it took the seal. Thus, it stopped worrying since its Sacred Mountain was only temporarily staying in the light system. The latter didn't have enough power to control the place right now. He, the bull smirked. It's all mine now. No one else should even think about getting a piece of the pie, not even the old tree demon. Li Qie disagreed and said, you won't be able to move it with him taking roots there. So what if you have the key? The only reason why he doesn't have it is that he doesn't care enough to take it from you. Thus, the key itself is meaningless. You need him to either die or leave. The excited bull became dejected like an eggplant covered in frost after hearing this. Damn him. The bull murmured, I don't get it. Why would someone as heaven-defying as him stick around there? It's just a broken system without anything valuable. He can just create his own system instead of just lazing around there. What a waste of time and life. The bull accepted inferiority to the demon tree. It couldn't move the mountain away because of him. In fact, finding someone capable of carrying the tree demon away seemed impossible. Everyone has their own pursuit. In my eyes, Sacred Mountain is a crappy place. Is it worthy of your protection? Li Qie said. It's not the same since the mountain is my home. That's why I must take it away. The bull defended. Just forget this idea for now since it's hopeless unless you get his permission. Li Qie chuckled. It started thinking for a bit before its eyes lit up with an idea. It looked up at him and said, but I'm sure you have a method. Of course, it's not hard to get him to move at all. Li Qie smiled. So why not lend me a hand since you are the greatest progenitor in existence? I'll do anything for you, the bull begged. Unfortunately, the tree demon is more reliable than you as a person. If I were to help, I would rather help him. Li Qie laughed in response. Sir, how can you say that? I was such a good host when you visited my Sacred Mountain. You can't treat me like this. Is your heart made out of stone? The bull complained indignantly. Don't pretend to be pitiful. You should be glad that I didn't make steak out of you back then. I knew exactly what you were trying to do. Li Chia waved his sleeve. The bull forced a smile since it really wanted to trick Li Chia during their first meeting. The future looks grim, so it's actually better for you to stay in Sacred Mountain. At the very least, the tree demon will be able to protect that area. Li Chia said. I know. The bull shrugged and said, but in the worst scenario, everyone will die anyway. I will try my very best to survive and run back so that I can die in my home. It seemed very open-minded and knew exactly what it wanted in life. True. No one will be able to escape if it escalates to that point. Li Chia nodded. I saw the demon look at the stars 2 days ago. He murmured something about an incoming calamity and that he needs to cultivate faster. I think he's not confident at all, judging by his worried expression. That's the first time I've seen him look like that. The bull revealed. They have been neighbors for too long to remember. The bull knew just how strong the demon was. In fact, the world usually praised people for being strong and supreme. However, this demon was the real deal. Some brilliant progenitors have visited him before, but he didn't think much of them. Thus, only something extremely serious would warrant such an expression from him. It's coming, and you better start hoping that fortune is on your side. Many things will turn to ashes. Li Chia glanced over towards uncrossable expanse. Is it that serious? The bull became nervous. Depends, if the situation is under control, then it'll be just a fun show. If not, then 3 immortals will be done for. Li Chia said with a profound gaze while smiling at the bull. Shit. The experienced bull knew that Li Chia wasn't messing around. That's why it's not too late to run and find a safe hiding spot. Maybe after the calamity will be an era where you reign supreme, the creator of a new epic, the boss and the first divine bull. Li Chia was clearly joking. However, the bull really had this potential. Its background was incredible. As long as the circumstances were right, it could really become a supreme lord. I'm already a boss. No need to wait till then. The bull was a prime example of a narcissist. It moved closer towards Li Chia and said, Hee, I'm pretty sure the safest location in the world right now is next to you, sir. If your place isn't safe, then no other locations are. You're not stupid at all. Li Chia seemed amused. The calamity might not be a bad thing. I'm sure the old demon won't abandon Academy of Light. The bull thought of something else. That is true, his Dao heart is firm. He'll live and die with it. Li Chia nodded. If he were to fall, then I'll have the chance to take Sacred Mountain back. The bull had an idea. If he falls, what do you think is the chance of your Sacred Mountain surviving? It'll be broken and in pieces. Li Chia replied. The bull agreed, true. Then the old demon can't die. He needs to protect my mountain too. It didn't care for the system. Just Sacred Mountain. Let's not worry about that. I'll just follow you wherever you go. You can handle anything, even the sky falling down. The bull changed the topic. It had many flaws, but lacking insight was not one of them. It knew that Li Chia was safer than any sacred ground once a calamity came. Interesting. Well, I'm about to go to uncrossable expanse. Are you coming? Li Chia said. The expanse. The bull shuddered after hearing this. Li Chia chuckled and moved on without it. Are you really going there? The bull shouted from behind but didn't get a response. Haha, oh well, one day at a time then. It made up its mind and shamelessly followed him. Chapter 2941. Leaving Seeds by Jinning got back to her place around the same time as Li Chia. She was surprised by a big bull in the room, not knowing where it came from. Oh. It saw Jinning and circled around her with a grin. I didn't expect you to have a secret lover too, he. No wonder why you ran off to Sky Pass. So it's a date with this little miss. It started laughing after finishing. A bull speaking was surprising enough, but most importantly, it spilled out nonsense without holding back on top of that annoying smirk. This was as bizarre as can be. She turned red with embarrassment after being teased. The bull then turned towards Li Chia and made a gesture similar to giving a thumbs up. Sir, your eyes are indeed special, capable of seeing within, unlike the common men who only focus on the bag of skin and beauty. This young miss isn't that pretty, but her roots are amazing with a good bloodline, a branch of Buddhism, very cool. The bull could use a lesson on politeness and propriety, but its insight and vision were second to none. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even some emperors can't see Jinning's true background. This heaven-defying bull only needed a single glance. Yes, yes. The bull continued with a wretched appearance. This Buddhist bloodline and Sir together. The baby will be a sacred Buddha at least. Incredible. This child will definitely surpass Lankavatara Buddha for sure and become a benevolent sage. Jinning's complexion grew redder by the second and was left speechless. Just so you know, I have everything I need for a pretty good meal, just missing beef. Li Qie threatened. The bull awkwardly chuckled. I'm just messing around, but really, though my words are grating, why not leave your seeds behind in 3 immortals? One day when you decide to leave, your children will carry your Tao forward in this world. It's not a bad idea. The comment served as both a joke and a sincere suggestion. It would be a shame if a peerless existence like Li Qie didn't leave behind anything for 3 immortals. You might think that when you leave, no one will take care of them, but I will guarantee you that I will be their master and make sure that they will become the greatest geniuses. And if this is still not enough, we can get the old tree demon in on this as well. I'm not reliable? That demon gotta be, right? It loudly banged its hooves onto its chest, showing off its confidence. It got so excited that it spat saliva everywhere while imagining playing with children from Li Qie in the future. Their group would dominate the world and cause chaos everywhere. Its eyes flashed with excitement after thinking about how fun it could have as a babysitter. Li Qie shook his head, aware of what the bull wanted to do with his kids. Jinning remained astounded. This was her first time seeing a strange creature like the bull. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. If you think this bloodline is still not enough, let me look for more. How about the girl from Northern Academy? I've seen her before, a pure and righteous bloodline. A baby from the 2 of you will definitely exceed Desolate Saint. It was referring to Holy Frost True Emperor. If not, the girl from True Dragon Court isn't bad either. Her draconic bloodline is just fine. The bull played the role of a matchmaker. That on top of your bloodline will create a monster of a child, capable of ripping out heaven and earth with their bare hands. One fist can shatter the myriad Tao. The bull wanted nothing more than to run off and find suitable girls for Li Qie right now. That's it, we're having beef stew tonight. Li Qie interrupted the crazy bull. Okay, I'll stop if you don't want to. The bull gave up for a second before adding. But when you want to leave some progenies behind, just let me know. Li Qie smiled wryly, wanting to kick this bull back to Sacred Mountain. After a brief lull, Jinning calmed down and told Li Qie. Young noble, I have prepared a spot for you at the banquet. Our commander will be there. She exerted great efforts in order to get this spot for him. Li Qie only smiled in return. She was so serious in carrying out something he said as a joke. He could meet whoever he wanted, whenever. There was no need for her to put in the effort. What's the point of meeting your commander? The bull wasn't interested in this at all. It came to play with Li Qie. The brat hung around in 5 Elements Mountain for a couple of years, then went to Academy of Light to show off. Later on, everyone called him the commander of this legion or whatever. How boring. He used to be a playful brat but ended up picking the wrong path. It went on. You know our commander? Jinning became curious. Yes. The bull lackadaisically said. The clever brat was the first one to yield back then, otherwise, I would have urinated on him until he drowns. She didn't know what to say. Remember, her commander was one of the strongest everlastings right now. He had great authority and prestige in immortal lineage, commanding respect from many people. This was her first time seeing someone, a bull so disrespectful towards him. Our commander is an everlasting. She reminded the bull. After all, how could an everlasting drown to death? So what? There are plenty of people stronger than him right now. He learned quite a few things due to his talents in 5 elements and got stronger after several years at the academy. Moreover, he made enough connections and eventually became the commander of your legion. The bull replied. This was indeed the truth. Tai Inshi used to be a disciple of 5 elements. However, he wasn't part of the main branch. Rumor has it that he was either in a side branch or just an outer disciple. Nevertheless, Tai Inshi did come from 5 elements. This was confirmed by the system itself. 5 elements was considered the strongest and most mysterious system in immortal lineage. Thus, just this background alone made Inshi exceptional. Later on, he joined Academy of Light and truly stood out, becoming a great genius in that generation. The experiences in the academy established a strong foundation for him, whether it be his cultivation or his social network. This immensely aided him in becoming the commander of Sky Pass. Jining didn't know what to say. The commander of both Sky Pass and the Legion was a very prestigious position. Many people desired this seat but weren't qualified. However, the bull spoke as if their commander was no big deal. Just the leader of a third-rate legion. "I'll go." Li Chia woke her up from her daze. "Sigh, sir, what are you trying to do? Why waste time here like this? If you want to meet Tai Inchi, I'll drag the brat over here right now. I'll burn down his house if he dares to hesitate for a second," the bull said to Jinning's astonishment. This was another first for her, hearing someone daring to take down members of Sky Pass. "No rush, I have other things to do." Li Chia chuckled. 1. There's a joke here that doesn't translate too well. The literal line is, "Just imagining the future as a milk father, no as a milk cow," made the bull's eyes light up. Milk father is just a literal translation, meaning a male babysitter/stay-at-home dad. Milk cow is literal, just a dairy cow used for milk. The joke is that the bull speaks like a human, so at first, it used the term for male human/dad. Then it realized that it's a bull, so a milk cow makes more sense. I couldn't really incorporate or localize this joke too. Last line is not necessarily literal, just a foul way to say beat up. It could be literal. Chapter 2942. Flying sword marvel. In the last few days, Sky Pass became 10 times more lively than normal. Many big shots including Emperors and Eternals started arriving. There were 2 reasons. First, the banquet invitation from Tai Inchi, the commander of Sky Pass. Second, a grand auction event from Arrogance Enterprise that happens once every 5 years. The Enterprise has been advertising this event for a while now. In virtually every city or trading posts of 3 immortals were branches of Arrogance Enterprise. Because of their proliferation, spreading the news of this auction was swift and effective. Cultivators with enough money rushed to Sky Pass to participate. The Enterprise prepared sufficiently for this big auction from advertisements to the actual implementation. Thus, the auction became a hot topic everywhere in immortal lineage. The Enterprise compiled a list of the auction items, their background, effects, and starting price. This was a good way to add to the hype. Potential buyers knew exactly what they wanted and how much money to gather. As the actual day drew closer, the streets were filled with an ocean of people and carriages just like each previous auction. These auctions were a big moneymaker for Arrogance Enterprise. Of course, they were the only ones with the ability to carry out such large-scale auctions with incredible treasures. If one wanted to buy a progenitorial artifact, they would need to go to Arrogance. If they couldn't find it here, no other stores would have them anyway. Most importantly, they had such a good reputation for millions of years now. Their merchandise was authentic and priced fairly, so customers flocked to them. The branch in Sky Pass was a top dog with plenty of resources and manpower. Therefore, half of the 5-year auctions took place there. Early today, one could see workers from Arrogance scattered across the main streets, ready to receive the esteemed guests for the auctions. They all had invitation letters to prove their VIP status. Their food and travel arrangements were fully included. Of course, even the uninvited ones could join the auctions, provided that they could buy a ticket or prove sufficient funding. It didn't matter if they were an emperor or just regular cultivators. Naturally, emperors and characters of similar level would enjoy a different level of treatment. Every 5 years, many big shots would participate, unable to resist the temptation of arrogance. In fact, some progenitors have shown up as well. Just imagine the resources and treasures of a progenitor. They have seen everything there was to see, yet they still came to take a look. This was a testament to Arrogance's true power. Another interesting point was that one could actually outbid anyone here with wanton regard for social status. A progenitor bidding didn't stop others from joining in as long as they could pay. The Enterprise guaranteed everyone's safety and that they could leave with their treasures. The various workers would hide the winner's whereabouts if required. That's why people could bid without worries about any potential complication. A true equalizer. The combination of the banquet and the auction resulted in an influx of guests. At this point, even Eternals weren't considered big shots. Only high-level Emperors and Everlastings had enough influence. The arrival of ordinary Emperors didn't cause too big of a stir, only the stronger ones. One particular person attracted the attention of the crowd. Flying sword marvel. The entire place became filled with clanking noises and hymns from various swords. Cultivators immediately saw their swords resonating and shaking with something. What's going on? Some started gripping their hilt, afraid that their sword might fly away. Clank! A loud hymn echoed across the area. Metallic ringing seemingly tore out the sky. Look! One keen-eyed expert saw a visual phenomenon over yonder and shouted. Everyone followed this direction and saw a golden brilliance spreading on the horizon. Clank! 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 The hymns of the swords only intensified. Countless divine swords suddenly emerged in the same area. This ocean of steel looked like tidal waves assaulting Sky Pass. They suddenly stopped right at the entrance to Arrogance. The divine swords gathered and fused together into an immortal blade brimming with radiance. It poured down like a heavenly waterfall. Buzz! A Tao portal emerged on the blade, dazzling with flowing light and blinding to the crowd. A girl stood on the blade before they knew it. She wore a violet court dress with a phoenix hairpin clipping her hair. She clearly had a noble upbringing judging by her attires and proud temperament. True fire oozed out from beneath her feet, seemingly bathing her. A fairy born from fire, a sight to behold. Flying sword marvel. Someone immediately recognized her. A bit bombastic, no? One expert was surprised. After all, plenty of masters were here in Sky Pass. A few were just as proud as her, but they didn't come in such a conspicuous manner. The resonation and sword ocean startled everyone. Shoo, be quiet. Don't you know that she's Luminous Master's sister-in-law? So what if she's arrogant? It just makes sense. A senior nearby warned this expert. Flying sword marvel, the younger sister of Creek King, not only beautiful but also talented. Numerous men became intoxicated at the sight of this world-famous lady. She was a member of the Fire Tribe and a disciple of Purification Creek. Later on, she joined Sacred Bank located in the Western Academy of Light. Most importantly, the Creek King was peerless and the wife of Luminous Master. Thus, the Marvel had some strong connections and backings. Of course, she herself was exceptional, so young yet already a half-step everlasting. Chapter 2943. Supreme True Emperor Flying Sword Marvel. A person true to her title. A marvelous existence. She was heaven's favorite, hailing from a noble clan on top of possessing unmatched talents, destined to be brilliant since birth. She was second to Three-Eyed Prodigy in terms of age for being a half-step everlasting, albeit only by 6 months. This was still an incredible feat, that's why her arrival stole the attention of all the young prodigies. So beautiful, she's the prettiest I've ever seen. One prodigy said while looking at her peerless features. Welcome, Fairy She. A manager from Arrogance personally greeted her with the highest ceremonial style. Few in immortal lineage were worthy of this reception. Ultimately, not many could match her in terms of status and power. Thank you, Elder Yi. She revealed a breathtaking smile. The youths nearby were bewildered and charmed. Everyone watched her disappear into the branch's Jade Hall. Some youths still didn't regain their sanity for a long time even though she was long gone. Other big shots preferred keeping it low-key, unlike her. Alas, a true dragon was still a true dragon regardless of its best attempt to remain unnoticed. Its tail would still be seen, not to mention the accompanying rain. Keeping a low profile after reaching a certain power level was a difficult task. A man walked in from the western gate without any follower, impressive mount, or expensive carriage. His pace seemed slow, but the scene ahead was constantly changing due to his amazing speed. He took his time strolling through the streets filled with people and carriages. People were sweating from being shoulder to shoulder with strangers. On the other hand, he treated the place like his own garden, seemingly basking in the beautiful sceneries to the left and right. He didn't activate any technique or aura during this walk. However, people still instinctively made way, not daring to get close. This was akin to a tiger in a forest. It didn't need to show its fangs or roar, and everything would still keep a distance, even the little creatures unaware of what it was. This phenomenon manifested in a magical manner on these streets. The man moved as freely as a fish in the water despite the mass. He wore a yellow robe with golden stitches, looking as dominant and stately as can be. His staunch eyes deterred others from meeting his gaze. They would back off with fear after noticing. Supreme True Emperor. A cultivator from the previous generation finally recognized him and bowed. The man smiled and continued forward. Supreme True Emperor? People haven't seen him before but have heard of his title. All eyes fell upon this man whose presence demanded respect. Is he really? Most didn't recognize him. Yes. An expert who had met him before confirmed with a nod. The Emperor is very low-key. Some were surprised to see him hiding all of his auras and lacking followers. Most big shots, even the ones wanting to stay inconspicuous, still rode divine carriages or had guards. Others couldn't get close to them. On the other hand, Supreme True Emperor was all by himself. Your Majesty. Now that people have recognized him, the ones nearby started to bow out of respect. Many started quietly talking about him too. The Emperor wasn't affected at all and continued his stroll. How exciting that he's here. I wonder if Luminous Master and Orchid Sage will come too. Discussions started. Yes, an Emperor from High Sun Pavilion, so prestigious. Maybe the two progenitors will join as well. Another expert speculated. People felt nothing but reverence for High Sun Pavilion. Even the strongest masters present or those from powerful systems. High Sun wasn't a sect or a system. It was a relatively unconsolidated alliance. The brilliant progenitor Gao Yang created the alliance, not for the sake of leaving a legacy behind but rather, a point for the strongest cultivators with the same mindset to meet. The pavilion passed down with greater prosperity. More and more powerful masters continued to join. Normally, only the best emperors and progenitors were eligible. The selection requirements were extremely stringent. Plus, it didn't recruit disciples either under normal circumstances. The rare disciples of this organization seldomly showed up in the world. Supreme True Emperor was special. He was rumored to have been taught by several old ancestors of High Sunday. He didn't let them down either and was most likely an 11 Palace or even 12 Palace Emperor, depending on the sources. He never bragged about his background either. In a certain sense, he was actually a vagabond since he didn't belong to a particular system or sect. Of course, a true vagabond wouldn't have the same advantages as he did. Please forgive our late reception, Your Majesty Supreme. Someone from Arrogance immediately came out to greet him. Moreover, some members of Sky Pass Legion went up to greet him too. This was surprising to the spectators. A while ago, big shots like Flying Sword Marvel were greeted by Arrogance workers but not the Legion. I heard High Sun greatly supported Tai Inchi in his attempt to become commander. An expert aware of the situation revealed. I see. The ones nearby understood. I apologize for the inconvenience, Legion members. The Emperor cupped his fist, never assuming the haughty posture of an emperor from start to finish. You're too kind, Your Majesty. The commander is occupied with business and can't see you himself. Please don't take offense. A soldier said. He entered the Enterprise, attracting the attention of many spectators. This auction will be hot like never before. It won't be easy to get our items. A few older masters became worried after seeing the powerful participants. Chapter 2944. Arrogance Auction House. Arrogance Enterprise was impressive indeed. They sent an invitation to Li Chia while he was staying at Jinning's place. The invitation card addressed him as Young Noble Li. This was a great treasure made from jade with golden etching. It emitted a majestic and righteous force of the Grand Tao, comforting and intimate. The store certainly spent quite a bit on this work of art. Arrogance Enterprise knows their stuff. This is the highest level of respect. Normally only progenitors get these letters. The bull took a look. He glanced at the delivery worker. A manager at the eternal level. Just imagine, an eternal playing the role of an errand boy. Arrogance clearly took this matter very seriously and thought extremely highly of Li Chia. They knew where Li Chia was staying on top of his actual power level. They gave him the highest possible grade that was meant for progenitors. Nothing else was higher. I will go, don't disturb us again. Li Chia only gave the letter a quick glance. The manager simply bowed before leaving right away. This was the style of Arrogance. Effective and straight to the point. They didn't wish to disrespect or bother such an esteemed guest. Li Chia casually threw the letter to Jinning after the manager left. 4. She didn't know what Li Chia wanted to do with the letter. Take it, It's not bad. You can treat it as a defensive treasure," he said. She was stunned again. This letter could be considered a treasure? That's quite generous of the store then. Even their commander didn't receive a similar level. Going to that auction won't be a bad idea. Li Jie chuckled. The majority of the items didn't interest him. There was only one exception. Haha, definitely, I like a few items there too. The bull had seen the list from Arrogance, so its eyes lit up. You're paying yourself. Li Jie gave it a dismissive glance, aware that it had no shame. Sir, how can you say that? I deserve some rewards for being your loyal servant. The bull immediately cried. You haven't gotten enough back in Sacred Mountain? Li Jie said. No, absolutely not. The bull swore. Sir, you know that anything good there has been taken by that damned saint. The dredges were then divided up by the sacred beasts. A weak and old bull like me couldn't get anything. It looked very pitiful at this point. You're weak because you lack self-control, always looking for the pretty cows every day. Exercise moderation. Li Jie said. Jinning blushed after hearing this since she was just an innocent maiden not used to vulgar talk. Sir, you're being too coarse right now. Am I someone know a bull like that? No, I am the embodiment of righteousness and virtue. The bull protested. Absolutely. Li Jie answered. The bull couldn't defeat Li Jie in a verbal contest and decided to shut up. A few days passed by and it was time for the auction. Li Jie, the black bull, and Bai Jinning came to the auction house early in the morning. Li Jie didn't bother using the invitation letter. Arrogance Enterprise didn't bother him, but they have certainly checked his background and inside information. Not something he liked. Of course, he didn't bother punishing them either. People have already filled the entrance, lining up in order to enter the auction house. Of course, those with a letter could skip the line and enter at any moment. This branch in the auction house occupied an entire section of Sky Pass. Remember, Sky Pass was enormous. That's why it far surpassed other merchant stores. The auction house itself looked like a gigantic ship, perhaps the largest one most people have ever seen. It seemed ready to set sail while facing uncrossable expanse while Sky Pass served as a harbor. Who knows if this was intentional or not? Not bad at all. Li Jie nodded approvingly at the ship. I heard a progenitor commissioned Arrogance to build this ship meant to cross the expanse. Later on, they built an imitation model to be used as their auction house. Jinning said. She grew up in the wildland and guarded Sky Pass, so she knew the history of this place very well. It's not that simple. The bull added. This matter is ancient with no surviving records. Of course, I'm amazing enough to know about it. The bull looked at the ship and elaborated. There are plenty of rumors about this. One trustworthy one states that it was commissioned by Fire Ancestor for an expedition into the expanse. This Fire Ancestor has an amazing background, a disciple of Emperor Xueqi, one of the three immortals, or so they say. Are the three immortals real? She didn't really believe in this legend. Of course. The bull arched his chest and proudly said. Regular people are too blind to see and there is no record, so they think the three immortals aren't real, that the claims are unsubstantiated. However, there is no smoke without fire. The legend must be based on something. Whether they're immortals or not is up for debate. Li Jie chuckled and said, one thing is for sure, people can trace the history of three immortals and find three particular people. The strongest and oldest progenitors. See, even Sir agrees. This can't be wrong. The bull was very pleased to hear a confirmation from Li Jie. Though Jinning was a nobody, she still had access to some old tales. Enough to know a little bit about each progenitor in immortal lineage. There's something wrong about the timeline. She wasn't purposely doubting the bull but rather, just pointing out a potential inconsistency. So the three immortals are extremely ancient. Their disciples should be from the same era. However, Arrogance Enterprise isn't that old. Their founder, Arrogance, is from the same generation as White Ash progenitor. Her skepticism was logical. The disciples of the three immortals should be very old as well. You misinterpreted this one thing. Fire Ancestor is not that old, unlike his master. The bull laughed. It's a misconception. Li Jie added. The master can be from an older era, not necessarily the disciple. People would have this fallacy and eventually question the existence of the three immortals. Do you know the era of Fire Ancestor? The bull said, happy to be the knowledgeable one. I'm not too sure. She carefully pondered. It can't be that old. Definitely not from the same era as the three immortals. I suppose that he can't be older than White Ash progenitor or the founder of arrogance. Chapter 2945. Mysterious legend. Fire ancestor was a progenitor lacking records including their active aura, a particularly cryptic one. Strangely enough, despite lacking concrete details and evidence, he was listed among the decemvirate. Some even said that he was comparable to Gao Yang. All in all, no one could actually say why he was so highly regarded. One theory stated that it was just because of the rumor that his master was Emperor Xueqi. Many didn't accept this argument because the existence of the three emperors itself was up for debate. Moreover, some shared the same skepticism about the timeline just like Jining did earlier. How could Fire Ancestor be Emperor Xueqi's disciple when they were so separated in history? Therefore, another explanation became popular. Fire Ancestor wasn't a disciple of the Emperor, but he just found a scripture left behind by him. It contained merit laws, so he inherited the Emperor's legacy. In a sense, he became the Emperor's disciple. Some still refuse to support or accept this theory about why he was in the top 10. The supporters of this claim often cited the peerless worship back in arrogance, that the ambitious progenitor was ready to cross the expanse in order to reach the other shore. In a particularly vague record of this event belonging to Arrogance Enterprise, other masters also followed him. This group consisted of more than 10 emperors. Some were in the same era as Fire Ancestor. Others have been living reclusively from older generations. Moreover, 100 or so everlastings also joined along with many divine beasts. The weaker part included numerous powerful true gods, ready to die for Fire Ancestor. This level of force was rare in history. Progenitors have entered uncrossable expanse previously, but none formed this large of an alliance, nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, because of this ultimate force, Arrogance Enterprise decided to go all out as well and created a matchless warship. The ship was essentially a mobile fortress. Even an immortal-level progenitor wouldn't be able to take down its defensive lines. Thus, it could go anywhere in immortal lineage. According to Arrogance Enterprise, this was the ultimate ship of three immortals: fastest, toughest, and mightest. The Enterprise took great pride in creating this work of art. In fact, they didn't even ask Fire Ancestor for the payment. They were the only ones capable of creating the ship on top of having enough resources. Other stores, no, even other systems couldn't do so. This impressive feat and story were the reason why people believed Fire Ancestor was a part of the decemvirate. Later on, other brilliant progenitors have emerged. However, none of them ever questioned Fire Ancestor's spot and greatness. Perhaps they knew more about him than regular cultivators and skeptics. Jining was the same as the rest, not knowing enough about Fire Ancestor due to his mysterious nature. The timeline isn't as you imagine. Xueqi smiled. The three immortals might have been from an ancient era, but think about it from a different perspective. They didn't need to recruit disciples from their same era, right? The recruitment process was up to their whim and could be many eras and generations later. Makes sense. Jining pondered and thought that he was right. So if they're called immortals, they might actually live forever. That's why Fire Ancestor can actually be Emperor Xueqi's disciple. She figured it out. Immortality is another topic altogether. However, they have lived for a very, very long time. Xueqi smiled. Hee, I've heard about this too. The bull showed off its knowledge. There is a reason why Emperor Xueqi took Fire Ancestor in. What is it? Jining became interested. But I can't tell you. The bull laughed and tried to look mysterious. It doesn't know the reason. Xueqi shook his head in response. There were several reasons, but the most direct one was that a calamity was coming. A calamity? What was it? Has it passed? She asked. She wouldn't dare to claim to be a historian, but she still knew about the major events in immortal lineage. It's not something you can see or read. It might not be in your world either. Xueqi looked at her, then glanced over at uncrossable expanse. So the legend is true? The bull became startled and shouted, also shifting its gaze towards the expanse. What legend? Jining curiously asked. The bull had a strange expression and ignored Jining's question. It said, I heard that damned saint say something about a calamity and those who have tried to stop it, so I thought he was trying to boast about his greatness, thinking that he's a savior. So maybe he wasn't talking about himself but rather Fire Ancestor's group? The bull realized a few things now after finally understanding some conversations in the past. That's why Fire Ancestor marched towards the expanse. Moreover, numerous masters came with him to stop the calamity of unknown origin. In a world unreachable by regular people was an incredibly destructive battle. Everything turned to ashes. The fabrics of existence were torn asunder. And there, they managed to stop the calamity in uncrossable expanse, allowing 3 immortals to have peace and prosperity. Li Qie knew more than the bull and especially the girl about this matter. Shit, I get it now, so all the legends were true. The bull took a deep breath. That's why that damned saint escaped, so he knew about it. You got it wrong this time. Li Qie chuckled. He didn't come to 3 immortals over this matter. In his opinion, it had nothing to do with him. He came searching for an answer to a question in his heart. That's why he didn't feel the need to participate in this mess. Humph, still a scum like always. The bull certainly didn't like Desolate Saint. Li Qie only smiled and didn't comment. After all, the saint had done plenty of wrong things in his life, worthy of criticism. No wonder why Arrogance Enterprise built the ship for free despite being a bunch of ruthless merchants. It makes sense now. The bull turned back towards the auction house. They actually built 2 ships, not 1. They're identical. Li Qie revealed. 2 of them? Jinning became confused. This wasn't the story she heard from living in Sky Pass. 2. Li Qie nodded and turned back towards the auction house. Damn, so this is the other ship, not just a model? The bull reacted faster than Jinning. What, we're looking at it right now? Jinning became startled and took another look at the auction house. No matter how hard she looked, the place still only resembled a ship model without the other intricacies. Don't bother trying to detect anything. Since Fire Ancestor was Emperor Xue's disciple, the blueprint of this ship should be left by the great emperor. How can the 2 of you see through his concealing method? Li Qie said. The bull and Jinning stopped looking. They agreed that this was above their level. 1. The same issue with Insane Ancestor in the past. From the title alone, it should be Ancestor. With this context, it should be Fire Progenitor. There is a vagueness in the Chinese text that can't be reproduced in English because Ancestor is different than Progenitor. The word for progenitor consists of 2 characters, beginning and ancestor. However, the titles for Insane and Fire only have 2 words, Insane plus Ancestor. Fire plus Ancestor, when it should be Insane/Fire plus Beginning plus Ancestor. I thought about changing Insane Ancestor to Insane Progenitor a couple of times, especially in the beginning. Now the question is here again. Do I keep Fire Ancestor just like the text or change it to Fire Progenitor? If I change it, this line, Fire Ancestor was a progenitor, would be meaningless since it would become Fire Progenitor was a progenitor. I would have to omit this line. It's really not a big deal. Just a note on translation. This particular confusion can be used by authors to trick the readers and characters in a different novel. For example, in battle, a combatant will realize and scream, "He's not an ancestor, he's a progenitor," before running away. I'm keeping it as ancestor, the same logic as to why some queens will have king kept as their title or why Hong Tian is empress instead of emperor. This is to stay as close to the text as possible, when possible. Chapter 2946. Those leaves, entry tickets for sale here. Come get it right now, just 100 left, don't miss this chance. A familiar peddler could be heard once the trio got close to the entrance. Over here. Li Qie waved at the peddler. Sir, you want to buy some tickets? Lu Sanqiang immediately ran over after seeing a waving hand. Ugh. He immediately stopped after seeing that it was Li Qie, realizing what Li Qie wanted to do after seeing the black bull next to him. Not happy to see me? Li Qie smiled. Of course I'm happy, sir. Welcome to our auction house. Sanqiang put on a forced smile that was uglier than if he was crying. Why aren't you coming closer to welcome me? Li Qie smirked. Sanqiang had no choice but to close his eyes and jump into the fire. He got over and bowed. Sir, I am ready to offer my assistance. It's nothing. I'm just missing one entry ticket. Li Qie took another ticket from Sanqiang's stack. Sir, I've just started this morning and haven't eaten a single grain of rice, but now, you're taking 50 coins from me. How can you be so cruel? Sanqiang put on a pained expression after being robbed again. Oh. I don't think that's the price you said last time. Li Qiye stared at him. Sir. It's a misunderstanding. Sanqiang put on a smile this time around. I have to take care of my family, right? It's so hard trying to survive nowadays, especially when I haven't sold a single ticket. My wife is waiting for me to buy and bring back rice. My aging mother hasn't eaten for several days now. Good. He couldn't finish the sentence before a hoof smashed down on his head. He got a big lump on his forehead now. Sir, why did you hit me? I never offended you before. Sanqiang protested. I'm quite merciful for not killing your entire clan. The bull posed arrogantly and looked down at Sanqiang. Sir, I don't think my clan has offended you before. You're a divine bull, the greatest in history. Bam! A second lump emerged after another kick. Your ass-kissing won't work on me. The bull looked at him with disdain and shouted. Don't you remember who I am? Your grandfather snuck into Sacred Mountain and that's forgivable, but then your father did it, and a brat like you repeated the same thing. Don't make me end your lineage. The bull definitely wins in terms of ass-kissing. Li Qiye told Jinning. She almost burst out laughing but managed to restrain herself. No, sir. Definitely not. I have never been to Sacred Mountain before, but I have indeed heard of you, the great bull, and have nothing but respect for you. My senior said that you are the current #1 existence, so much stronger than the tree, Sanqiang swore. He remained unaffected by the 2 stomps outside of the 2 big lumps on his forehead. Now that's more like it. The bull didn't like the flattery in the beginning until Sanqiang brought up that it was stronger than its neighbor, the tree demon. It might be a one-sided enmity, but the bull couldn't do anything to the demon. Sanqiang's flattery struck the perfect chord. Don't you know that the old demon tree's grand Tao is finished and can leave Sacred Mountain whenever? What do you think he would do if he were to find out that you have put him down in order to flatter this piece of charcoal? Li Qiye jumped in. Sanqiang turned pale. His eyes widened in astonishment. I'll definitely let him know what you have said today. Li Qiye added. Haha brat, it's fine. I am impressed by your wise words today, so you are under my protection now. That tree demon is strong at the academy, but this might not always be the case. If he dares to come here, I'll take him down. The bull placed his hoof on Sanqiang's shoulder and patted him while smiling. Thank you, sir. Sanqiang had no choice but to pretend to be happy. Don't thank him. Li Qiye decided to dagger the bull again. From what I know about this charcoal, it'll be the first person to run away in dangerous moments. It won't protect you. Hey, stop it now, don't rain on my parade please. I'm still a divine bull, special across the ages. I'm not afraid of heaven nor earth, so what's one tree demon? I'll really take him down, humph. The bull retorted. Really now? Li Qiye replied. He told me that you ate several leaves, so he was thinking about how to punish you. That's just a misunderstanding. The bull smiled wryly, looking a bit embarrassed before murmuring. Humph, what a stingy man, just a few leaves, nothing special. I'll go pluck some now and give them back to him. He's a supreme Bodhi tree. Those leaves were probably there at its conception. You can't find them anywhere else. Li Qiye chuckled. The bull didn't know what to say. The leaves were indeed special. It coveted them for a long time and eventually took advantage of a rare opportunity to eat several before fleeing. The tree demon nearly killed it at that time. Not a good feeling to have. Nevertheless, the demon couldn't extract that leaves from its stomach and decided to spare it. Sir, you really ate those immortal leaves? Sanqiang's eyes lit up. You're showing your true colors right now. Li Qiye commented after seeing Sanqiang's restless appearance, ready to stir trouble. What, you want some too? The bull glanced at him. Sanqiang swallowed his saliva repeatedly and revealed. Our ancestors wrote that those leaves are incredible, hee, even progenitors can't get them. Haha, that's why I'm the coolest bull in the world. A few leaves are nothing to me. Humph, I'll eventually eat that demon down to the roots. We'll see if he can act haughty afterward. The bull proudly declared. Yes, you're matchless. There's no one else in history on the same level as you. Sanqiang immediately nodded several times. Sir, when you eat that tree later, how about giving me some leftover leaves, the bad golden ones? Looks like you want to steal his young leaves. Li Qiye gave him the side eye. Absolutely not. I only want to collect a few. San Qiang wiped the saliva from the corner of his lips. Collect my ass. The bull kicked him flying and scolded. Your 3 generations have entered my mountain and stole stuff. Go away. If I ever meet someone from the Lu clan again, I will make mincemeat out of them. Sir, don't be angry, remember to give me some leaves next time. San Qiang wasn't angry at all and shouted among the crowd. I'm going to sell some tickets now to make ends meet. Li Jie shook his head in amusement while watching the guy escape. Damned brat. The bull said with disdain, but it clearly liked the style of the brat since they were similar. What did the leaves taste like? Li Jie asked. I didn't have time to appreciate them, just chewed a couple of times then swallowed. The bull salivated again then answered. Chapter 29:47. Auction. The bull was running for its life after eating the leaves and didn't have the time to slowly savor the taste. It didn't remember anything at all. Like a bull eating a peony. Li Jie shook his head. No wonder why the old demon wanted to kill you. I would have made a beef stew out of you too. The bull was a bit embarrassed but still laughed. This was one of the proudest deeds in its life. Stealing leaves from that heaven-defying demon. Countless masters have coveted the leaves for millions of years, including progenitors. None were successful. It took a while before Li Jie's group made it to the entrance. A worker accepted the entry tickets then took a look at the black bull. Numerous demons were participating but they have transformed, unlike this black bull. This made the worker feel very strange. What are you looking at? A bull can't go to an auction? The bull glared at the worker. You should go into a beef hot pot instead. Li Jie joked. The worker held in his laughter and said, I apologize, gentlemen. Please come in. The bull was unhappy but didn't want to bother with a worker. It scowled before following Li Jie inside. The auction stage was massive, making the participants feel like ants. Several 100,000 people could fit in just fine. It had the shape of a ship. The main stage was in the middle while the participants sat in a circle. The closer to the stage, the more prestigious. Many were here already after the group came in. They sat in the right spot, waiting for the auction to start. The trio also found their spot. The bull had a hard time sitting down straight. Fortunately, the seat was quite tough. Alas, it still creaked quite a bit because of the bull's weight. Seeing a bull sitting straight was quite a strange scene. Of course, there was plenty of bizarre stuff here. A demon with a tiger head and a human body, a large man made of bronze, a tray ant with branches and leaves all over. One could see cultivators and creatures from all over immortal lineage here. This could be easily mistaken as a meeting of the myriad races instead of an auction. Anyone could participate as long as they had an entry ticket or were invited. Of course, they didn't need to bid either. Buying a ticket just to watch was also popular. The auction made quite a bit of money from ticket sales. There are a lot of emperors and everlastings here this time. Jinning looked up at the sky and murmured. In the sky were numerous floating seats, pavilions, and palaces. Though the spots closest to the center stage were the most prestigious, these spots in the sky were even above that. Closest to the ground were floating seats, completely filled by this point. Normally, only Eternals and above were eligible to sit here. They also had influential statuses such as being the High Elder of a sect or the Elder of a clan, the Lord of a region. Above them were pavilions, many of which were filled. They had maids from arrogance. The guests here were as comfortable as if they were in their own home. These big shots were either emperors or everlastings. Finally, the highest level consisted of palaces decorated with extravagant and expensive decorations. The food was also on another level. Only progenitors could stay there. So many big shots here. People looked up to check out these floating spots. Normally, they have only heard stories about these masters and considered them to be legendary existences. To be able to see some in person today was so valuable. This justified buying the entry tickets. No need to win any auction. On a regular day, seeing one or two emperors was a joyous occasion. Now they could see so many in the same place. During regular auctions, the front rows consisted of kings and sect masters, very influential figures. Now, the participants found that these figures were no big deal compared to the ones in the sky. Only arrogance could conduct such an amazing auction. Look, Flying Sword Marvel is in there. Someone quietly said while pointing at a pavilion. They saw her sitting and carefully cleaning her divine sword. Its glint was blinding, deterring the spectators from spying for too long. She had a proud and cold expression as if everyone below were mere ants. His Majesty Supreme is there too. They saw the Emperor sitting by the window of another pavilion. He had a natural expression while playing chess with a big shot from Arrogance Enterprise. Who is in that pavilion? Another pavilion was occupied, evident by the plaque hanging by the closed doors. Unfortunately, no one could see inside. Very powerful holy affinity. It should be Holy Frost, true Emperor of the Academy? Nevertheless, a powerful cultivator still sensed it. Keen you are. Holy Frost, true Emperor is indeed in there. A cultivator nearby nodded. Her Majesty is here too? I heard that she has 11 palaces long ago. Some sources even say 12 now. Her appearance caused an uproar. The Academy is incredible, able to groom such a peerless emperor. Her holy power stemming from the light is boundless. An older cultivator who had met her before sang words of praise. Bright King Left Child and Bright King Right Child are here too. Where are their master? Someone else noticed another pavilion. The ones nearby looked over. Sure enough, the two monks were there. However, Bright King Buddha wasn't present. There was only a Buddhist statue inside. Bright King Buddha isn't here in person, but he's participating. An old cultivator said. I see. Many understood. Some emperors and progenitors might not have time to join this auction. However, they didn't need to be here in person and could select representatives to report the auction situations and bid in their stead. Most people on the ground were very interested in these big shots. The ones sitting on the floating chair no longer attracted attention. They only cared about those inside the pavilions and palaces. Look, one palace is lit up now. Someone saw a palace at the highest point above. A progenitor is participating too? The entire stage clamored. Everyone stood up, hoping to see this magnificent being while trembling with excitement. Which progenitor? Luminous Master or Orchid Sage? Exciting conversations sparked everywhere. Most knew about these two progenitors since they were current to the era. Chapter 2948. Creek King. The appearance of a progenitor stole everyone's attention. They clamored in excitement and looked up at the bright palace. The gate was still closed, but one thing was certain. A progenitor was inside. Which progenitor? Most felt that it was either Luminous Master or Orchid Sage. It is probably Luminous Master. One cultivator predicted. He came to Uncrossable Expanse a while ago and is probably here now. Not necessarily. An older cultivator disagreed. I got news from a reliable source that Orchid Sage is on a journey right now around the world. His whereabouts remained unknown, but there is a big chance that this grand auction might tempt him to come. Everyone became curious and speculated the identity of this progenitor. However, Arrogance Enterprise didn't leak anything on their side. Creak. The gate suddenly opened and out came two maids. Their appearance brightened the area because of their kingdom-toppling beauty despite only being maids. Far prettier compared to some saintesses and princesses. It's Luminous Master. A hawk-eyed cultivator from the last generation shouted after seeing the two insignia to the left of their chest. Is he here right now? The crowd exploded. Seeing Luminous Master in person would make this trip totally worth it, even if they didn't get a single item. The entry ticket was definitely justified. Next came the lifting of the white curtains on top of the gate. The curtains was embroidered with an elegant-looking spring. Its aura actually manifested into reality. Is it you, sister? Flying Sword Marvel stood up and bowed after seeing this. It's Creek King, not Luminous Master. People exchanged glances. Rise, sister. A very pleasant yet imposing voice came from inside the palace. There seemed to be a peerless empress sitting inside. I am not here in person, occupied with other businesses, so no need for formalities. One could imagine her noble characteristics just from listening to her stately voice. Just a mirror image, not even an avatar. Some became disappointed. In the beginning, they thought that Luminous Master was here. Now, not even Creek King was present. It makes sense though. Creek King is busy ruling over her domain. She doesn't have time for this. A few big shots understood. It was common knowledge that Luminous Master was searching for the Tao and didn't care about mundane matters. His wife had to be in charge of administrative duties in his stead. Nevertheless, Flying Sword Marvel still bowed and showed ample respect even though it was only a mirror image and in spite of her proud personality. Though they weren't actual sisters and were only clan members, Creek King assisted her numerous times before with regard to cultivation. This was especially true when the Marvel attempted to become an everlasting. Creek King personally got involved, allowing her to become a half-step without any difficulties. Other big shots including sect masters, lords, and even a few everlastings stood up to greet her. "I apologize for not being here in person and show everyone their due respect." Creek King apologized to the crowd with her soothing voice. Her current achievements weren't only because she was Luminous Master's wife. She herself was a powerful cultivator, already the ruler of Purification Creek before marrying him. The stage became quiet after her appearance. No one wanted to make a scene in the presence of so many masters. Other big shots began showing up. A few low-level emperors and everlastings. The famous Metalkin war god also participated in this auction, just not in person, choosing to use a mirror image like his peers. The pavilions shining up in the sky made the auction even more magnificent. After Creek King, the crowd calmed down and no longer became as excited when great characters showed up. Of course, some cultivators became dejected after seeing so many masters present. It would make the bidding very competitive. These masters clearly wanted some items from the list or they wouldn't have made the effort to come here. Thus, the regular cultivator lost confidence in outbidding these men. Creek King alone had enough resources to compete against anyone, not to mention the wealth of her husband. Who could outbid this powerful duo? She could get whatever she wanted and no one else would even bother. "This will be a silent war," one spectator quietly said. "We'll only try in the first half, forget about the second half." The atmosphere became quite tense for the potential bidders. As for the spectators, they didn't have much money in the first place and only wanted to watch. Some actually only had enough for the entry tickets. The more big shots participating, the more excited they would be for the show. Clank! 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 A gong rang on the main stage and came a woman with a gorgeous figure. Her smiles and frowns were attractive and could steal the soul of young men, inciting an uncontrollable feeling. "Gentlemen, Arrogance Enterprises' quinquennial auction commences now." Her voice had a magnetic property causing everyone to feel weak and ticklish. A few youths actually got the urge to push her down on stage and do the deed right there. This auctioneer was indeed seductive to a dangerous level. "The first half is starting. Please bring out the first item." She kept on making the spectators' heart beat faster. An ancient cauldron was brought on stage at this moment. This cauldron originated from the Anyang clan and was created by an Amaranthan Eternal. 8 refined gold for the body, white chill jade for the legs, then fused together with the flame of peace. The clan wishes to auction it starting at 300,000 true stones, only at the Amaranthan level and up. Each increasing increment must be at least 10,000. The woman said. This highlighted another amazing aspect of Arrogance Enterprise. Each auction item has been appropriately appraised and priced, its authenticity guaranteed. No imitations or fake items would be used. This has been true for millions and millions of years. The store was a firm believer in one gets what they paid for. Chapter 2949. Young Master Tang Ben. The auction started with a true treasure from an Amaranthan Eternal, quite a high starting point. For many sects, an artifact of this level would be their defining treasure. Most wouldn't even have one. Only first-rate sects had access to something like this. The starting price was already 300,000 stones, effectively eliminating many members of the audience from bidding. Nevertheless, there were still more than 1,000 members who were at least at the Eternal level. 310,000. Someone bid. 350,000. Another immediately followed up. 380,000. It didn't take long before the bid went up to 1 million. More than 3 times the starting price. This was only the beginning as well. Many were left speechless after seeing this, especially those from a humble background. These cultivators from a second-rate or third-rate sects found 300,000 stones to be a monstrous sum already, let alone 1 million. These big shots treated money as if it was nothing. So many rich people here. The first-timers sighed in admiration, having broadened their horizon. This is nothing yet. The powerful emperors and everlastings haven't joined. Just wait. You'll be amazed in no time. Someone next to him said. The first-timers agreed with this statement. Sure enough, The ones in the pavilion didn't bother looking at this treasure, clearly not impressed by it. Finally, it was sold for 1,230,000 stones. This final price was above the pocket of some sect and clan masters. They initially thought that the items they wanted would only go for 1 to 2 million stones at best. Now, just the first has already reached this mark. Those later should demand a much higher price. The second item was a young bird with a golden, fiery beak. It had scaly-looking feathers on top of a serpent-like tail. Golden beak, crimson crow. A sect master immediately recognized the bird and shouted. This attracted the attention of the crowd. "You have good eyes, Sect Master Yun." The auctioneer gave him a flirtatious glance. "This is a 3-month-old golden break crimson crow, pure in bloodline since we incubated it ourselves. It is still wild with a very thin strand of the phoenix bloodline. Once matured, there is a chance that it might become a golden break divine crow. It starts at 500,000 coins. Same 10,000 increase." A few emperors and everlasting finally glanced down, seemingly interested in this young bird. 600,000. One everlasting from the last generation bid 100,000 over the starting price. 1 million. Another did a huge jump. This massive price increase excited the crowd. What? A regular spot? People were surprised to see that the bidder was sitting in a normal chair on the ground. They saw a youth wearing expensive clothes, trying his best to ostentatiously display his wealth. He didn't care that it was an everlasting bidding earlier. "Worker, I want to be a VIP right now," he shouted. Some older experts slightly frowned with disapproval in response. Everyone knew that money alone wasn't enough to receive a VIP letter from arrogance. One needed enough power to back it up. However, if one spent enough at the auction, they could gain VIP status at the discretion of the auctioneer. Honored guest, reaching the next status requires spending 2 million and up on a winning auction. A worker answered the arrogant youth. 10,000. Another sect master bid. 2 million. Anyone else wants to play? The youth shouted. 2,100,000. One unhappy eternal grimaced and said. 3 million. The youth acted as if he had too much money to spend. The crowd became astonished. No one else joined because this price exceeded the value of this particular bird. After all, it wasn't easy to improve the bloodline of this bird. "Worker, get me up there now," the youth impatiently said. Crack, crack, crack. The youth was teleported to an empty seat in the front row. This seat then started morphing into a more extravagant chair, the same type enjoyed by the sect masters. As long as one paid enough money at the auction, they could show off and sit down on the same level as other masters or even emperors. This was the power of money. One could buy glory and honor from it. "Worker, I want to go up there where the emperors are." The youth was clearly unhappy about just being in the front row and pointed up at the sky. The eternal level is 30 million stones. The emperor level requires imperial stones, 5 million and up. The worker answered. "Okay, let's go, hurry," the youth said before looking at the auctioneer and revealing. "Beauty, I, Tang Ben, like sexy girls like you the most." "You're too kind, young noble Tang." The auctioneer politely smiled, ignoring the improper comment. The third auction item was finally brought onto the stage. A pill bottle. These are energy consolidation pills refined by Blazing Master, suitable for older Eternals. 30 pills in total, 800,000 to start, 10,000 minimum increase. The auctioneer said. 850,000. One Eternal said. 900,000. 1 million. 2 million. The Eternals started bidding since the auctioneer was right. These pills were perfect for older Eternals who have reached their cultivation limit. They required external help in order to break the bottleneck. Meanwhile, Blazing Master was a famous alchemist in immortal lineage. His pills were rare and expensive, normally already sold the moment they came out of the cauldron. Thus, all these Eternals wanted to jump in. 8 million. The rich youth named Tang Ben eventually bid. Everyone became curious about his identity and stared at him. No one else joined in after this bid, so he won it. This continued for several more auctions. Finally, his status rose again as his chair turned into a floating throne. Now he was on the same level as the other Eternals. Not bad, a much better view. He seemed quite pleased with himself. This pompous act earned him some disdain from the crowd. In their eyes, this Tang Ben was nothing more than an uneducated parvenu. However, it was quite strange for him and his family to have this much money. He didn't receive an invitation letter, so his clan shouldn't be prestigious. A few Eternals activated their heavenly gaze in order to look at him. They found that his cultivation was nothing unexpected. How did he get so much money then? His background and cultivation were both mediocre. There's something strange about this brat, the bull said. Li Qie only chuckled and didn't respond. This general confusion permeated the crowd, but no one said anything. Tang Ben won the next several items as well. This infuriated some of the cultivators who really came specifically for the auction. Yeah, I have money. What about you? He taunted at the experts glaring at him. Chapter 2950. Girl from Stonecarver tribe. A few experts, especially the Eternals, became very dissatisfied at his tone and scowled in response. However, there was nothing they could do since this was the territory of Arrogance Enterprise. Feuds would need to wait until after the auction. Moreover, this couldn't really be considered a feud, just a minor annoyance. It wasn't a crime to bid higher than someone else. The first half of the auction felt ordinary without anything special happening. Of course, this was in the eyes of the big shots such as Supreme True Emperor. This was only a warm-up at best. They had no lack of items at this level. Just one or two were interesting at best. On the other hand, the regular cultivators were shocked at the sight of any treasure. Each was extremely precious and could be considered their sect's ultimate treasures. They would never be able to get one in their lifetime. That's why their anticipation for the next auction item was at an all-time high. At the same time, they also realized the height of this world and the gap between them and the top existences. For ordinary cultivators, some of these treasures in the first half were insane. However, for people like Supreme and Bright King Buddha, they weren't worth a single glance. How could anyone ever hope to bridge this gap? Nevertheless, this eye-opening experience was another reason why this auction was so popular. All participants felt that they have gotten their money's worth. Li Qie didn't make a move in this first half until the next auction. He finally became interested. Gentlemen, this is the 36th auction. An iron cage was pushed up on stage. Inside was a girl that instantly won everyone's attention. Even some emperors and everlastings took a look. The majority took note of her beauty. She was indeed gorgeous. Bright golden hair, blue eyes, and a straight-edge nose, a very exotic look. She looked cold and aloof right now, but this didn't diminish her attractiveness at all. Any expression from her could move the heart. She was a natural-born treasure, blessed with perfect features. What a breathtaking beauty! Numerous young men found her to be even sexier than the female auctioneer. However, the emperors and everlastings were focused on the chains around her wrists along with the cage. Her hands were forcefully sealed by a mighty method. The chains and cage were made from celestial steel, famous for its toughness. Another customer is auctioning this girl. Her origin is a secret, but we can guarantee that there is no potential complication after buying. I'm sure everyone can see that she's special, a pure blood from the Stonecarver tribe. Moreover, she's still a virgin. The auctioneer introduced the woman. A Stonecarver? A few knowledgeable cultivators were startled. Meanwhile, most members of the audience haven't heard of this unfamiliar tribe. It's not easy to find one of them now, especially a pureblood. One cultivator said. This used to be a powerful race back in the olden days. However, they slowly disappeared due to some unknown reasons. Later on, some people still consider themselves stonecarvers, but their blood has been tainted and mixed with other races. That's why the appearance of an actual pure-blooded stonecarver like this girl took some by surprise. What is this race? One young cultivator asked. A long-gone race. In antiquity, they swept through 3 immortals. I'm sure you have heard of a prominent member from this race, Bao Pu. A senior responded. Our first progenitor. The youths have naturally heard of this name. In fact, Bao Pu was the reason why the current generation still had a vague idea about the stonecarvers. All eyes were fixated on this girl now. This revelation truly moved people. How do we know she's a stonecarver? One audience member asked. Very simple, gentlemen. Take a look at her hands. The auctioneer revealed a charming smile. The girl raised both hands. The weak couldn't see anything, seemingly dazzled by an illusion. Only a few masters here could tell. She is indeed a stone carver. One emperor nodded. She is peerless, probably the only pure blood in existence right now of her race. We don't need to say more about her worth since we all know the ropes. However, the customer has a special request and only needs dragon blood true stones. The starting price is 1,010,000 minimum increments. The auctioneer added, "Dragon blood true stones?" Some big shots frowned after hearing this. This was a special and precious type of true stones, far rarer than anything else. Not to mention the 1 million starting price, some people didn't even have a single one. A few big shots got knocked out just like that. 1,010,000. One eternal became impatient. 1,500,000. The rich kid named Tang Ben jumped in. He just wanted to annoy people regardless of who they were while showing off his wealth. 1,600,000. Another jumped in. 2 million. Tang Ben immediately retorted. He didn't go up by small increments like the others, ready to go big. This generosity naturally exasperated the crowd. This raised the price of all the items recently, so they wanted to smack him. Alas, this was an auction of arrogance enterprise, so they held it in. 10 million. It didn't take long before the price raised to 10 million. Even a few emperors and everlastings have joined in, unlike before. These top masters were clearly interested in this girl. Why is she so expensive? Bai Jining didn't understand. She grew up in the wildlands and had no prejudice against human trading. This happened all the time in this region. Only the price astounded her. Her ultimate bloodline. Li Qie said. The bull also put away its normally vulgar expression and was serious for once. Sir is correct. This bloodline is ancient and can reach the source. If an emperor can marry her, their offspring will be out of this world. It's one way to leave behind a legacy. Jining understood right away. The powerful masters already had precious bloodlines after reaching their current level. They also wanted their progeny to be just as strong. Thus, this other half of the bloodline was precious enough. A pure-blooded stone carver was indeed worthy of their attention. Chapter 2951. 300 millions for a beauty. The bidding remained competitive among emperors and everlastings. This was a good experiment in their mind. She's mine. Li Qie suddenly spoke when the bid was at 15 million dragon blood true stones. Everyone looked over at him right away. His tone was even more outrageous than Tang Ben earlier. Tang Ben was still bidding in accordance with the rules, but Li Qie simply stated his intention. Remember, he was talking to the everlastings and emperors who wanted her right now. Tang Ben seemed more cautious when dealing with these men. Everyone noticed that he was too ordinary. Tang Ben at least looked the part of a young master. On the other hand, Li Qie seemed like a random mortal on the street. It's 15 million right now. One member scowled with disdain. He turned out to be Guan Yunpeng, sitting at the same level as the Eternals. Of course, he wouldn't be there based on his own merits. His father was simply too strong while being Orchid Sage's senior brother. Oh, isn't that horsey? The bull noticed him and let out a burst of mocking laughter. You? Yunpeng turned red after seeing the bull and hasn't forgotten the humiliation of being ridden in public. Everyone else should just keep their mouth shut now after I've stated my intention. Li Qie ignored Yunpeng and only glanced at the girl in the cage. Some of the crowd frowned again. His attitude was even more aggressive than Tang Ben, treating all with disdain as if he was the number one in this world. Haha, brother, you're quite haughty, but remember, this isn't a joke. We're talking about real money and real consequences here. Tang Ben burst out laughing. Your little money is trivial in my eyes. Just a pile of crap. Li Qie commented. Oh yeah. I bid 20 million. Tang Ben became annoyed and shouted. 50 million. Li Qie nonchalantly said. I bid dash. Tang Ben was really rich and didn't want to give up just yet. 100 million. Unfortunately, Li Qie interrupted him without batting an eye. 300 million. However, the next line coming out of his mouth as he glanced at the youth was even more shocking. The entire auction house fell into a clamor as they stared at him in disbelief. Is he insane? People couldn't accept it. Bidding 50 million at first was crazy enough, but he kept on outbidding himself before anyone else? 300 million for a stone carver girl? Where the hell did this guy come from? The crowd wondered. Meanwhile, inside one pavilion, Holy Frost True Emperor took note of the commotion. She looked down and saw Li Qie, instantly recognizing him. She then bowed to greet him. Tang Ben didn't know what to do. This guy was even crazier than him. The high-level emperors such as Supreme began staring at Li Qie as well. These top beings didn't care for Tang Ben because a prodigal son wasn't too rare. On the other hand, Li Qie's actions so far couldn't be described as anything but utter lunacy. Can he really pay that amount of dragon blood stones? Some questioned his financial abilities. Young noble Li has no problem paying. A worker from Arrogance confirmed. Who is this brat? The crowd gasped again. The guy wasn't just spouting random bids. He could really afford to pay. 300 million dragon blood true stones was a monstrous sum for any sect. However, it came from an ordinary-looking fella like Li Qie. And here I thought I've seen rich people before. I guess I was blind. One expert smiled wryly. The ones he saw in the past were nothing compared to him. This guy must have been ludicrously wealthy on top of being a little insane. As for Bai Jining, she wasn't too surprised by Li Qie's wasteful and ridiculous actions since it wasn't her first time. Everyone began speculating about his background. Okay, brother, you got me good, you win. Tang Ben had no choice but to give up. The other emperors and everlastings also gave up after exchanging brief glances. They could afford 20 or 30 millions but not this much. Moreover, Li Qie could have raised the bid even more. She wasn't worth this much. Young noble Li wins with a bid of 300 million. The auctioneer sent a seductive smile towards Li Qie's direction. Arrogance Enterprise naturally welcomed such a big spender. An item starting at 1 million ended up selling for 300 million? This was exceedingly rare in the entire history of their auction house. This was the most shocking auction within the first half. Everything else seemed normal, at least for the top masters. Tang Ben finally got his wish of entering a pavilion. He was on the same level as the top emperors now. This was also a miracle. Everyone could see that he couldn't match them in terms of status and cultivation. However, this special auction allowed him to do so thanks to his wealth. Not bad at all. This is a good spot. I'm satisfied now. Tang Ben sat down and happily clapped, annoying some people even more. The spectators below thought that this ruined the scenery. How could a newly rich youth be on the same level as the great existences above? Your Majesty Supreme, your reputation precedes you. Tang Ben greeted his new friends, looking very pleased with himself. The emperor actually nodded back with a smile. Flying Sword Marvel, I've been a fan of yours and hope that we can have dinner together later. He aimed at her next, thinking that he could get whoever he wanted. She gave a cold glance before ignoring him. As for the more imperious types such as Bright King Right Child and Bright King Left Child, they didn't even acknowledge his existence. In their eyes, having more money was meaningless. He was still only an insect. He was only sitting in the same area as them in the auction. The moment they left Arrogance Enterprise, this insect was no longer qualified to be near. This brat is amusing. The Black Bull laughed and approved of the gloating Tang Ben. Chapter 2952. 10 million for clothes. The first half of the auction merely served as the appetizer. The second half commenced with its first item. A treasure robe inside a pushable cupboard spewing out auspicious energy as if it belonged to an immortal. This robe has a heaven-defying origin. Xian Xiao, that's all I need to say. The auctioneer introduced the item. Who's that? Not all have heard of this name before. True Emperor Xian Xiao. A true god versed in history replied. Yes. The auctioneer went on, however, that's later on. When he entered immortal lineage, he was yet to be an emperor, just an unknown cultivator, a weakling from the lower realm. Impossible. Many youths found this astonishing. In their opinion, only invincible emperors or extremely powerful true gods could ascend. How could an unknown cultivator make it through? According to the legends, Xian Xiao entered the Bewildener Palace and made it through more than 100 locations. He eventually came across a coffin with a fairy inside. The two of them then ascended to our world. That's all we have in writings, the details are fuddled. An old Eternal said. Who is this fairy then? Many became interested in the person in the coffin. How could a normal girl or a weak cultivator easily ascend? No idea. The Eternal shook his head. Everything about her is a mystery. Xian Xiao might be the only one who knew she is. Rumor has it that his achievements are thanks to her, becoming perhaps the only emperor in 3 immortals that can slay a progenitor. What? The auction house exploded at this revelation. I'm impossible. Skepticism arose. The gap between an emperor and a progenitor should be impossible to cross. The mightiest emperor was only an emperor. The weakest progenitor was still a progenitor. Even the strongest 12-palace emperor might not be as strong as a myriad-level progenitor. An emperor needed to surpass a trial before entering the domain of a progenitor. Thus, how could an emperor kill a progenitor? I highly doubt it, there's no way. Discussions sprung up all around. A few emperors became interested in this conversation too. They knew that they didn't have the ability to take down one. It's true. One Eternal solemnly said. It is written in history and accepted by other emperors and progenitors. The one killed was White Cloud progenitor. The crowd became silent and started glancing at each other. If this was accepted historically by the top masters, then it should be true. How did he do it? This became the next question. Some top emperors were present such as Holy Frost, Supreme, and Metalkin. They knew that they would be helpless against a progenitor. That's why Xian Xiao is listed among the 5 greatest emperors. Extremely brilliant. The Eternal concluded. You are completely right, Senior. The auctioneer smiled softly. This robe was left behind by the woman and Xian Xiao. The thing itself is not a supreme treasure, but its value lies in the potential experiments and research. The starting price will start at 3 million. The buyer only needs 5 palace true stones and up. 50,000 will be the bidding increment. People began staring at the item. It felt a bit boring compared to the previous items. The reason was very simple. The duo was shrouded in mysteries. No one knew who she was since she didn't leave a mark on the river of time. The only thing people knew about her was her connection to Xian Xiao. 3,050,000. Someone finally started. 3,100,000. Some were still interested in this regular robe. The bidders were just more cautious. There was a clear lack of competition. Plus, the price alone also deterred any potential buyer. Those strong enough to afford this amount felt that it wasn't worth it. 3,200,000. More and more people gave up. That girl is mysterious indeed. I don't know her background. The bull stared at the robe and said. You don't know plenty of people. Li Qie said. So you know who she is then? The bull's eyes lit up. For million. Finally, Tang Ben broke the slow increase. 10 million. Li Qie casually jumped in. Brother, you got something against me? Tang Ben asked. No, I simply have too much money. Of course. Feel free to continue. Bet 100 million. Li Qie replied. No one had a thing to say. Everyone knew that Tang Ben and this ordinary-looking fellow were wealthy. The latter was on another level. Boss, you win. All yours then. Tang Ben was interesting in that he could accept defeat despite his pompous and arrogant act. 10 million going once, going twice, the auctioneer said. 3 times and no one else interjected, so Li Qie won the robe. Everyone was used to his insane style by now and didn't bother competing with him. Moreover, this robe just wasn't worth it in their mind. 5 palace true stones were extremely precious. Most sects would consider this an exorbitant amount. Why would one spend so much to buy a robe of unknown effect? The preceding items were far more popular and sold at a high price. This made the auctioneer very excited. Her smile enchanted the crowd. Li Qie had spent enough by this point to elevate his status. A worker came by to ask whether he wanted to go up, but he refused. A while later, the bull also wanted an immortal blade of grass and easily won. Don't be fooled by its appearance. The bull was extremely wealthy, far exceeding the emperors in this place. Most emperors who came in person had something they wanted in the auction. For example, Supreme True Emperor obtained a golden dragon arrow. He clearly came specifically for this item and outbid the competition. A bit later, Holy Frost True Emperor won a gem with a pulsing holy light. Their competitors weren't serious and eventually gave up. They could see that the 2 emperors came for these items, so it was better to do them a favor. Chapter 2953. Stone Orchid Scripture. In the second half, Tang Ben was still involved. He won a few items, but more importantly, he increased the prices of other auctions. He would suddenly give up after raising the price to an unreasonable level. This infuriated the eventual winners. Some big shots also came for specific items. They prepared enough money to win regardless of the cost. However, Tang Ben increased the price far beyond their expectation. In one case, it was 10 times more than expected. That's why some buyers gritted their teeth in anger. Alas, once again, they couldn't do anything to him in this auction house. In any other place, this prodigal son would have been torn to 8 pieces. Tang Ben was fearless indeed in his quest to show off his wealth. That's why he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he even bid against Supreme and Holy Frost True Emperor for a bit before giving up. Do note that the kid was smart enough to only raise the price by a little against these two. I'm suspicious of this brat being invited by Arrogance Enterprise. The bull wondered. Li Jie only smiled in response. The incoming auction is a very rare scripture. Another item was introduced as the bull was speaking. On an old plate was an ancient scripture with a yellow hue from the passing of time. It shouldered a boundless amount of Buddhist energy as if there was a Buddha within, ready to break out at any moment. The scripture didn't activate its true power. Nevertheless, people felt that they could see a Buddha meditating on the plate. Its name is Stone Orchid, one of the 3 great ancient Buddhist scriptures. The auctioneer revealed. What? The real thing? One great character of Buddhism shouted in astonishment. Absolutely. The auctioneer went on, a finding scripture of Buddhism of peerless value, even older than Lankavatara Buddha. According to the legend, this Buddha found an incomplete version of this scripture and eventually became a progenitor, starting a land of Buddhism. Need I say more about its value? The crowd started pondering after the introduction. The Buddhists present stared at the scripture with a fiery gaze. This was clearly their target of the auction. Buddhism had 3 major branches. One was rumored to have originated from this scripture. Just imagine, Lankavatara Buddha only had access to an incomplete version and still became a supreme progenitor. From this one could easily see its value. Of course, the other systems didn't have that much interest in this scripture. There was an immense conflict between Buddhism and their own merit laws. The scripture is on consignment. The owner only wants true stones used by grand completion everlastings and up. The starting price is 20 million. 10,000 minimum each increment. The auctioneer stated the price. Many big shots shook their head after this. A few were interested in this scripture, but this price was ridiculous. Also, the buyer was most likely a grand completion everlasting. Hence the need for these true stones. 20 million 10,000. Some Buddhists were still interested in this ancient scripture despite the insane price. 21 million. Tang Ben immediately did his thing again. The previous bidder gave Tang Ben an aggressive glare, ready to make mincemeat out of him. Why glare at me? This is an auction house and whoever has money can bid as they please. Fight with money, not with fists, unless you want to ask Arrogance Enterprise first. The bidder couldn't do anything. Arrogance Enterprise was unfathomable. Not weaker than any system. 22 million. Bright King Left Child bid next, representing their master. Bright King Buddha's image in the mirror hasn't participated until now. This was clearly his desired item in this auction. 22,100,000. Another joined. 25 million. Tang Ben happily raised, earning more hateful glares. 26 million. Bright King Buddha calmly followed. 27 million. Tang Ben wasn't afraid at all, still looking like a prodigal son. 28 million. Bright King remained calm. 29 million. My grandma chants every day, so I'm going to buy this for her. Tang Ben smiled. 30 million. Bright King still maintained his composure. Does he not know he's facing all of Lankavatara Temple? A spectator shook their head after seeing this. 31 million. Buddha, you have become enlightened. Why bother competing against me over one scripture? Tang Ben asked. 32 million. The 2 monks looked at him with disdain and continued bidding. This price was high, but their temple system could still handle it. 33 million. Tang Ben didn't relent. 100 million. Someone slowly took it to the next level. Oh man, that billionaire is at it again. People didn't need to look to know who it was. There was only one person in the auction house who would do something like this. Xueqi. Sure enough, it was him. He got a new nickname, Billionaire, because he completely massacred everyone with his ridiculous bids. Wow, is his pocket endless? The crowd clamored. The curiosity regarding his origin intensified. Boss, you win again. I have money indeed, but we're not on the same level at all. Tang Ben gave up. The two monks glared at Xueqi. They haven't forgotten how he took the wooden carving from them last time. Now, he wanted their scripture too? Brat, you might have money but you still can't compare to our temple. The right child was easily provoked. 300 million. Xueqi answered with another bid. This brat is crazy. The crowd became frozen. 300 million. 300 million. Anyone else? The auctioneer became emotional. Xueqi always went big each time, so her contribution at the auction and pay would go up too. This is an ancient Buddhist scripture that should go back to our temple. The left child uttered coldly. Both of them were red with rage. 500 million. Xueqi replied. What does he think money is? Numerous people stood up. The atmosphere boiled with excitement. 500 million. 500 million. Does anyone want to go higher? Great monk. Will you bid again? The auctioneer was also red, just from excitement instead of rage. Her plump breasts heaved up and down as she became even sexier. The two monks' color changed into an even deeper red, nearly vomiting blood from anger. A bid of 500 million made the entire crowd crazy. Chapter 2954. 1 billion for a scripture. The crowd fell into a stupor while the auctioneer was ecstatic out of her mind. A scripture selling for 500 million, grand completion, everlasting true stones. This was enough to frighten everyone. The female auctioneer never had such a high amount and profit before in a single auction. All eyes were on Xueqi at this point due to the insanity. Some really wanted to touch Xueqi's head in order to check and see if he had a fever or not. The fever might have destroyed his brain. The monks were speechless, almost suffering internal injuries from anger, still astounded all the same despite their high status. These weren't ordinary true stones. A stone of this level was extremely precious and rare. Just not to Xueqi. Anyone higher than 500,000,000? The auctioneer herself smashed her gavel repeatedly. Fellow Taoist, will you tie a Buddhist fate? The faint image of bright King Buddha in the mirror spoke. The rhythm of Buddhism filled his calm voice, akin to a million monks chanting in one's ears. Listeners would get lost in a sea of Buddhist affinities before they knew it. This supreme decree silenced the crowd. Many lowered their head. A few couldn't resist the conversion property of his voice and actually got on their knees. The auction house turned into a land of Buddhism. Many cultivators saw Buddha in their mind, resulting in mental ripples. Just his voice alone was enough to make people prostrate. This was a frightening level of conversion. Even masters such as Supreme and Holy Frost True Emperor shuddered a bit, realizing the Buddha's incredible power. 1 billion. Xueqi said flatly before Bright King could finish. He was completely unaffected by the Buddha. Moreover, his comment broke the Buddhist rhythm permeating in the area. A single hit disrupted the current ripples, leaving nothing left behind. Everyone could react again. The liveliness of the atmosphere returned. Buddhism was no longer present, only a paradise for merchants and money. Did he just say 1 billion? An audience member bellowed. This bid served as a deafening bomb, destroying Bright King's influence. Numerous cultivators were shocked once again by a bid from Xueqi. He just threw money and slapped Bright King in the face, as if to say, so what if you have Buddhism? I will still smack you with money. He garnered the attention of the audience again, not only because of the enormous sum but also because he blatantly showed Bright King zero respect. Bright King Buddha clearly tried to start things out nice with him by connecting themselves with a positive karmic fate. The implication was obvious. For Xueqi to stop bidding. Xueqi took no part in this and raised the price even more. Nothing from Bright King's arsenal could match the explosion stemming from this bid. Bright King himself had no choice but to shut up. A feud had been tied between these two, not a positive karmic fate. This public humiliation and insult were directed at both Bright King and his temple. Bright King couldn't retaliate either. This sum was massive even for his system. They would need to fully exhaust their resources and treasuries. Very few people in the world could actually do this on short notice. Moreover, their temple didn't need to do so, being the premier Buddhist system and all. They had plenty of scriptures available. Missing this one wouldn't affect them too much. 1 billion going once, going twice, sold. The auctioneer smashed her gavel the final time to signal Li Qiye's victory. Li Qiye became the target of many strange stares. Using 1 billion grand completion everlasting true stones for one scripture? Calling him insane would be the same as insulting themselves. Why? Because this insane person could afford this sum, they couldn't. One could hear the drop of a needle right now on this auction floor. The auctioneer could only hear her own ragged breathing. It's not worth it. The black bull shook its head. It's nothing, I just don't like those two little monks, so I bought it. Li Qiye leisurely said. Some nearly fainted after hearing this, especially the right and left child. This guy spent 1 billion over something so trivial? Holy Frost and Supreme True Emperor up above smiled wryly. They didn't know what to think of this outside of feeling a little embarrassment and inferiority. Most viewed them as supreme beings, but were they rich enough to throw money away like this? No, they wouldn't bear to do it even if they had plenty. Thus, one could only imagine how rich this guy was to be able to do something like this. Some shared a similar thought right now. It must be nice being that rich. A few wanted to come closer and grab his thigh, hoping that he would find them annoying enough to swat them away with money too. Boss, I'm at a loss for words. Your title should be Billionaire Li from now on. Tang Ben said with admiration. Billionaire Li sounds just about right. People regained their wits and carefully thought about it. Though it sounded vulgar, it actually fit Li Qiye very well after his showing. Billionaire Li. Most didn't know his real name. Only his title. Billionaire Li. Billionaire Li. 1 billion bid every time. Some started chanting too. In the beginning, they found him annoying, thinking that he was the same as Tang Ben, a newly rich young master. Ultimately, such a fellow was still only an ant in the grand scheme of things. However, this was no longer the case after this previous auction. He had enough money to shut Bright King Buddha up, not even daring to release a fart right now. Billionaire Li. Billionaire Li. Even the auctioneer started chanting along with the crowd. Meanwhile, the powerful emperors and everlastings remained silent. Money was the real lord of this place, not cultivation level. Chapter 2955. Sword of a Progenitor. The furor eventually subsided. Some were still very emotional. Money ruled all at the auction. Status no longer mattered. Normally, Bright King Buddha was an untouchable existence with peerless Buddhist powers. He soared in the high heavens, freed from the mortal coil. Alas, he still lost today to a bid of 1 billion. This bid and the circumstances truly stirred the audience. Ahem. Next item on the list. The auctioneer forgot about her role as well despite being very experienced at her job. This level of profit was unprecedented for her or any other auctioneer for that matter. Her contribution to the auction house would soar to the very top of the ladder after this. This remained the climax for a bit. Several other items later also got sold for a high price but not close to 1 billion. After all, the other buyers still had some reason left in them. No one would continue to outbid themselves by doubling the price. In fact, they realized something by this point, that Li Qiye would get whatever items he wanted. There was no point in competing against this rich man. Fortunately enough, he didn't bother bidding on anything after. Some of the buyers thanked their fortune since they didn't waste a trip here. This wasn't the case for Bright King Buddha. His target was the stone orchid scripture. Given his status and the wealth of his temple, he should have been able to get it with no problem, at least in his opinion. Who would have thought that a madman would ruin it all? Another was a victim of misfortune tonight. A very bad case at that. Clank. The next auction item was brought up to the stage and heralded a sword harmonization. Many swords began hymning together and wanted to fly out of their sheath. Harmonization. People wondered and noticed that sword on stage. It exuded a divine light after being removed from its sheath. The rays seemed so real, piercing everyone in the eyes in a painful manner. Most importantly, it had an obvious aura of a progenitor that smashes like a wave to the chest. No one could dodge and felt as if there was a hole on their chest now. Some became suppressed and dropped to the ground. An ancestral sword. Everyone realized its grade right away. Clank. The female auctioneer sheathed it again and smiled. That's right, this is a sword left behind by Sword Saint, created when he was at the myriad level and wasn't brought along. Sword Saint's personal sword? Many experts were shaken to hear this, especially those on the path of the sword. Their eyes lit up as they stared intensely at this sword. Sword Saint lived only o'er the sword and served as an unreachable apex in the mind of many sword users. He yearned for the sword and took this Tao as his main, eventually becoming invincible. He hailed from myriad lineage and eventually ascended as a progenitor. However, this wasn't his stopping point. He continued a streak of domination in immortal lineage, slaying one enemy after another. After some time, he became a special and brilliant immortal level progenitor. This earned him the prestigious title of Sword Saint. Thus, all the sword users here desired his old sword. Flying Sword Marvel stood up, completely fixated on this auction. She came specifically for this sword since this was her Tao as well. Gaining this sword wouldn't only boost her battle potential but would also help her seek and improve her sword Tao. This sword is not Sword Saint's best blade, not even when he was at the myriad level. The auctioneer elaborated in a clear and pleasant manner. The materials are average, both the sword fetus and metal type. Sword Saint recast later on but didn't change its fundamental cores. One thing is certain though, he carried and used this sword the most out of them all. It followed him through his youth all the way until he finished his Tao. In fact, he still occasionally used it after becoming an immortal level progenitor. She paused for a moment here, seemingly grasping perfect knowledge of this story. Yes, the materials are mediocre but it has been refined numerous times. Moreover, his invincible power gestated it enough for it to have the power of a progenitor. It does not possess a sword spirit or its own consciousness but there is a murderous intent of a progenitor. Therefore, it definitely has traces of his sword Tao embedded within. According to our appraisers, Sword Saint has engraved Tao runes on this sword, allowing it to compete against any sword made from immortal materials. It cannot represent his sword Tao in entirety, but certainly the majority of his journey. In short, all sword users should view it as the ultimate blade, worthy of being pursued. So, who will be the new master of this sword? Let's find out. Sexiness wasn't her only forte. She herself was a mighty eternal with incredible knowledge. That's why her introduction of this sword was profound yet easy to understand. Other experts loved the sword even more. As for the sword users, they wanted nothing more than to jump on stage and grab the sword right now. As she said previously, the sword was made from mediocre materials but it contained the progenitor's power. That's already strong enough. More importantly, it also included parts of his sword Tao. It didn't have its own spirit but could still easily outclass imperial weapons. Everyone salivated at the thought of owning it. That's good stuff. One member said. Only Arrogance Enterprise would have an ancestral sword up for auction. Another murmured. No sect would ever willingly auction an item of this level. They would hide and worship it for generations. Items of this level would never go on the market. Moreover, ordinary people wouldn't be able to buy it anyway. Only Arrogance Enterprise could make this possible. And even more impressive was that this sword wasn't even the best treasure tonight. This made the power of Arrogance Enterprise even more obvious to the participants. Gulps could be heard around the area. Even the Emperors and Everlastings couldn't stay calm. Supreme True Emperor was on his feet now, gazing intensely at this sword. Chapter 2956. The Marvel's pride. All eyes were on this sword, especially Flying Sword Marvel. She stood up and felt as if she must have this sword. Miss Flying Sword, do you want this sword? Tang Ben was staring at her, unlike the others. None of your business. She glared back, still considered him an ant despite his wealth because of his cultivation. Though they were on the same level at the auction house, her contempt for him didn't lessen. I will buy it for you if you like it. He smiled. I have nothing but money and will not hesitate to spend it on you regardless of the price. I'll buy it myself. She uttered coldly, though her expression softened a bit. She didn't want Tang Ben to buy it for her due to her pride, not liking suitors like him. The only thing she worried about was if he felt the urge to buy the sword or made the price too high. Both would surely damage her plans since she must have it. It would be my pleasure to buy it for you, Tang Ben said, as long as you want it, I will even pluck the stars down for you. Money isn't a problem. 3 to 500 million are still acceptable. The listeners smiled wryly after hearing this. Even the powerful emperors. Spending so much to please a beauty? Only a young master like Tang Ben would do such a thing. She became even more worried. What if Tang Ben really bought it? At that point, she would be riding a tiger and couldn't get down. She truly needed this sword, hence her appearance in person. If he were to win it, would she accept his gift or not? After all, no one knew just how rich he was. He might really outbid everyone here and win it. I appreciate your kind intent. I do need this sword but rather buy it myself. The Marvel nodded at him. Her attitude became better because she didn't want him to buy it himself. Very well, as you wish then, Mississippi. Tang Ben smiled. Just let me know if you need anything money-wise. She nodded again to show her gratitude. Many emperors and everlastings heaved a sigh of relief to see Tang Ben agreeing to not participate. They looked down on him but still felt greatly pressured by his wealth and unpredictability. Who knows when the guy would start bidding? The powerful masters at this point really felt the might of money. As the saying goes, a coin can kill a hero. Normally, people like them could summon wind and cloud whenever they wanted, doing everything on a whim. Alas, this level of money from an insignificant cultivator left them breathless. They needed to treat him as a formidable foe during an auction. That's why him backing off meant one less enemy competing for the sword. Now, the Marvel turned her sight towards Li Qie. With Tang Ben gone, Li Qie became the next formidable foe. She definitely came prepared this time, confident enough to compete against any emperor. This wasn't the case against Li Qie. She had nothing but anxiety. The rest felt the same way about billionaire Li. He was even more merciless and richer than Tang Ben. Others would have zero chance against him. He noticed her stare and raised one brow with a smile in response. This smile was treated as a provocation in her eyes. She has never stood down before anyone due to her pride. That's why she felt annoyed and answered back. This sword is no one's but mine. Everyone heard her clearly and exchanged glances. This was a warning. Any other bidders for this sword would antagonize her. The other everlastings and emperors didn't voice their dissatisfaction regarding her imperious act. They knew that she had enough power to back it up. First, she was a half-step everlasting. This was enough to take down most of the audience members. Moreover, her brother-in-law was Luminous Master and her clan sister, Creek King, was here as well with a mirror image. Nevertheless, some were still very interested in this ancestral sword. No need to claim ownership before the start of the auction. The one with the most money will win. One person criticized her threat earlier, unlike the reticent crowd. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Li Qie. Billionaire Li again. One guy murmured. Some became tense after hearing him. If he were to join and bid 1 billion again, who could actually beat him? Even Tang Ben accepted defeat. Flying Sword Marvel's expression soured since this comment clearly aimed at her. Initially, Li Qie had no interest in this ancestral sword. He even gave back repentance, let alone this blade. However, he didn't like her aggressive and cocky attitude. Money is not omnipotent. She didn't like an unknown junior provoking her despite her clear declaration earlier. This went beyond provoking her to the level of an insult. If this wasn't arrogance enterprise, this man would be no different from an ordinary person. He wouldn't be qualified to stand in front of her, let alone compete against her. We'll find out soon. Li Qie smiled and leisurely responded. The crowd became frozen. They have seen what happened to Bright King Buddha earlier. Bright King was prestigious and powerful with great authority. Alas, he still got slapped in the face by 1 billion. Holy Frost True Emperor shook her head at this scene with a faint smile. Chapter 2957. Fierce Auction. Flying Sword Marvel had a fit of fiery anger churning in her stomach. She didn't let it out just yet. Ahem, gentlemen, the auction is moving on. The auctioneer read the tense atmosphere and interrupted. There is a substantial discount because of the sword's materials. 5 million starting price using myriad-level progenitorial true stones. 100,000 each increase. That's with a discount? Some complained. Though they were at the myriad level, this 5 million was still an unreal amount. An ordinary sect would have a hard time taking out 10 progenitorial stones or so. A bigger sect would have an easier time. But as for millions? It would need to be a behemoth of a sect. Either that, or the people would need to be mighty emperors, everlastings, or even progenitors. The sword still belonged to a progenitor. There aren't that many on the market. Moreover, it had an embedded sword Dao. Obtaining this sword isn't the same as obtaining a progenitorial weapon. Maybe one can study Sword Saint's Dao as well. The auctioneer revealed a charming smile. She was indeed correct despite the high price. Very few ancestral weapons ever get on the market. Masters and sects in possession of one would never sell them. It wasn't easy to find one and put it up for auction. 6 million. Flying Sword Marvel added 1 million to the starting bid in order to show her determination. 6,100,000. Another big shot bid. 6,500,000. A third jumped in. 7 million. She swiftly retaliated. 8 million. A fourth didn't relent. 10 million. She had a cold expression. 11 million. Her capable competitor didn't let up either. Just like that, the price went up to 20 million in no time at all. Though people didn't talk back to her declaration earlier, it didn't mean that they were afraid of her. Among the big shots were high-level emperors and peerless everlastings that have been famous for a long time. The temptation of an ancestral sword far exceeded the negatives of offending her. Plus, money talks in this auction house. There was no need to be afraid of anyone. Billionaire Li was the best example. The price didn't increase as much anymore after reaching 20 million. Everyone wanted a discount and only raised it up by 100,000 each time. They weren't as crazy as Tang Ben or Billionaire Li. Eventually, Flying Sword Marvel bid 25 million. She has been bidding aggressively all along, so people knew that she wasn't messing around. The emperors and everlastings knew that she wouldn't give up. Thus, it was better to quit now while they were ahead and sell her some face. 25 million. Anyone else? The auctioneer noticed a lull and shouted. 25 million, going once. 25 million, going twice. She began raising her wooden gavel. Flying Sword Marvel heaved a sigh of relief after seeing people backing up. Just one more call and the sword would be hers. 100 million. A voice came from below. Damn, Billionaire Li is at it again. Everyone knew who it was right away without looking. The guy is insane. These are progenitorial stones we're talking about here. Another said. No one outside of progenitors themselves should be able to produce this sum by this point. Is it worth it? This question popped up around the stage. The lower-level stones weren't as bad. Some of the rich here could actually afford it. Unfortunately, this was no longer the case. 100 million. Surly Chia has bid 100 million. Any other bidder? The blushing auctioneer nearly lost her mind again since this beat out her previous record. She shot so many seductive glances towards Li Chia. You! On the other hand, Flying Sword Marvel's expression became extremely unsightly. This sword was seconds away from being hers, but now, Li Chia had severed her path. She could have handled anything around 50 million but not 100 million. Moreover, this price was illogical too. People have already backed off to do her a favor. Everyone could see that she nearly had it until Li Chia took this ready-to-eat feast away from her. Not convinced? Just outbid me then, I'm sure you can afford it. Li Chia calmly met her piercing gaze. Everyone stared at these two. They could tell that his bid wasn't a regular bid but more of a slap to her face. It was too extreme, clearly aimed at antagonizing and humiliating her. Don't think you're all that because you have money. She lashed out while feeling a murderous urge. As I said, just outbid me. Li Chia responded. Normally, Flying Sword Marvel was prideful but still maintained a good temper. This was no longer the case. How could a heaven's favorite adored by all like her be defeated by an unknown brat and his money? Nevertheless, she needed to calm down because this was arrogance enterprise. 110 million. A pleasant and commanding voice came from the sky. Creek King. Everyone looked up, shocked. Her Majesty is bidding now. Someone said. Shoo, don't talk right now. The friend nearby reminded him. Her involvement silenced the scene. After all, her status seemed supreme and a step above everyone else present. Just being Luminous Master's wife alone was enough for people to respect her. Flying Sword Marvel became happy since this gave her a glimmer of hope. Who would dare to try and bid against her? Would billionaire Li do it? Chapter 2958. Billionaire Li. Tranquility engulfed the auction house. No one dared to speak loudly. A few even tried to breathe quietly. After all, the wife of a progenitor in Luminous Master has joined in. Her status was simply matchless. Most people would just give up right now. There was no point in antagonizing her and creating animosity with a progenitor. Moreover, if Li Chia were to quit now, this was akin to doing Creek King a favor. A move described as smartly rowing the boat along with the current. Most importantly, not a single person would mock him for giving up at this crucial moment. In fact, being a competitor against her was already an honor. Giving up wasn't a big deal at all. Don't pursue this any further. One kind big shot told Li Chia. All could see that Li Chia had no lack of money, meaning that he had no lack of treasures. Therefore, there was no need for him to bid on this sword. Why not do a favor for Creek King and drop a potential problem? Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting to see what this madman would do. Her Majesty bid 110 million. The auctioneer smiled at Li Chia with ripples in her eyes like the autumn waves. Young noble Li, there are better items later on waiting for you. Her voice was as soft as water and enchanting enough to make even bones go weak. She naturally hoped that he would give up as well, hence her comment. Of course, the auction house wanted to make money, but they also wanted to build a good relationship with someone as wealthy as Li Chia. She felt that it would be better for him to not antagonize Creek King. I will bid later if they're good items. Li Chia smiled and casually tossed chips at the auctioneer. Rustle. Loud noises fell down, nearly covering the auctioneer completely. What? That has to be a few dozen million. The crowd became astounded. These chips were used in Arrogance Enterprise. Since the Enterprise had stores everywhere, one could treat the chips as a form of currency. Someone took a quick count and realized that these chips were worth a few dozen million. Moreover, this was only a casual tip. Even the strongest and wealthiest emperor wouldn't be so generous. She stood there like a wooden chicken. She has worked in the auction house for decades now and still didn't make as much as the tip today. Thank you, young noble. She regained her sanity and bowed to show her gratitude. 1 billion. Li Chia then stated his bid in a carefree manner. The crowd exploded into a furor once more. Another bid of 1 billion. This guy is insane. That's enough money to drown someone to death. All eyes were on him. He didn't give up and actually raised it to 1 billion, completely overwhelming Creek King's previous bid. These are progenitorial stones we're talking about. One murmured. 1 billion progenitorial stones, what? Many became stupefied. Progenitorial stones were prohibitively rare. Spending so much for an ancestral sword wasn't worth it. This amount was beyond the wealth of numerous systems. Only a few would be able to produce this sum, albeit with great difficulty. Only progenitors themselves would be able to do so. 1,000,000,000,000. The auctioneer's hand shook violently, nearly dropping her gavel. Going once, she needed to hold it with both hands now, feeling extremely nervous. Her legs were trembling as well. Sold for 1 billion. She finally smashed the gavel, ending this auction. When this experienced auctioneer let go of her gavel, her hands were still trembling. Emotions still got the best of her. Flying Sword Marvel watched the sword being delivered to Li Chia while shaking. Not because of Li Chia's huge bid but just from pure indignation. Her supreme self has never been subjected to such humiliation before, not to mention that she was completely powerless before the power of money. This was even more humiliating than if she were to lose a fight to him. People took a deep breath, fully aware that Li Chia had slapped 3 people in one go: Flying Sword Marvel, Creek King, and Luminous Master. Sir, I feel inadequate before your bold showing. Creek King's voice came from above, full of sentiments. It's just pocket change, can't reach the apex. Li Chia casually replied. Creek King could only sigh and stop talking. She wasn't angry at all. Her self-control was superior compared to Flying Sword Marvel. Meanwhile, the audience had a weak smile on their face. 1 billion progenitorial stones were considered pocket change? This might be the most domineering statement they have ever heard. Only progenitors could say this without being laughed at. Strangely enough, they didn't think he was boasting after his repeated display of wealth. In fact, he was probably holding back, not being as ostentatious as can be. They were completely convinced by his financial prowess at this point. "Sigh, boss. You must be rich beyond imagination." Tang Ben became a fan. "I am a country bumpkin in comparison while you're the richest in the city. I bow before you." He lowered his head after saying this. People didn't know how to feel about Tang Ben. They were certainly annoyed at his bravado, but he was being quite cute right now, easily accepting defeat. Billionaire Li lives up to his title. Someone else said, liking this title even more. Only Flying Sword Marvel remained furious. She glared at Li Qia, her cold eyes containing a faint hint of murderous intention. It was impossible for her to let this go. Next, the auction house sent out more items of the progenitorial level. A scripture, holy items, and rare artifacts. The crowd certainly broadened their horizon. The competition was fierce. The buyers who were aiming for these items were on edge the entire time, afraid that Billionaire Li would suddenly join the fray. They knew better than to compete against him at this point. Fortunately, he didn't bother looking at these items, clearly not interested. Chapter 2959. Immortal Coffin. Finally, it was time for the most important auction of the night. Gentlemen, our Arrogance Enterprise appreciates everyone's enthusiastic support. Next is the best and final treasure of the night. It will conclude our auction in a perfect manner. The auctioneer introduced the item. This is the climax. People became excited. Some stood up in order to get a better view of the item being brought up on stage. The powerful emperors were moved as well. These quinquennial auctions' ultimate items were always heaven-defying. The thing was brought up on stage. However, it was fully covered. No one could really tell what it was. Our Arrogance Enterprise has prepared an incredible treasure to end this auction. Our young lord toiled his heart out and suffered untold hardships to obtain it. We will not keep it for ourselves but rather, give everyone a chance to take a look. The auctioneer added. Whoosh! The cloth cover was lifted, revealing the item. Gentlemen, the ultimate auction tonight. An immortal coffin. She shouted. Sure enough, there was a coffin in full display, far larger than a regular one. Its blinding glow was surely the most conspicuous part about it. One wouldn't be wrong to call it a big diamond block rather than an immortal coffin. It had countless edges and surfaces, making the thing feel like it contained numerous separate dimensions within. It nearly blinded the audience after the cover was lifted. These rays had the intensity of the brightest stars. Thus, it also resembled a galaxy of sorts, just completely sealed inside this diamond-like object. When using a heavenly gaze, they would find a boundless space of numerous dimensions stacked on top of each other with no end in sight. This rendered it impossible to know the thing inside. So what is it? Emperors failed to see through it, let alone the common experts. Supreme True Emperor tried and failed. The coffin was too profound despite his best effort. It seemed to be bigger than all of three immortals. We can only call it an immortal coffin to indicate its grade. The auctioneer elaborated. Our store couldn't comprehend its mystics, but our young lord found it in a supreme land. It should be considered an item from an immortal world. That's why we do not dare to discuss it without proof. Nevertheless, whoever can understand its mysteries will benefit immensely. Some parts of her story were baseless, but no one would question her. They believed in its validity. First, Arrogance Enterprise was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It had no lack of everlastings. Moreover, it had the finest reputation in three immortals. Just this alone was enough for trust. Next, this coffin was placed before everyone. The mightiest emperors present could stare all they wanted. The Enterprise wasn't trying to mystify the coffin. Everyone could tell that it really contained some amazing secrets. So what is actually inside? One big shot wondered. No one could tell despite activating their heavenly gaze. We did not come up with any conclusion. The auctioneer smiled wryly and told the truth. The auction house treated an unknown item as their best for the night? This was a little ridiculous to hear unless they were here to see it in person. In that case, it felt very normal, almost a matter of fact. Is it really from above, a world of immortals? Someone speculated. So where is this world? No one actually knows. Another shook their head in disagreement. Immortal lineage was the highest in 3 immortals. Nothing else was above. Though people always talked about an immortal world, no one has ever seen or heard of anyone going there and returning. Maybe the other side of uncrossable expanse is the immortal world. One expert laughed. You actually might be onto something. Why else would the progenitors try to cross it? A few nodded, agreeing with this logic. Of course, no one could prove it anyway. Hey, could this be the coffin that Xian Xiao found back then in the lower realm? A big shot from the last generation recalled this story. Everyone turned towards him and also remembered the same thing. A robe from this tale was actually sold tonight as well. Our arrogance enterprise is actually sure that this is not the same coffin. The auctioneer gave a definite answer this time. They must have had solid evidence. Gentlemen, feel free to come closer on stage to feel it. Let's line up. The auctioneer suggested. Of course, only the VIPs could actually do so. Your Majesty Creek King and young noble Li, please come on stage first. She invited the two. The crowd naturally turned towards Li Qie. What the auctioneer did was place Li Qie on the same level as Creek King, intentional or otherwise. Remember, Creek King sat in a palace meant for progenitors. She represented her husband for this auction. No one else had a higher status than her here and now. However, Arrogance Enterprise has listed Li Qie together with her. This actually took the crowd by surprise. This is inappropriate. Both Creek King and Luminous Master are unmatched in terms of status in our world. Only Orchid Sage can compare if we must bring up someone. A dissatisfied member commented. They viewed Luminous Master almost like a god and didn't approve of an unknown junior like Li Qie being viewed with equal importance. Are you forgetting that this is Arrogance Enterprise? It's a place of business and profit. Whoever has more money is the boss here. Spend a few billion and you can be on the same level as Creek King too, just like billionaire Li. He spent the most here, so why can't he be the first to take a look? Why would he go to Arrogance auctions again after being treated unfairly? A different audience member sympathized. He's right, they're not really at fault. The highest paying customer deserves the highest treatment. Another big shot jumped in. These important characters have participated in multiple auctions and knew how the enterprise worked. Some were unhappy, but this was how it should be. If one wanted the same level of treatment, then just throw money away here. Arrogance Enterprise would also treat them like VIPs since profit was the main focus. Billionaire Li was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime customer, to say the least. To not treat him the best would deter future customers from dealing with them. Chapter 2960. Profundity unknown by all buzz. A bright light manifested on the stage with a woman inside. She was ethereal, impossible to get a clear view of. Nevertheless, just her faint outlines made it clear how beautiful she was. A noble aura still assaulted the spectators. She didn't need to put on an act or anything. Her bloodline alone buried nobility deep in her bones. She had converged this aura in an attempt to be low-key, but it still soared above the 9 firmaments. Just her faint figure alone resembled the ruler of the myriad realms. She has been in charge for too long, so this noble aura was impossible to hide. Your Majesty. The auctioneer bowed deeply after seeing her. Of course, this was only a mirror image, not her true body. Nevertheless, many stood up to greet her, including emperors and everlastings. She was definitely more powerful than anyone else here. Just her strength alone was worthy of respect. Young noble Li, please. The auctioneer invited Li Qie next. He smiled and climbed up the stage for a better look. The large auction house seemed to only have the two of them now, the focus of all attention. This duo created quite a special painting. Li Qie was completely normal, while the opposite could be said about the noble king, a striking contrast. However, Li Qie remained nonchalant as ever. Because of this, it created a unique, unrestrained harmony. Creek King nodded towards him, a type of greeting. Li Qie smiled in response. She didn't hold a grudge against him, still acting cool as if nothing had happened. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the coffin, his gaze seemingly penetrating the coffin despite its numerous embedded dimensions. It crossed through everything, both space and time. Creek King did the same. She would occasionally knock on the coffin before raising her finger to perform Tao laws. Pop. The Tao laws were repelled by the coffin. Nevertheless, she continued trying with tiny laws rotating around the tip of her fingers. Meanwhile, Li Chia circled around the coffin twice before placing his palm on it and closing his eyes. Everyone has been watching every action from these two. Creek King used supreme arts to test this coffin while Li Chia looked like a statue sleeping. The two of them didn't say a single thing. The crowd grew restless by the minute, not wanting to miss a thing. Unfortunately, the coffin had no response to these two. It was still glowing in the same manner, as silent as ever. Humph, don't put up an act by just standing there if you don't have the ability. Money alone can't figure out the profundity of the Tao. Flying Sword Marvel snorted at Li Chia, still holding a grudge. Don't be disrespectful and narrow-minded like a frog under the well, for the world is full of hidden masters. Creek King scolded her right away, albeit in a soft tone. Flying Sword Marvel didn't dare to disagree and lowered her head. Keep in mind that she was a half-step everlasting already, strong enough to look down on the world. Moreover, she was a proud woman, never afraid of anyone before. Nonetheless, she still looked like an obedient child before Creek King out of respect. The crowd was paying more attention to Creek King, hoping to see some clues from her expression and movement. Alas, nothing seemed to be happening. The duo has probably failed. Your Majesty, what's the secret of this coffin? One big shot lost his patience. I can't be sure. Creek King gently shook her head and still responded amicably. This coffin is incredible. It is impossible to figure it out in such a short time. Everyone exchanged glances after hearing this, aware of her power. If she herself had a difficult time seeing through this coffin, this only increased its value. Li Chia opened his eyes a while after and chuckled. Fellow Taoist, what do you think? Creek King looked at him with a friendly stare, almost like spring returning to the world. It's a nice item. Li Chia smiled and returned to his seat. She tilted her head a bit, pondering after hearing his response. Buzz. She then disappeared from the stage. Next will be the Emperors and Everlastings. Please come on stage. The auctioneer requested. Ha ha ha, I'm going. The first to react was Tang Ben. He laughed and jumped on top of the coffin. This vulgar and impolite act of his didn't earn him any grace from Flying Sword Marvel. The Emperors and Everlastings came after for a closer look. Supreme, Holy Frost, and the others were very interested in the coffin. Holy Frost became shrouded in radiance, exuding the purest rays of holiness towards the coffin. These rays entered a boundless domain with too many worlds and dimensions to count. If she were to gather her power into a single ray, it could illuminate all of immortal lineage. Alas, in this case, it was akin to throwing a pebble into the ocean. She failed to get a single response despite being a powerful 12-palace emperor. Supreme derived his supreme grand Tao full of righteous affinity. It engulfed the coffin and turned into Tao laws in order to imitate and understand the mysteries within. He garnered zero reaction as well. Bam! 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 Ear-splitting banging resounded with the strangest attempt. Tang Ben had a large hammer and didn't hold back on smashing the coffin. Alas, this still didn't damage the coffin or weaken its light at all. People didn't know what to do outside of shaking their head. This young master was different from everyone else. You're being too loud. Stop bothering other people. Flying Sword Marvel lost her patience and told Tang Ben. Haha, I'm gonna smash it open to see if there's a fairy inside so I can fall in love with her. Tang Ben salivated, looking quite wretched in the eyes of the marvel. Sis, can I keep on trying with other methods? Tang Ben smiled at the auctioneer. Young noble Tang, if you like it, buy and take it home, then you can try as much as you please. She revealed a seductive smile. That's probably what I will do. Tang Ben seemed to be bewitched by the auctioneer. He laughed and added, How much will it cost if I want to buy you too, sis? That depends on your own charisma. She wasn't bothered by his flirting and smiled back, making others want to push her down and do the dirty deed. Chapter 2961. Flirting depends on my charisma? Tang Ben's eyes lit up after hearing this. He fixed his long hair and assumed a pose he thought was the most handsome, a beaming smile. It didn't turn out too well since he looked too perverted. Sis, my charisma is off the chart. Tang Ben shot a flirting glance back at the auctioneer. Do you want to come to my room tonight? I bought a few cool treasures and would like your appraisal. I'm sorry to say that my ability is weak and won't be able to help you, young noble Tang. The auctioneer shook her head. No way. Tang Ben smiled. You are the main auctioneer of arrogance with peerless insight. You have seen more treasures than I have seen rice, able to tell the quality at a single glance. You know how I am. I just love treasures and buy everything. They pile up at my house now, so that's why I need your discerning opinion. With your help, I won't be tricked by others. What do you think, sis? While everyone else was contemplating about the immortal coffin, Tang Ben tried to flirt with her instead with wanton regards for the public setting. The emperors and everlastings on stage didn't know what to do. This young master was something else. They wondered about his background. Just what kind of clan could be so rich yet educate a child like this? People could only sigh. Flirting with the auctioneer was quite impressive, requiring courage and mental fortitude. Of course, let's not forget about the most important factor: shamelessness. Young noble Tang, if you are afraid of cheap copies and imitations, you can come to an arrogance branch. They are all over 3 immortals and can accommodate you with anything. The auctioneer cleverly rejected him. So what if I want sis? Will your store accommodate me too? Tang Ben continued his shameless attempt. I can't make a decision on that request. You will have to ask our managers. She didn't become angry and politely answered. That's okay, I'll go ask them when I have time. Tang Ben smiled. But are you busy tonight or not, sis? You can teach me a private lesson on recognizing treasures. I recently bought a horn from a tri-runed water dragon. I think the age of this horn is just right. The problem is the bloodline. Will you come to check it out? Young noble Tang, please feel free to bring it to our store. We will give you a sure answer then. She smiled. Absolutely, I'll ask for you then. Tang Ben immediately answered. One could read the words clearly written on his face. Want to sleep with her? Everyone was at a loss for words. So vulgar. Flying Sword Marvel commented. Tang Ben pretended not to hear her and moved closer to the auctioneer to resume his flirting attempt. Meanwhile, the Black Bull was also staring at the coffin. It eventually concluded. This thing is amazing, simply heaven-defying. True, 1 treasure, 2 items. Not bad at all. Li Qie smiled. What's inside, a corpse or a fairy? The bull's eyes lit up and asked right away. No rush. Li Qie said implicatively with a profound gaze. Haha, sir, we absolutely can't miss something this good. We gotta get it. The bull persuaded. Li Qie smiled, seemingly amused by what's to come. At this point, the emperors and everlastings on stage were exchanging their opinions. They naturally hid some of the key points but still wanted to listen to the general points. Fellow Taoist Holyfrost, what do you think? Supreme asked Holyfrost. Holyfrost pondered for a moment before answering. This thing is above spatio-temporal constraints. It must have something to do with the flow of the river of time. I don't know if it is from an immortal world. Your incredible light must have seen something. Bright King Buddha's mirror image said, we cannot open it by force, only by understanding its profundities. We don't know if it's a living or dead thing inside either. Yes, the content is very elusive. A different everlasting added. In my opinion, we shouldn't open it. Another emperor said gravely. Sure, it will be auspicious if it's an immortal item. However, if it turns out to be evil, it's not something you or me can stop. Something sealed inside of an item of this level should be powerful beyond imagination. I agree, fellow Taoist. One big shot said. And from what I've seen, only a progenitor at the immortal level can open this. Everyone exchanged glances. Immortal lineage didn't have an immortal level progenitor, at least not right now, or maybe they didn't know about them. In the present, 2 people have reached the Tao. However, they were yet to be at the immortal level. This might happen in the future. It just wasn't the case right now. Therefore, no one in immortal lineage could open this coffin. The listeners below were amazed to hear this. Needing an immortal level progenitor? This coffin must be insane. Of course, these commenters all had their own thoughts and goals while discussing various ideas. In the end, none could figure it out. They then returned to their floating pavilions. The big shots on the thrones were next in line to take a look. In the entire process, Tang Ben still didn't return to his palace and continued chatting with the auctioneer. Of course, there was nothing she could do. He was a VIP right now who had spent a big sum for arrogance. Moreover, he was certainly annoying but hasn't done anything wrong outside of flirting. This didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Some viewed his action as vulgar and shameless. Tang Ben himself didn't care at all. So what if he acted like a rich young master? He was really one anyway. Eventually, the observation finally ended. The auctioneer returned to her podium and told the crowd, "Everyone has gotten a chance to take a closer look now. Even though we can't say what's inside, I'm sure we all have a better idea of its value now. The powerful masters here didn't find anything special, but one thing was certain: the coffin was a supreme treasure. It wasn't incorrect to list it as the defining treasure of this auction. Our young lord found this item and we don't have a listed price for it since it is priceless," the auctioneer said. This confused the crowd. If it's priceless, what's the point of having an auction? Thus, we're doing something special. Everyone will write their bid down. As long as someone put down an acceptable price for us, this coffin will be theirs. She elaborated. Like that. The crowd was surprised. Such a casual way of doing it for a key treasure? Quite unprecedented. However, everyone only has one chance and can't change it after we record it down. Please be mindful of this. Moreover, it is not limited to true stones and money. Items are fine too. She said. Not bad, that makes it more interesting. Some became spirited. Many workers from Arrogance showed up, waiting to record the bids. The scene became silent. People weren't in a rush to bid and would rather be the last ones. After all, they only had one chance. Ordinary cultivators didn't even bother. They weren't qualified and weren't capable enough to win. An attempt would only earn jeers. All right, the auction is starting. Feel free to bid, everyone. The auctioneer announced. I have an ancient bell from Sky Ruins. Would that be all right? A white-haired old man took out a box containing an old and golden bell inside. Senior, your bell is good, most likely created by an emperor. The auctioneer recognized it right away. A worker then recorded the old man's bid. I have a soul grass, 360,000 years old. Is this enough for a bid? A sect master wondered. I have an old residence left behind by our great ancestor, who used to be under the banner of Fardao. This residence is rumored to be blessed by Fardao himself, so I will offer it as my bid. I am an eternal, I offer myself. Yeah, as if you're worth that much. The ones nearly laughed at this bidder. Many knew that they couldn't afford the coffin, but Arrogance Enterprise didn't state a minimum. Thus, they wanted to join the fun. Chapter 2962. Insane auction. I have a Tiger King with draconic runes, phoenix talons, and the bloodline of the White Tiger, 300,000 years of age. It hailed from Imperfect Mountain, that's my bid. My system has a star remnant or mine spanning for around 8,000 miles that produce 1/3 of the supply for immortal lineage. How about it? My sect has a secret domain with many mounts, 178 different species actually. The kings are suitable for emperors. My kingdom has a 9 twists river with a special carp named Heaven Shaker. This is a peerless alchemy material. Around 3,000 of them are born each year, desired by all in our world. A few big shots stated serious bids unlike the comedic ones after careful rumination. They were the lords, sect masters, and kings, usually at the eternal level. Their bids varied, but one thing was certain. Everyone was slightly moved to hear them. They weren't bidding with money, but these resources could be considered great sources of wealth. Some eventually decided to treat their sect's defining treasures for the coffin. Arrogance Enterprise recorded all of these bids without answering right away. I have the skeleton of an immortal phoenix on top of 3 billion true stones at the 5 palace level. It was time for Tang Ben to reveal his wealth. 3 billion. Everyone gasped after hearing this. Many stared at him, thinking that he wasn't just an ordinary young master. The crown princes and young lords of the big sects couldn't produce this sum even by going bankrupt. 3 billion. I want to rob him now. Someone murmured. Oh brother, feel free to try. My bodyguards are epic eternals. Tang Ben laughed and looked at this person to say, I'm trying to recruit another dozen everlastings. Money, fine. Treasures, fine. Dragon blood? Auspicious beasts' essences? I can accommodate anything. The person blushed and coughed. I was just joking, that's all. Tang Ben's suggestion wasn't impossible. Everlastings were usually proud, but as long as he could pay the price, a few items could still tempt them into working for him. Sis, what do you think about my bid? Tang Ben didn't forget to flirt with the auctioneer. Your bid is excellent. We will prioritize considering it. She didn't want to offend him, so she smiled back. I actually don't care for this coffin at all. Just having a bit of fun. I rather get closer to a beauty like you, sis. Tang Ben said. She smiled without responding. The listeners nearby wondered if this guy was here for the auction or to just find some girls. The true stones at the 5 palace level were certainly impressive, but the skeleton of a phoenix? Everyone became more curious. Just who was this youth? Could he be the son of an emperor? That couldn't be right. Even if this emperor was rich, he still wouldn't let his son be this wasteful. Most were very strict with their children's education and discipline. They wouldn't let their children become young masters or useless princesses that only know how to spend like Tang Ben. How could a youth from such a rich family be so unknown? No one knew a thing about him. We, Metalkin Divine Court, are willing to bid 500 million progenitorial stones at the myriad level. An influential old man from this power bid. 500 million myriad level stones. Many gasped in response. Once they calmed down and thought about it, this price still didn't seem enough. That's a high bid. One Eternal whispered. But earlier, Billionaire Lee paid 1 billion. His friend answered back. Forget about that, madman. The Eternal said, that ancestral sword is only worth around 50 million at best. That's already high. It should be 30 million. This immortal coffin is the key treasure tonight, but 500 million is a reasonable price already. Just think about it, how many other systems can produce this sum right away? The crowd exchanged glances. The sect masters and lords calculated what they had in their system's main treasuries and realized that they wouldn't be able to produce this much. Not even stones at only the myriad level. That just shows how insane Billionaire Lee is. Another said. Metalkin Divine Court could only do half of what Li Chia did. Comparison was a source of pain. Even a system as mighty as Metalkin Divine Court could only muster 500 million. In the case of 1 billion as a possibility, they would need to meticulously deliberate this. My father has agreed. Our strong grass system will also offer 500 million and one manual containing the experiences and findings of a progenitor. Guan Yunping jumped in. He looked quite pleased with himself after revealing the bid. He didn't do anything special tonight despite winning 1 or 2 treasures. The winning prices weren't impressive either. This annoyed him a little bit. After all, he was Orchid Sage's junior brother. A very prestigious role. He considered himself to be on the same level as the emperors, but unfortunately, he didn't have that much money himself and required his father's approval. This immortal coffin finally got his father's interest. The mirror image told him to outbid the divine court. The old man from Metalkin glared over at Yunpeng. This bid was a challenge between the two systems. Yunpeng wasn't afraid at all and arched his chest to meet the glare. Metalkin Divine Court was certainly powerful and feared by many. However, Strong Grass was not a weakling in the contemporary. Metalkin War God only had 12 palaces, not even close to being on the same level as Orchid Sage. Therefore, Yunpeng could stand proudly against this top master from the court. His cultivation was only average at best. On the other hand, the old man was very close to his father in both status and power. The latter became vexed after seeing this pompous youth. Alas, there was nothing he could do outside of scowling. The kid had a good father and an amazing senior brother. Miss, how is our bid? Yunping thought he looked quite cool right now and raised his voice. It is excellent. We'll let you know once we make a decision, young noble. She nodded and smiled. Yunpeng was satisfied with this answer from the auctioneer and sat back down on his seat. Lankavatara Temple is offering 2 scriptures personally written by Lankavatara Buddha. What do you think? The left child made a bid in his master's stead. Scriptures from the progenitor? People were shocked because the scriptures from this temple have never been passed to outsiders, let alone scrolls written by the progenitor himself. The content was one thing, but the fact that they came from the progenitor meant that they were priceless. They should be able to suppress evil by themselves. The peerless teachings within were simply extra. Remember, Lankavatara Buddha wasn't only an immortal-level progenitor. He was famous alongside Desolate Saint. Chapter 2963. Progenitor's promise. This bid from Bright King Buddha was quite shocking. Many stared at the auctioneer, waiting for a response. However, she didn't answer and only smiled while recording the offer. Our Northern Academy has a grand diagram of light, a world savior boat, and a bowl of repentance, all created by our progenitor. That's our offer for the coffin. Holy Frost True Emperor revealed her bid. She was representing the Northern Academy, not just herself. The legacy items of Desolate Saint. The crowd was moved once more. Many stared at Holy Frost True Emperor with saliva oozing out from their mouth. This particular bid was insanely tempting. These items are all created by Desolate Saint. One big shot became startled. These 3 treasures are incredible. According to the rumors, the saint traveled across 3 immortals in order to refine the diagram. Therefore it encompasses all 3 worlds. As for the next item, the boat, it should be able to escape from any calamity. And finally, the bowl can wash away any sin, allowing a sinner to return to the righteous path. One Eternal took a deep breath. They're so valuable then. The big shots nearby felt their heart beating faster. Desolate Saint was a member of the Decennary, a wondrous being. Therefore, Holy Frost's 3 items clearly defeated Lankavatara Temple's offerings. Bright King Buddha didn't show himself nor said anything. However, his 2 servants' expression changed, aware that they have been bested this time around. Of course, they didn't say anything either because Holy Frost was on the same level as their master. The disparity was too much. High Sun Pavilion will give your arrogance enterprise 1 position lasting for perpetuity. Supreme True Emperor spoke. A spot for High Sun? All eyes fell on Supreme. This organization was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew its true strength. For millions of years now, only a selected few have been able to join it. Some progenitors weren't eligible, let alone emperors. The benefits of being a member remained unknown, but virtually all masters wanted a spot. The best recent example was the commander of Sky Pass, Tai Inchi. He obtained his position with the help of High Sunday. From this one could see its power. A few emperors and everlastings knew that this was a great opportunity. Joining High Sun would allow them to reach a greater height. Thus, the focus shifted onto the female auctioneer. She bowed toward Supreme and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will carefully consider your proposal." It didn't take long before those qualified have made their bid. The scene became quiet. Some started looking up instinctively towards the palace of Creek King. Though she wasn't here in person, her mirror image still represented Luminous Master. In the auction tonight, Creek King didn't try to bid on any treasure outside of the ancestral sword. People also understood that she merely tried to help Flying Sword Marvel. Her real goal was this immortal coffin. They patiently waited, thinking that Luminous Master would most likely outbid everyone present. Power, wealth, and resources? He was superior to anyone here. One promised to be carried out by Luminous Master. She finally spoke. Her words turned into an eternal mantra. Golden springs emanated from the ground. An incredible visual phenomenon. The moment Arrogance Enterprise accepted, her words would become a promise that would last forever. The shocked crowd began imagining the potential. A favor from a progenitor? This was another priceless bid. Perhaps he could teach someone to become a true emperor, or he could give you enough money to rival anyone. All in all, this was indeed a tempting offer with boundless potential. Not to mention regular people, the emperors here would love to have something like this. It can benefit generations to come. A sect master murmured, thinking about the future. We appreciate your generous offer. The auctioneer bowed respectfully. Everyone thought that they had zero chance. If they had the choice, they would definitely pick the promise of a progenitor. The other treasures and resources were incredible, of course, but not on the same level as Creek King's offer. One could get all of these things with the help of Luminous Master. Looks like Arrogance Enterprise will pick Luminous Master. Everyone concluded. Young Noble Li, will you place a bid? The auctioneer looked over at Li Chia and smiled. Everyone finally remembered about this particular fella and began paying attention to him. Yes, Billionaire Li. They remembered how crazy he was with his bids. What does your enterprise want? The bull asked before Xueqi could answer, wanting to scout first. We are deciding as we go since this auction is very special. Young noble Li? She asked Xueqi. He became the center of the spotlight once more. What will billionaire Li do? No one could accurately predict this eccentric and crazy person. I don't think money matters here versus the promise of a progenitor. One expert mused. A different true god agreed. People say that money is omnipotent but maybe not in this case. Right, Creek King's bid is too tempting. Others nearby agreed. Not necessarily. Arrogance Enterprise is a business, so what if billionaire Li bid something ridiculous? Maybe it will be enough. Another big shot disagreed. I just don't think it's possible because Arrogance isn't aiming for money or they would have had a starting price. Money can't beat a progenitor. Can you create a progenitor by just having a lot of money? No. An Eternal said. Right, money is only an external thing even at the highest level. It doesn't matter as much once you reach the progenitor level. Many shared this opinion. Even the big shots such as Supreme were waiting for Xueqi to make a crazy move. Of course I will bid since I must have this immortal coffin. Xueqi smiled, still as nonchalant as ever despite everyone staring at him. Chapter 2964. Everyone stared at Xueqi, thinking that his tone was too much. Must have? With what? What do you have to beat the previous offer? You can bid 10 billion and it still isn't enough. Flying Sword Marvel was the first to criticize him due to their existing feud. Hate was perhaps the right word to describe her feelings after failing to win the ancestral sword. Moreover, the humiliating nature of that loss in public made it worse. How could a heaven's favorite like her lose to this wretch's vulgar method? Plus, she had great pride in her brother-in-law. In her eyes, nothing in the world could be as valuable as a promise from him. A man who stinks of money like Xueqi shouldn't have tried to outbid him. The crowd knew that Xueqi had enough money to burn his hands, easily bidding 1 billion without batting an eye. However, money seemed insufficient before the promise of a progenitor. How much will he bid? 10 billion? One expert saw Xueqi's leisurely expression. That's a frightening amount. Some progenitors might not be able to have so much in one go, but I still prefer the promise of a progenitor. Another said. True, money means a lot for the normal men, but as for the more ambitious ones, they would most likely pick the other choice. I'm sure Arrogance Enterprise will stick with Luminous Master. An Eternal chimed in. After reaching a certain power level, cultivators no longer needed resources but more room for growth. A progenitor could provide them with endless possibilities. May I ask for your bid, young noble? The auctioneer smiled. The anticipation built up in the room was at an all-time high. Everyone listened with bated breath. No one doubted that this madman would bid something insane for this key auction. They just wanted to know the actual price. Give me a pen and paper. Xueqi smiled. The world shouldn't know my bid. This surprised people since he was the first to do so. The auctioneer felt the same way but still told a worker to accommodate him. Humph, trying to be mysterious, so what? It doesn't matter what insane price he gives, it still won't win. Flying Sword Marvel snorted. Many experts felt the same way as her. By this point, Xueqi had finished writing. He folded the paper and handed it back. The auctioneer took a look. Her expression clearly changed. She then told a worker to bring the paper to the backstage. Though no one saw the content of the paper, the reaction of the auctioneer said it all. This made people even more curious about the actual bid. After a while, another worker came out and whispered to the auctioneer before handing her an official document. Gentlemen, we finally have a result. She smiled, still as seductive and enchanting as ever. Who is it? The scene became rowdy as many impatiently shouted. Isn't it obvious? Creek King won for sure. One big shot emotionally said. True, her bid is unbeatable. Others nodded. Is it Creek King? Someone loudly shouted towards the stage. Gentlemen, please quiet down. The auctioneer announced. Thank you for your support in this auction. The esteemed guests included emperors, everlastings, and most of all, Her Majesty, Creek King, coming here despite being busy. We send our sincerest regards to Luminous Master. Yeah, Creek King won. A member of the audience said. Not surprising at all. Money and resources can't touch that offer. Many would have picked the same choice. See, money is useless. Even a sky-high bid is nothing more than a number. Flying Sword Marvel heaved a sigh of relief, feeling quite proud. Her big sis has finally defeated Li Chia and delivered a tough slap. This made her feel so good. Only a rich young master, not comparable to a progenitor in the slightest. Might is the true path. Money is only external and ephemeral, can't reach the apex. She looked at him with disdain, thinking that he was nothing more than an ant. I think arrogance made the right choice. Luminous Master will be unbeatable in this generation. A promise from him will make the store even more prosperous. Someone said. This seemed to be the consensus among the crowd. So money is not the end-all be-all, not even in an auction. Another cultivator reflected. Obviously. His friend laughed and said, You think you can buy me a progenitor? Impossible. True. The first nodded. Gentlemen, I will be announcing the winner of the final auction now. The auctioneer finally finished her concluding statement and raised her voice to quiet down the chatter. Didn't she announce it earlier? Some were perplexed. I formally announce that the top treasure of the night goes to young noble Li. She revealed while the crowd was still confused. Her voice could be heard across the entire auction hall. What? Confusion turned into astoundment. Mouths were agape for a long time. This answer felt like a hammer striking them in the chest, knocking the wind out of them. When the auctioneer specifically pointed out Luminous Master in her speech, everyone thought that the enterprise had chosen him. Now, this sudden reversal left them in a daze. Even a half-step everlasting like Flying Sword Marvel couldn't close her mouth. She thought that her sister had won the key, hence her taunting earlier. It turned out that he was the actual victor. Now she looked just like a fool. This invisible slap robbed her of all face. Everyone remained frozen, causing the auctioneer to smile wryly. She was only performing her closing statement earlier for the sake of civility and politeness, not expecting others to be misled. Chapter 2965. Is there a mistake? One crowd member regained his wits and wondered. The auctioneer put on a solemn expression before she responded. Esteemed guest, do not worry. Our enterprise has maintained a golden reputation for millions of years. The elders of the branch have carefully deliberated before coming up with a winner for the final auction. There is no mistake here. People pondered quietly after hearing this. She was right. Arrogance Enterprise's reputation was immaculate, to say the least, leaving no room for doubts. Just think about it. People even left ancestral weapons here for auctions. Plus, countless emperors and progenitors have dealt with Arrogance Enterprise before. This trust and reputation have been solidly cemented with time. They wouldn't throw their legacy away over one treasure. It's not like they needed to do so. Then what did billionaire Li bid? One person finally cracked, unable to contain their curiosity. The enterprise certainly had reasons for picking him as the winner. Right, what is it? People began asking. Creek King's offer was emptying and virtually priceless. However, Li Chia won out in the end. What could actually beat the promise of a progenitor? No one could come up with an answer. As young noble Li had said, the world shouldn't know, but it is definitely unmatched. No one else can beat it. The auctioneer smiled. People exchanged glances. This statement sounded arrogant, but it had to be the truth. The result proved everything. Of course, they still wanted to know the answer. Unfortunately, Arrogance Enterprise was responsible for keeping this a secret, so they stopped asking, knowing the futility. Right now, they turned towards Li Chia with curious eyes. They felt that he was too heaven-defying to actually be able to beat Luminous Master. His background must be unfathomable. The top emperors such as Supreme felt that they wouldn't have been able to do it despite their strong backing. Just who was this man then? Fellow Taoist Li, you are a hidden master indeed. When you have time in the future, please visit Immortal Bronze Mountain. My husband and I welcome you. Creek King's pleasant voice sounded. Some praised her for being benevolent and special. Though they were competitors, she still remained polite and welcoming. Everyone just needed a woman like her as their wife and wouldn't ask for anything else in life. At the same time, a few were shaken. To be received by Luminous Master and Creek King? Not many were qualified to have this honor. I will if I have time. Li Qie chuckled and said. I'll be waiting. Creek King said before leaving. Her maids by the palace entrance left as well. Thank you everyone, for participating and making this a great auction. The auctioneer thanked the guests. This was definitely a successful auction, partly because of big spenders like Li Qie and Tang Ben. Arrogance Enterprises' profit far exceeded its initial calculation. Most left happier than when they came in. They managed to see the invincible emperors and everlastings, masters whom they would never see otherwise. Moreover, they also saw plenty of incredible treasures, broadening their horizon as a result. They witnessed the world of the rich as well, such as Tang Ben. The sect masters here felt they were impoverished in comparison. Then, when taking into account billionaire Li, Tang Ben was but a country pumpkin. They realized that their wealth was nothing in comparison, just enough for food and clothes. The majority left empty-handed, but they were perfectly fine with it. They could tell their family or juniors about the event, the characters and treasures they have seen, and most importantly, a billionaire who threw money away. As the crowd dispersed, certain people came to see Li Qie. Fellow Daoist Li, come visit us when you have time. Supreme True Emperor bowed towards Li Qie and smiled. Some of the experts became envious. They weren't qualified to see emperors, yet these fellas were coming down to invite Li Qie. To Hai Sun? I heard it has some good items. We'll think about it. The Black Bull answered instead. Supreme nodded in response. It's not mine alone. I only have a tiny straw house next to the pavilion. It would be my pleasure. Fellow Daoist Li and Sir Bull. If we have time, sure. Li Qie chuckled. The emperor nodded again before leaving in a cool manner. Hee hee boss, nice to meet you. Tang Ben ran over and looked very enthusiastic. And, Li Qie said, your wealth is something else. How about we become sworn brothers and use our money to sweep through immortal lineage? We'll be unstoppable, the two richest men in the world. Tang Ben smiled. Not interested. Li Qie responded. An alliance is fine, but brat, you have to hand all of your possessions over to me. I will carefully watch over them for you. The Black Bull stared intensely at Tang Ben. Well, Tang Ben didn't feel safe under this gaze. This prodigal son could tell who was good or bad. This bull was definitely up to no good. You dare to say no to me? The bull became aggressive. Sir, I just spent all of my money earlier. Wait until I get more, okay? Tang Ben instantly fled after saying this. Little bastard thinks he's so rich. As if I would rob him. The bull became awfully unhappy. Chapter 2966. No, he's right to run away so fast or going broke is inevitable. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Sir, you are unfairly accusing me. The bull protested. My sleeves flow freely in the breeze, as righteous as can be, always on the side of justice. Li Qie only smiled at this spiel from the bull. Holy Frost True Emperor walked closer. Not only was she beautiful and holy, but the air around her could also immediately infect others with positivity. Many cultivators that have yet to leave immediately cupped their fist to greet her. Young noble Li. Holy Frost bowed her head towards Li Qie and then greeted the bull. Senior, we meet again. The bull only shrugged in response but didn't bother teasing her despite its dislike of the academy. When we met in the frontier back then, I was blind and couldn't see your brilliance, resulting in the comedic conversation. She revealed an enchanting and infectious smile, looking transcending and out of this world. She introduced him to Repentance Academy back then, not knowing his actual abilities. Repentance Institution is good. Staying there improved my knowledge. Li Qie didn't mind at all. She bowed again and said, Academy of Light took pride in being part of your journey. I hope you will come back one day. He nodded and she started to leave. Academy of Light has a good successor. The bull commented. The legacy of Desolate Saint continues. Life is so unpredictable. The bull laughed. I guess the world only views him as a supreme saint with a light of salvation, not knowing any of the other crap. Li Qie didn't respond. Regular people normally only got to see the outer layer, none of the hidden mysteries and intricacies buried in the river of time. With the end of the auction, Li Qie needed to finish the formalities with Arrogance Enterprise. Inside a VIP room, the auctioneer brought out his treasures, the robe of Xian Zhao's fairy, stone orchid scripture, and the ancestral sword. Young noble, please check the items. Her gentle eyes had the waves of limpid autumn waters. The girl from the stone carver race was brought to him too. She kept her head down, not saying a word. Young noble, this is the Miss official document. The auctioneer handed Li Qie a treasure box. This box contained her official seal. With this seal, one could have full control over her without doing anything else. Li Qie only smiled. Finally, the last treasure was displayed before him. The immortal coffin. He gently touched it and nodded. Very good indeed. Having said that, he prepared the right amount of stones to pay for the auctions. With the payment done, 7 old men came in the door, all covered in a black outfit from top to bottom. They came in silently like specters and alarmed by Jinning. She became frozen due to their impressive power despite their converged aura. She felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping her throat, stopping her from moving in the slightest along with taking her breath away. These 7 were clearly unbelievably strong and could easily crush her. In fact, they would destroy Eternals without any problem. One was in the center with the other 6 standing around him. This wasn't a formation to protect the man in the center, but rather the treasure box in his hands. It seemed to have taken roots there. Nothing could ever take it away from him. The auctioneer bowed towards these 7. They clearly had high positions in Arrogance Enterprise. However, both Li Qie and the bull only cared about the treasure box. Everyone could tell that the item inside was extremely precious after seeing the old men's serious expression. They didn't say a single word, only showing great respect towards Li Qie by bowing. The rumor is true. This is the foundation of your enterprise. The bull's eyes lit up. The auctioneer had a solemn expression, no longer as lively and talkative as before. Taking this box away is the same as ending your enterprise. It added, looking very evil as it rubbed its nose with its hoof. It was unaffected by the suppressive atmosphere emanating from the old men, unlike the frozen by Jinning. The 7 didn't bother responding. Creak. The one in the center opened the box. Buzz. Immortal rays oozed out, seemingly originating from a world of immortals. Little particles fell on the ground, painting a galaxy beneath. Jinning was in awe at this beautiful sight. The content of the box remained unknown, but it could actually contain a world there or a portal to the upper realm. This scene alone would make people palpitate with excitement. One could only imagine the heaven-defying thing inside. These rays were quite weak right now, but Bai Jinning could still feel an ancient and primordial presence from the beginning of time. It was older than anything else in existence right now. Young noble, please guide us. The auctioneer bowed deeply with great reverence. The 7 old men followed suit. It's nothing like that. This is just a transaction and I will carry out my part. Li Qie smiled and walked towards the box. This was the price he paid for the immortal coffin. Everyone wanted to know earlier since it managed to defeat the promise of Luminous Master. Arrogance Enterprise didn't reveal the bid, not only because of Li Qie's request but they also didn't want others to know too much. Zhao Heng is indeed brilliant. Being a merchant is a bit of a waste of his talents, but I suppose only someone like him can create this long-lasting enterprise. No other geniuses can really compare. Li Qie stared at the box and said, Zhao Heng was naturally the progenitor of Arrogance Enterprise, known to be an unscrupulous businessman. However, his enterprise ended up having a golden reputation. A very strange matter. Li Qie performed his Dao and imprinted a seal on the box. Buzz. His runes hovered around it just like fog. For some reason, Jinning suddenly felt as if Li Qie had just left a seal on the entire world. She herself seemed to be in it, but this mystical act was beyond her comprehension. He eventually pulled back and smiled while looking at his work. Everything is easy in a prosperous era, but when the calamity comes, who knows about those lucky enough to escape? I can only give you all a direction. The rest is up to yourselves. Li Qie said. Chapter 2967. Thank you, young noble. The auctioneer bowed again despite his comment. The 7 old men closed the box fully and bowed before quietly leaving. They didn't utter a single word from start to finish, as if they were mute. Nevertheless, their status at Arrogance was still special. What a shame. We should have taken something that good. The bull shook its head and complained. The auctioneer ignored this comment completely. Okay, the transaction is complete. Time to leave. Li Qie laughed and said, "Young noble, the elders told me to inform you that Arrogance Enterprise is ready to support you. Just let us know if you ever need anything." The auctioneer said, "Looks like you have a high position in the enterprise." Li Qie looked at her and said, "My name is Elan and my accomplishments are mediocre at best." She replied, "I will jump into a boiling cauldron if you command me so." "Sounds good. Where is your young lord?" Li Qie smiled. "Well, he's not here right now." Her expression changed for a bit. "Not here or not want to see me?" Li Qie chuckled. The girl became slightly awkward but he stopped pursuing. "Let's go." Li Qie put away the treasures and left. She followed him all the way out to the door before stopping. The group returned to Bai Jinning's place. It wasn't small but another person on top of the bull made it a little crowded. Li Qie took out Stone Orchid scripture and said, "Charcoal says a lot of stupid things but not all the time. Your ancestor is indeed fated to be with Buddhism. The same with your bloodline. There is no Tao system in the wildlands, so this scripture is suitable for someone connected to this doctrine like you. Maybe you can have great achievements with it one day." "FO for me?" Jinning became startled since this scripture was bought for an insane price. Even Bright King Buddha wanted it but eventually lost to Li Qie. "I've already memorized it. It's nothing more than a book to me now." Li Qie tossed it in her direction. She held the scripture. Frozen. Clank. Li Qie unsheathed the ancestral sword bought earlier. The energy and aura of Sword Saint remained, causing her to tremble with fear. "Take it." He put it back into the sheath and tossed it towards her too. She was at a loss for words. The Saint Childs and Royal Lords weren't lucky enough to have something like this, let alone a little soldier like her. I can't accept it." Her hands trembled, not because of the weight of the sword but rather its value. She never dared to even dream about something like this. "Take it, the sword is not bad but I can't use it since it'll break after a few swings. The materials aren't good enough." Li Qie said flatly. This nonchalant line might be the most stirring thing she has ever heard. She would never forget it her whole life. "My life is yours, young noble. You may take it any time." She got on her knees and kowtowed hard. Li Qie just gave her a new life with these gifts. He accepted the grand gesture before turning over at the stone carver girl who didn't dare to look at him. He sighed and took out her official document, the seal imprisoning her. Poof! He burned it to ashes. "You can go now." He blew the ashes away and said. The girl finally looked up and stared at him in astonishment. She had already accepted her fate back at the auction, ready for the worst. Thus, she couldn't react in time. "You're free." Jinning saw this and said, "The young noble has released you from servitude. You can go wherever you want now." She saw slave trades everywhere in the wildlands. Those lucky enough to have a good master would be able to live on. As for the unfortunate ones, potentially a fate worse than death, simply too sad to watch. In Jinning's opinion, this girl was lucky to meet a merciful master like Li Qie. He still released her despite paying so much earlier. This was a kindness on the same level as the birth given by her parents. The girl still didn't know what to do while staring at Li Qie, almost like a lost little bird. "Thank the young noble then go back home," Jinning kindly reminded her. "I don't know where home is." The girl calmed down and shook her head. Her eyes became moist. Her soft voice could make people go weak. Moreover, her exotic look was extremely attractive as well. "Where is your family?" Jinning asked. "I don't have any, my parents aren't around anymore," the girl said. The two of them chatted for a bit and Jinning understood her current situation. It turned out that this girl lived deep in the mountains, completely separated from the outside world. This was understandable. Her race was on the verge of extinction. She would have been kidnapped the moment they found out about her bloodline. She lived with her parents until the two of them passed away, leaving her by herself. She then became curious about the outside world. Alas, she got captured right away the moment she made it out. Jinning sympathized with her. Stories like hers happened all the time in the wildlands. Stone carvers, this race used to be mighty and reigned during their golden age. The bull became emotional too. "What's your name?" Li Qie asked. "Yanbai, Lu Yanbai." She seemed bashful when talking to Li Qie. Li Qie stared at her before turning his gaze towards the bull. His lips curled into a smirk. Sir, your smile is weird. The bull felt a chill. From now on, you are responsible for this girl. She is very talented. Li Qie chuckled. Shit, no, I don't want to carry a burden around. The bull immediately wanted to run. That's fine with me. Bring her to Sacred Mountain and tell the old demon that I want him to teach her. I'm sure he'll be able to groom an ultimate disciple. He's a better teacher than you anyway. Bah! That old demon's building Tao isn't bad. But as for teaching? Not necessarily. I'm the greatest bull in existence. My cultivation method is unmatched in history. His light art is not worth mentioning, humph. The bull retorted. You can go ask him about our cultivation art. It has been passed down since the ancient era. The guy was so impressed after seeing it. Well, you can teach her this unmatched method then. Li Qie interrupted it. That's not what I meant. It realized what Li Qie was trying to do. Say no more, it is decided. Li Qie commanded. God damn it, you're playing with me, right? The bull nearly vomited blood from anger and protested. Chapter 2968. Li Qie ignored the bull's strong protest and wanted it to teach Lu Yanbai as its successor. Despite its dissatisfaction, there was nothing it could do against Li Qie's wishes. Perform the master-disciple ceremony. Li Qie said. Lu Yanbai was surprised, not knowing what to do while shifting her glance between the two due to her inexperience in life. Young sis, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bai Jining saw her hesitation and told her to perform the ceremony. The bull accepted her worship since the matter was out of its control. It laughed afterward. Hee hee, good girl. Be diligent and one day you will become invincible. That old tree with his Academy of Light will be nothing against you, my disciple. You will completely dominate them in the future. Yanbai still didn't understand the significance of having a master like the bull. However, Jining became envious. Though she didn't know the bull's actual origin, a being capable of following Li Qie couldn't be simple at all. It was definitely capable of looking down on the world. Haha, sir, I have accepted a disciple now and will do a good job at teaching her. Isn't it time for you to give her a greeting present? The bull looked at Li Qie. Come, my good disciple, greet this peerless master now. Later on, you can just say his name whenever you're in trouble and that you have his blessing to do whatever you want. It wouldn't miss this chance of extorting Li Qie. The confused Yanbai listened and bowed towards Li Qie. The guy smiled and took out the robe he got from the auction. The one left behind from the legendary tale of Xian Shao. There are mysteries and secrets within this robe. We'll see if you are lucky enough to learn them. Li Qie gave her the robe. She accepted the robe, not knowing whether it was a good present or not. It's a very nice robe, young one. Wear it all the time. The bull's vision far exceeded other people. Sir, you're the one who proposed for her to be my disciple. This relates to your reputation, so you can't be too stingy. Just this robe isn't enough. The bull was as greedy as a python wanting to devour an elephant, wanting Li Qie to spit out more items. Of course, it also knew that Li Qie's treasury wouldn't miss this robe. He had plenty of other items. Li Qie still smiled and took out a dazzling golden hand, looking quite immaculate. One would find it hard to believe that this was a real hand from someone. It looked more like a gauntlet cast from gold. When they carefully sensed this hand, they would find that it contained an invincible force capable of tearing the world into two halves. Nothing could ever resist or stop its might. This is for you as well. Perhaps one day you will be able to use it to its fullest potential. Li Qie said. He found it at the outskirt of Academy of Light back then, the golden hand that was gripping the Eye of Darkness. Take it fast. The bull became excited right away after seeing this insane artifact. Yanbai held it and took a closer look. For some reason, she felt so close to it with a strange sense of familiarity, almost as if they were family. It's amazing. The bull salivated. Of course, it wasn't immoral enough to take its disciple's treasure. It looked over at Li Qie and said, Sir, where did you get this golden hand? Did you cross through time and sever this person's hand? Time traveling is easier said than done. Plus, I won't do so even if I can. That's an era-destroying act, adding negative karma to oneself. Li Qie said. I can't believe it. The bull said, in this world, there are fewer than 5 people, no, fewer than 3 people who can refine a hand like this. Not even desolate saint can do it. Ah! Yanbai suddenly shouted because the hand started moving a little bit. She dropped it, but the bull was fast enough to catch it. Don't be afraid, this is a great thing. The bull was excited and explained. This is a touch of fate, an ultimate fortune, something others desire but will never get. Little girl, it's because of your pure blood. No one else except you have this perfect bloodline anymore. The bull gave it back to her, but she was still afraid. This was understandable. A hand suddenly moving again seemed creepy. You are very lucky to have something like this, blessed by the heaven even. The bull comforted. Strangely enough, it didn't react while being grabbed by Xueqi or the bull at all. So what's going on? Jinning asked, thinking that it was just a golden gauntlet earlier. This no longer seemed to be the case. It was a real hand severed from another person. The hand stopped moving right now in Yanbai's hands. Come here. Xueqi gestured for her to come over and she obeyed. He took the golden hand with one hand and her hand with the other. Buzz! Her hand became shrouded in a blinding radiance as if there were an entire galaxy around it. He began deriving the myriad Dao and let out a flashing golden Dao from the hand. Next, the hand itself suddenly became liquefied. He then pulled this flashing Dao into her forehead. Buzz! Runes began appearing around her arms. They were simple and ancient, seemingly coming from an old era. An ocean of hidden mysteries and peerless profundities was now hidden in her arms. Just one Dao alone was enough to start a world. Next, the golden liquid poured down and covered her arms. She was afraid at this sight, but there was not the slightest sensation of pain. In fact, she felt as if she had an immense force within her grasp now, like an innate power finally unlocked. The shackles have been lifted. She felt that these were her real arms. They have finally awakened. Can't get any better than this. The bull praised after witnessing this. Chapter 2969. Her arms were still glowing even though Xueqi had pulled back. Dao runes continued to buzz and circle around them. Yanbai thought that she could tear apart the sky or lift up a continent with her newfound power. Maybe even killing a true dragon. What's happening? She felt that she had transformed completely. A retracing of your latent primordial talents. Xueqi said. You had it from the very start but didn't use it. I simply assisted you with waking it up. The future is still up to your own fortune and effort. Also, do not let down the sacrifice of this hand, he added. Incredible. I can only think of another person right now who can refine their hands to this level. The bull commented. Stonecarver used to be a unique race. All of their talents and arts were focused on their hands. A successful refinement grants incredible raw power, easily slaying gods and dragons. Xueqi said. It's a shame that they are nowhere to be found now, especially pure-blooded ones. He then looked at Yanbai and finished. This is a touch of fate indeed, a continuation of their legacy. We can't let nameless heroes be without successors. The last sentence eluded the two girls. The bull might know, but it didn't reveal the story, only nodding in response. Yanbai finally bowed towards Xueqi without needing to be reminded by Jinning or the bull. She understood that Xueqi had given her a great gift on the same level as life. She would never forgive this kindness. My good disciple, with your talents and the greatest teacher in history in me, you will be unbeatable soon enough. That old tree demon will open his eyes to see my greatness. You will take him down a notch. The bull gloated, seemingly already able to see the day of its disciple's domination. Xueqi only smiled. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to surpass that tree demon. There was a long way to go. Nevertheless, the bull and its disciple had this potential. Sir, I don't care about the other treasures. Just let me take a careful look at that immortal coffin. The bull smiled towards Xueqi. He decided to be generous and took out the coffin. Both the bull and Bai Jinning hurried over, wanting to take a better look. They have seen it before on stage, just not this close. Yanbai and Jinning couldn't notice anything because they weren't at the right level. Even the top emperors couldn't see through this. On the other hand, the bull took a while before commenting. Haha, it doesn't matter if there's someone alive or a corpse in there. In my opinion, the most valuable thing here is the coffin itself. Xueqi had to admit that this bull had incredible insight, far surpassing those emperors. Sir, I have several amazing treasures on me right now. Do you want to trade? The bull salivated after realizing the coffin's true worth. Including that one? Li Qie smirked, referring to the treasure that was with the bull since birth. Well, if you are willing, I'll do it. The bull hesitated for a moment before making up its mind. It's not about me. I don't think it's worth it for you though. Li Qie shook his head. The tree demon was right. You have plenty of resources and innate gifts, just lacking Dao heart and patience. Cultivate your mind and Dao heart while stop being so mischievous, then it's not impossible for you to surpass him. This coffin doesn't matter. You don't need it to reach that level because your inheritance and lineage are more than enough. It's the same as your bull spirit in my hand, actually. I am invincible but can't use it to its fullest potential. Only you can because it exists solely for you. He paused for a bit before continuing. Treasures and merit laws can't be invincible, only the Dao heart. When your Dao heart is firm enough, defeats are only temporary. Makes sense. The bull smiled wryly. It naturally understood what Li Qie was trying to say. However, how many people could actually cultivate a Dao heart of that level? In its opinion, the tree demon was incredible enough. As for Li Qie's Dao heart, no one else had a similar one. Leave now. Li Qie waved his sleeve. The bull shrugged, thinking that it's too bad the coffin belonged to Li Qie. If it was anyone else, it would have tried to steal it. Doing so against Li Qie would only result in death. Li Qie then sealed the area and sent the room deeper into a hidden dimension after they left. He gently stroked the coffin as if he was caressing a lover. How strange who brought it here. This coffin was in the 9 worlds, then the 13 continents now here? Li Qie said. Li Qie came to the auction for this coffin alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated at all. The robe and ancestral sword didn't matter to him since he only got them for fun. This coffin was another story. Its presence actually confused him. He already had background information, unlike others. This allowed him to understand the coffin quite well. He closed his eyes and after a buzzing noise, a third eye appeared. This wasn't a heavenly gaze in the traditional sense that would appear on a cultivator's forehead. This third eye was actually his Dao heart. He used it to look into the coffin, searching for its mysteries. During this observation, the coffin disappeared from sight and no longer existed. Li Qie began tracing back in time. Millions of years passed by in the blink of an eye. Then billions. This river of time was long enough to render the strongest beings into dust. No one could withstand this level of temporal polishment. Worlds would go down due to natural forces, let alone living beings. His Dao heart managed to survive this torture, still unmoving and tough as always. This was the reason why others couldn't figure the coffin out. The mysteries were hidden in time. One must go back billions of years in order to truly understand it. They would go crazy from going back so long in time or die in the process. That's why they couldn't do it despite being so strong. Numerous figures appeared during this temporal reversal. For example, the supreme and cool Jiao Heng, soaring through the sky with total freedom. Next came the unmatched true emperor that can calculate heaven and earth. Images of the 9 worlds and 13 continents were next. As he went on, even the figures of the 3 immortals showed up. Sure enough, these were the people who have obtained the coffin or tried to understand it before. In this boundless space existed a great galaxy with shiny stars. The planets here looked like diamonds. A girl was sleeping there for what seems to be an eternity. The sky above her had terrible lightning storms, ready to strike at any moment. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2970. The girl's figure seemed faint, flashing back and forth, on the verge of disappearing at a moment's notice. Contrary to this visual phenomenon, she seemed to be stuck there for an eternity. The lightning storm above her wasn't regular lightning but rather a type of heavenly punishment. Nothing could ever survive. This slumbering girl was clearly sealed by this tribulation. Any attempt to flee would result in a barrage of lightning. However, the lightning couldn't actually reach her current spot. The galaxy with its stars completely surrounded her as a form of barrier. These stars and planets weren't actually physical celestials. They were made from years and years accumulating together. A manifestation of the temporal affinity. Long periods of time formed this galaxy to separate the girl from the tribulation above. Thus, as the tribulation descended, it needed to cross one era after another. Its power would considerably weaken as a result even when reaching her. Xueqi stared at her for a long time. Alas, she was deep in slumber and didn't know what was going on outside. He eventually stopped and continued forward towards the source. The end of this temporal river, or rather, the beginning of time. One epoch passed after another until he reached the primordial stage with heavenly laws forming for the first time. Once again, just crossing one epoch was enough to destroy anyone's mind. Tao laws and the strongest physical shell still couldn't withstand this withering. Only an indomitable and unchanging Tao heart could finish this journey. While maintaining his original purity of mind, he saw numerous historical figures. Their existence has been erased or forgotten. Behind them were shocking and legendary tales, enough to compile the most interesting book. Finally, he made it to the oldest source and heard rampant detonations like the bottom of a waterfall. Numerous Tao and runes flowed at great speed, carrying with them a thick, everlasting aura. The years started flowing from this radiant area, the beginning of all. Xueqi, sitting in front of the coffin, was drenched in sweat after making it here. This tired him out more than 1,000 battles. The explosions and flow of the Tao continued. The runes seemed happy to roam freely while looking resplendent with a pure radiance. These temporal runes gave light to the myriad worlds. This serene harmony seemed to be frozen. Time wasn't flowing at the source of time in a regular manner. 1,000,000 years seemed like the blink of an eye and vice versa. The blink of an eye was still 1,000,000 years. Xueqi observed this area freed from any urgency. The runes played as if they were little spirits, just having fun as always. Mightiest masters would be afraid to look at this scene. Of course, only the Supreme Lords could actually get here to have a look. Time to open a page. Xueqi smiled, finally able to relax after getting here. While being in this place, he had control over everything on top of endless possibilities. The runes ahead turned out to be one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. Time. Of course, time was only its name in the 9 worlds and the 13 continents, stemming from its location as the source of this epic. In reality, the 9 scriptures were nameless. Their fundamental source and essences consisted of mystical grand Tao and primordial runes. Later on, future generations had masters strong enough to find them. They would then pick the form of these scriptures. For example, a supreme existence back in the 9 worlds opened a page of the previous scriptures, changing them to something entirely new. From then on, the 9 current scriptures took form and gained their title: Fate, Space, Tao. In a different epoch, a scripture manifested here wouldn't have the same names as the ones back in the 9 worlds. No one knew the masters that have managed to open these pages in the 9 worlds. They must have been ancient existences with enough power to do so. The same applied to 3 immortals. However, these scriptures weren't as well known here as if some people have tried to conceal their existence. This immortal coffin was actually a scripture, choosing to manifest in this form. Time has appeared in the 9 worlds before then 3 immortals. This movement was quite strange. Perhaps a secret kept hidden by someone. Did someone pass down its temporal merit laws to the 9 worlds and 13 continents? Or perhaps the scripture itself was taken there before being brought back to 3 immortals. Or the scripture moved on its own accord. All of these possibilities were plausible, part of a great mystery. However, Xueqi didn't care to find out. Time scripture was in his possession now, so he wanted to open a new page. He didn't need to do so for all the scriptures. When his epoch came, they would manifest into the world as something completely different with a new Tao. He could have been in this dimension for millions of years to observe the runes. However, only a blink of an eye was passing by in 3 immortals. He seemed to be at peace here because he had plenty of time to figure it out. His body began to change, becoming sparkling and translucent and fusing with the time source. An unknown amount of time passed. Could be 1,000,000 years or a single second. He disappeared completely from sight, replaced by an ancient rune. He became a part of time in a runic form. He began jumping and playing with the other runes. There was no way to distinguish him now from the original runes, for he was a part of time scripture. Meanwhile, the body in front of the coffin outside became transparent, eventually disappearing as well. Only a layer of temporal affinity flowed around the coffin. This was a potentially horrific event. If his Tao heart wasn't firm enough, he would disappear completely, forever lost in the time source and truly become a temporal rune of the scripture. Chapter 2971. Li Qie, in his rune form, continued to flow in the dimension within the scripture. The danger of losing himself was ever present. He chose a dangerous path. In fact, he only needed to search the Tao for comprehension next to the source instead of becoming a part of the scripture. Of course, the bull and the others had no idea that something so perilous was taking place. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have been able to help him either. Even if the bull was strong enough to drag the coffin out of the chaotic temporal flow, it wouldn't be able to save Li Qie inside the scripture. Sun and moon didn't exist in this space. Eventually, a faint figure slowly emerged among the dazzling expanse, as faint as a candle in the wind. It pulsed back and forth. Just one gust would be enough to extinguish. However, the figure persevered and gradually became clearer. Yes, Li Qie had finally come out of the source of time. He turned into a rune there and lingered around for an unknown amount of time due to a lack of flow in that place. The coffin stuck in the chaotic temporal flow also stopped. It stabilized next to Li Qie, no longer moving around. A supreme witnessing this sight would have cold sweat streaming down their back. Even the strongest supreme wouldn't be able to do this. This went beyond understanding the time affinity. He had fused himself into the time source for enlightenment and came back unscathed, a testament to the might of his Tao heart. He sat quietly next to the coffin as if he has always been here, not moving an inch. He opened his eyes and slightly moved his upper torso. Buzz. Numerous dimensions vibrated as a result. Pop. Space opened and he pulled the coffin back from that deep dimension. A new epic and a new heavenly scripture. Let's use this as an outline, he said while touching the diamond-like coffin. He had obtained its profundity and had a full grasp of this scripture after becoming a part of it. In a sense, the scripture was now a part of him. He closed his eyes once more and his body lit up. The strands of light emanated from him weren't that bright but looked so real and tangible. They looked like crystal needles, seemingly made from the temporal affinity. The coffin harmonized with him and sent out its runes. Remember, inside this coffin were countless sealed dimensions and history with no end in sight. However, these ancient runes in the room right now were the ones found in the source, the essences of time scripture. They looked happy like carps leaping out of the water. Buzz. Li Qie became brighter with a Tao maelstrom appearing in front of his chest. Buzz. The carp-like runes leaped out of the water and floated around Li Qie at an increasing pace. Boom. He released his grand Tao and ordered these ancient runes to compile themselves into a supreme chapter. This supreme chapter then fused into his grand Tao, becoming one with him. Tao runes emerged all over his skin, making it look like he had been splashed by ink from top to bottom. It's just that the ink was a bright shade in this case instead of black. Lastly, the supreme chapter entered into the coffin once more, returning to the source. It's finished. He opened his eyes and said. A monumental change had taken place today. Alas, no one was none the wiser because Li Qie had sealed this area. They also didn't know that the curtain was slowly being lifted. A new epoch was growing. When the time was right, it would replace the old epoch for a new golden age. A new scripture was undoubtedly present since Li Qie had opened a new page. It was time no longer. He began meditating again to refine his grand Tao. Sky Pass became rowdier during his isolated cultivation. The excitement didn't die after the end of the auction. Next came the feast of their commander, Tai Inchi. Many big shots in immortal lineage were invited. The arrival of some has caused quite a stir. For example, Metalkin War God, Bright King Buddha, and Violet Dragon Empress. A gathering of heroes. A spectator commented after seeing these big shots. Only someone like Tai Inchi could invite so many big shots successfully. I heard someone from 5 Element Mountain is coming too. Another rumor spread. What? 5 Element Mountain. Everyone, regardless of their status, became startled. Is it true? People from that sect haven't come out in a long time. An Everlasting asked. It's true, someone very amazing from there too. A knowledgeable person confirmed. Dang, Tai Inchi actually got someone from there to come. Another took a deep breath. Of course, many members took pride in being invited. Being able to meet someone from 5 element can be a great opportunity. One emperor became emotional. Well, there must be something big going on for Tai Inchi to do so. It is indeed a good opportunity. A big shot thought about something else. I mean, is it really surprising? I thought Tai Inchi was from 5 element himself. Another added. There have been rumors of Tai Inchi being from 5 element mountain. This event might have just proved it. Of course, he was from a side branch, not the main branch. This was still amazing enough because this sect rarely recruited disciples from the outside world. Maybe 5 or so in the last million years. Being recruited as an outsider actually showed Tai Inchi's talents since he was recognized by 5 element mountain. Later on, he went to Academy of Light and never bragged about his background. This made people question the validity of this rumor. Now, he has to be from there since very few people in immortal lineage could successfully get 5 element mountain involved. Chapter 2972. Respect and silence were the first two reactions whenever 5 element mountain was brought up in immortal lineage. There have been plenty of progenitors in history and people had different answers to the question about the strongest one. Some would say the first progenitor, Bao Pu, would be the strongest one. Another popular answer would be the brilliant Gao Yang or fire ancestor who started the famous expedition. However, in terms of one era or a system with the strongest progenitors, people would think of 5 element mountain first. Due to the ancient finding date of this system, there were very few records about its progenitors. There wasn't only one either, unlike the majority of systems. There were at least 2. Just imagine, 2 progenitors appearing at the same time and creating an immortal level system? Quite hard to believe. It wasn't rare for 2 or 3 progenitors to show up in each generation in immortal lineage. However, each system normally only had 1. In order to become a progenitor, a cultivator must stop following the path of those before them, leaping out of their current Tao system. For example, Orchid Sage came from strong grass but couldn't stick with it after becoming a progenitor. He must leave in order to have his own legacy and go even further. Strong grass no longer had the means to gestate him, just like a shallow pond being unable to contain a true dragon. 5 element was an exception with at least 2 progenitors for its founders. Moreover, rumor has it that it even had 2 Tao sources. A system should only have 1 because 2 would definitely cause a conflict, tearing the system asunder. There were numerous explanations for this unique property in this system. First, the 2 progenitors might have been twins with a connected heart and mind. That's why they became progenitors at the same time to start 5 element mountain. Another stated that they were husband and wife. With love came solidarity and harmonization with a dual cultivation Tao. The most excessive one believed that it didn't only have 2 but rather 5 progenitors. They proved their Tao at the same time, meaning that the system actually had 5 Tao sources. Of course, no one believed this last one due to the mere impossibility. However, the sect having at least 2 progenitors from the same era became widely accepted. Later on, it produced more incredible masters, one of whom was on the same level as Fardao Lotus Ancestor. Lotus Ancestor followed the same framework of 5 element yet still managed to prove his Tao and reach the apex, nothing short of a miracle. Many other systems tried to copy his path. Why? Because in order to become a progenitor, one must jump out of their system. However, Lotus Ancestor improved the Tao of the previous progenitors, making it even better. So many systems wanted to have multiple progenitors. Having 2 would boost their power by several folds. Alas, for millions of years, no one else has been able to replicate this task. This, in turn, allowed 5 element mountain to be above all the other systems. Rumor has it that Lotus Ancestor was still there in the sect. Thus, it had a character on the same level as Fardao in this world. A living immortal level progenitor. No other system could top this. However, 5 element rarely involved itself with worldly affairs. People didn't even know where it was located. This didn't affect its unique position. Even though it had no disciples, everyone still viewed it as the top system. Furthermore, it meant that if a disciple from the main branch there were to come out, something big was happening soon enough. One known disciple of 5 element was Tai Inchi right now. He wasn't part of the main branch, only an outer disciple training there for several years. Nevertheless, this outer disciple still became a top existence in immortal lineage, a supreme everlasting. From this, one could see how powerful and terrifying Five Element was. Now, a big shot from there was here in Sky Pass? The world rightfully became startled and kept on talking about it. The date of the feast finally arrived. The invited big shots made their way into Tai Inchi's residence. His mansion was quite large and impressive, located in a corner of Sky Pass. Of course, as a supreme everlasting and the commander of Sky Pass, it wasn't unreasonable for him to have such a nice place. Li Qie finished his cultivation as well and came out. Bai Jining then told him about the feast. That brat? I guess we can go get some free food there. The bull remained unimpressed by the feast. Others were nothing but respectful towards Tai Inchi, but the bull viewed him as a clever brat. Come, I need something from him. Li Qie smiled and said, let's go. The bull took his disciple along as well. Lu Yanbai looked quite good after dressing up. Golden hair, bright blue eyes, and an exotic aura. The group made it outside of the residence. The bull looked at the place and laughed. The brat got rich in recent years, I suppose. Gotta bark up his tree since it's time for him to pay me back. His mansion was heavily guarded with soldiers from Sky Pass Legion everywhere. Bai Jining was a captain and had prepared a spot for Li Qie. However, there were two more people now, the bull and Yanbai. This made it a little difficult for her since this particular party was very exclusive. Jining greeted the guards by the gate, wanting to bring everyone in. A while later, she returned and told the group, we only have one invitation letter, so the guards will only let the young noble in. She was only a captain with no influence to speak of. Getting that one spot was hard enough already. What? This brat dares to put on an act before me? I'm gonna crush his place. The bull became annoyed right away. This attracted the sharp glares from the guards nearby. What are you looking at? The bull glared back and said, I'll beat you all up too. The guards' expression soured. Who would dare to cause trouble at the mansion of their commander? Some started walking over to block the group from moving forward, looking awfully hostile. Chapter 2973. The guards were exasperated with the bull. Causing trouble in Sky Pass was one thing, but disrespecting their commander was far worse. This was the territory of their legion. Even the fiercest person would need to tuck their tail between their legs, let alone purposely provoking them. In fact, this wasn't only limited to this area. Sky Pass Legion and Tai Inchi were respected everywhere in immortal lineage. Tai Inchi was one of the strongest masters in this world, enough to look down on the world. Moreover, he had friends everywhere. In other words, provoking him was the same as poking at a beehive. They glared at the haughty bull while gripping their sword hilt, ready to go. Strangely enough, the bull didn't give a damn and said, You wanna go? Come, bring your entire legion with you. I'll let you train for a bit. Let's see how much that brat has learned since he's so arrogant now. Bai Jining smiled wryly, aware that a fight was inevitable. The legion wouldn't let anyone disrespect them here. Alas, there was nothing she could do. These guards wouldn't listen to a mere captain like her. Our legion protects the border for generations and will not stand this. A guard scowled, seemingly the leader of this group. He gripped his saber with a murderous flash in his eyes. Li Qie only smiled, perhaps content to watch the show. On the other hand, the stubborn bull shouted, A good dog does not block the way. We've been nice enough to not make Tai Inchi come out here to greet us. That's already giving him plenty of face. Boom! The bull sent the leader flying right away. Clank! 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 The guards hurriedly unsheathed their swords and sabers, surrounding the group with haste. A battle could break out at any moment. Ahem! A cough suddenly interrupted the two sides. A master and servant appeared. The two women Li Qie had met on the street before. The master still hid her appearance while her maid still dressed like a man. The guards were surprised to see their sudden appearance. They quickly put down their weapons and respectfully lowered their head, not daring to breathe loudly. It's a non-issue, no need to resort to weapons. The mysterious girl's voice was very pleasant yet left no room for questioning. Fellow Taoist Li, we meet again. She looked at Li Qie. Though her face was shrouded, one could still see that she was smiling and very friendly towards him. Fate always arranges a second meeting. Li Qie said. Right, we will cross paths again. The girl nodded and walked into the mansion. She then added, Sir Ian is always hospitable and will not refuse a guest. As they were leaving, the maid stared at Li Chia as if he was a bad guy, a thief of sorts. She looked to be on guard against him. Li Chia met her gaze and smirked. This only served to annoy her further, but she didn't say anything. We're going. He then told the group and entered the mansion. The guards kept their head lowered, no longer stopping them this time. The de-escalation let Jining heave a sigh of relief. She naturally didn't want to see a fight between Li Chia and her legion. The master and maid were nowhere to be found inside the mansion. After all, the place was just too big. I heard that those two are the guests from 5 Element. Jining quietly told them. She heard it from her colleagues. Li Chia didn't care too much and only smiled in response. 5 Element Mountain, huh? Looks like it can't sit still any longer. The water is very deep. The bull murmured, gazing at the distance. The haughty bull became serious when talking about the system, no longer showing the same disdain towards all. I heard 5 Element is above all systems. Many progenitors would come to visit that place. Some even stay there for a bit to seek the Tao. Bai Jining said quietly. Many in the legions knew about the legends of 5 Element because of their commander. It's not bad. Calling it a miracle isn't an exaggeration. The bull nodded. It paused for a bit before adding. However, times are changing. This is Sir's era now. 5 Element is no longer the top dog. A dragon needs to coil. A tiger needs to let him ride as he pleases. Everyone else are mere insects that need to worship him. You're only good at being a sycophant. Li Chia shook his head. The bull's skin was unreasonably thick. It began teaching Lu Yanbai. Disciple, remember this well, later on wherever and whatever the occasion, just make sure to latch onto Sir. The world has no boundaries and restrictions under his protection. You can do whatever you want. In fact, call him uncle from now on. It's more intimate that way. Uncle. The inexperienced girl naturally listened to her master and nodded. Her voice was soft enough already, so this uncle from her was enough to make people go soft. I'm still young. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Li Chia. He grimaced and glared at the bull. Hee, I know, but she can't call you brother because that would put me above you in terms of seniority. I would be taking advantage of you then, sir, and I do not dare to do that. The bull revealed its reasoning. Li Chia didn't say anything else, seemingly agreeing. We're here, that's Frightened Star Pavilion ahead. Jining told the group. In front of them was a pavilion reaching the stars. A youth leading fellow disciples served as the reception. He looked quite gallant, clearly talented, not to mention a majestic aura around him. Young lord. Jining bowed after seeing him. He was Tai Inchi's son, Tai Xianfeng, the young lord of Sky Pass. His father personally taught him, so he was quite powerful despite his young age. An old adage was apt in this case. A tiger wouldn't give birth to a dog. He was quite famous right now. In terms of power, he was on the same level as Flying Sword Marvel and the others. Captain Bai, this gentleman and lady are? Xianfeng recognized Bai Jining but not the rest. He knew all the esteemed guests, especially the younger talents. However, this was his first time seeing Li Chia, so he became curious. Chapter 2974. During his moment of confusion, a guard hurried over and whispered into his ear. His expression changed a bit while listening. He then cupped his fist and smiled towards Li Chia. So you are young noble Li. It is an honor and please excuse our lack of reception. Li Chia smiled and walked into Frightened Star Pavilion. The bull walked past Xianfeng and glanced back at him. A bit like your father back then, not bad at all. Some potential there. Xianfeng didn't figure out the bull's identity but still chose to smile back despite its condescending tone. He was still a big shot nowadays. Many older experts acted humble before him. This was his first time being spoken to like this. After this group went inside, Xianfeng ordered a guard. Go report this to father, hurry. Meanwhile, the group was teleported to the highest level of the pavilion after entering the entrance. They were now standing inside a new area with numerous buildings and pavilions. They looked like blooming lotuses beneath a starry sky. This place was no longer Sky Pass but deeper in space. One could see the stars inches above them, hence the pavilion's name. One could frighten the stars just by speaking loudly here. The buildings varying in height were specifically arranged to form a formation, looking very mysterious. Inside each pavilion were banquets with guests sitting down already. They came from all over the world. Demons, celestials, metalkins, fieries. The guests here had exceptional auras and brimming with divinity. All of them were clearly lords, sect masters, and top true gods from the previous generations. After all, Tai Inshi only invited the most influential figures. Li Chia looked around and noticed the highest pavilion. Only the top figures were actually there. Supreme True Emperor, Holy Frost True Emperor, Flying Sword Marvel. These were the strongest emperors and everlastings right now in immortal lineage, the so-called apex existences. Others wouldn't dare to sit there unless they believed they were at that level. They chose the other pavilions instead. The mysterious master-servant duo was also in there. Everyone came over to greet these two, including Supreme from High Sun and Holy Frost from the Academy. Even the arrogant Flying Sword Marvel came over to greet them. She was definitely from 5 Element. That's the only sect strong enough to command respect from the rest. Billionaire Li is here too. Someone recognized Li Chia's group right away. Li Chia and his nickname became quite famous after the previous auction. What is he here for? Some experts grimaced, becoming a bit unhappy. They knew he was rich and a big spender. No one else here was on the same level. Not even a young master like Tang Ben. However, this person stinks of money was invited too? Remember, they considered an invitation from Tai Inshi to be an honor. Thus, they felt strange that someone like Li Chia would be able to participate as well. How did he get an invitation letter? A sect master raised his brows. A nameless junior like Li Chia shouldn't have been invited to this feast in their opinion. Maybe he bought one? After all, a sky-high price can definitely get you a letter. A clan master sneered. Some started thinking and thought that this clan master made sense. Perhaps if Billionaire Li had offered someone $1 billion or more, some might have been willing to sell him their spot. Li Chia glanced over at the mysterious girl and she nodded back to greet him. He smiled and started heading for the highest pavilion. The ones in there were all looking at him now. Humph, this isn't the place for you. Someone blocked his path, glaring at him with disdain. It was none other than Guan Yunpeng, the successor of Strong Grass and the junior brother of Orchid Sage. You again, horsey? Your skin is quite thick for you to still show up in public. The bull laughed and said. Yunpeng turned red after seeing the bull. Being ridden by it was the most humiliating experience in his life. Humph, demon's pawn, you can't do as you please here. Yunpeng regained his confidence and arched his chest. An old man appeared behind him just like a specter. Though he had converged his aura, his divine ring was still faintly pulsing. 7-ring god. An expert quietly said, recognizing the old man right away. Guan Yunshen's first disciple. Many were shaken to see his pulsing ring. No wonder why Yunpeng dared to come looking for trouble. He got a strong backup this time. A powerful epic eternal. He never forgot about the humiliation prior and swore to have vengeance at all costs. Thus, he asked his senior brother to help him. Scram if you want to live. Li Chia didn't bat an eye. You think having dirty money is everything? There are plenty of people stronger and richer than you in this world. Yunpeng uttered coldly. They're all insignificant. Scram. Li Chia retorted. Amit ba. 2 monks appeared behind Yunpeng after Li Chia finished speaking, the left and right child of Bright King Buddha. Benefactor, you are incorrect and disrespectful for saying this. The left child said, Sir Ian invited the heroes of the world here, don't be impudent. Very few can call themselves heroes, the likes of you are more similar to dogs. Li Chia looked at them and said, You. The 2 monks had an ugly grimace, becoming furious. This feud attracted the attention of many guests. No one would be able to restrain their anger after being called dogs. Definitely not these 2 monks. Be mindful of its owner before kicking a dog. Even if these 2 monks were average, their master was famous on top of being the abbot of Lankavatara Temple. He was clearly disrespecting Bright King Buddha as well. Ignorant fool, you can't back up your words. Guan Yunpeng jumped in to help the 2 monks. You deserve death for insulting the heroes participating in Sir Yin's event. Chapter 2975. Guan Yunping's arrogant style was deeply rooted in his noble upbringing. Though his cultivation was nothing compared to the big shots here, his status as the junior brother of Orchid Sage allowed him to be on the same level as them. Slap the annoying brat, Li Qie nonchalantly ordered. Bam, bam, bam. Yunpeng got struck by a dozen slaps in no time at all. He started seeing stars. Blood oozed out of his mouth along with both rows of teeth when he tried to speak. The scene became soundless. All eyes were on Li Qie now. Causing trouble at this feast was quite bold. This was the same as not giving Tai Yinqi any face, something most in immortal lineage wouldn't dare to do. Little animal, you court death. Yunpeng roared and took out a painting scroll. Don't! Seven-Ring God tried to stop him. It was too late. The furious youth rolled out the painting, revealing only one word written on it: suppress. The character didn't have that many lines but still contained a majestic power. Boom! The character descended on Li Qie like 1,000 mountains with a billowing progenitorial aura. It was as if a progenitor was attacking right now. Some of the spectators became frozen. The stars in this dimension trembled. The pavilion sank down a bit, unable to withstand this force. Gasps and deep breaths could be heard from the spectators. An authentic scroll from Orchid Sage himself. A big shot shouted. Yes, Orchid Sage wrote the word and instilled in it a mighty power. Just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Li Qie commented and raised one hand into the sky. He tore the firmament apart along with the myriad realms. Nothing else mattered beneath his grasp. The character instantly crumbled and the scroll was ripped to pieces by his palm. Ugh, Guan Yunpeng was held up by his neck before anyone could react. His feet kicking back and forth and his eyes turning white. Don't hurt him. Seven-Ring God activated all 7 of his halos. They spread and created a domain of power. Evil creature, halt! Both the monks started chanting Buddhist mantras and became shrouded in a bright radiance. This radiance then rushed towards Li Qie. The two showed their true form. The left child was a long-armed ape and the right child was a black pupa. They had a Buddhist disc behind their head, looking like 2 enlightened demons. Are! Their weapon of choice was a massive Buddhist pestle. Boom! Some stars above crumbled as a result. The 2 pestles accompanied by Buddhist brilliance and chanting came crashing down on Li Qie. Die! Seven-Ring God was in a hurry to save Yunpeng, so he fused his halos into a seal. It turned into a supreme mountain, also flying towards Li Qie. Rumble! The trio's combined attack nearly crushed one of the closest pavilions, alarming the experts inside. They were undoubtedly powerful, living up to their fame. Alas, this wasn't enough to warrant Li Qie's attention. So be it, I'll grant your death wishes, Li Qie said, then formed a mudra. He flipped it over and the resulting seal came pressing down. Boom! This casual mudra had enough power to suppress the gods and devils for ages. Everything would turn to ashes in the blink of an eye. Rumble! It annihilated both the Buddhist radiance along with the halos and continued heading for the 3 combatants. No! All 3 started screaming and summoned their strongest treasures while utilizing their mightiest merit laws in an attempt to destroy the incoming seal. Unfortunately, how could fireflies compare to the luminous moon? Blood poured down like the rain after a burst of miserable screams. The 3 were instantly slaughtered by Li Qie's seal. Resistance was futile. Drops of blood fell on the wooden railings of the nearby pavilions. Truly a stunning sight to behold. The stench of blood filled the area and wouldn't dissipate. Moreover, the atmosphere has become tense to the extreme. The masters here exchanged glances with each other. Li Qie had killed the 2 monks with no regard for their master. Doing so meant becoming an enemy with both Bright King Buddha and Lankavatara Temple. No, all of Buddhism. Moreover, he killed Seven-Ring God too, offending Stronggrass in the process. Many took a deep breath after realizing that billionaire Li wasn't only rich but also mighty. Most importantly, he was a merciless man who would kill after a single disagreement. What do you want? Guan Yunpeng gasped for breath and said, You tell me. You wanted to kill me earlier. Who is killing who now? Li Qie smiled. Don't be insane. Yunpeng was scared out of his mind. His life was in someone else's hand right now, so he couldn't be arrogant like always. I am the successor of Strong Grass. My father is Guan Yunshan, My senior brother is Orchid Sage. The pale youth stated his backing. Idiot. So what if Orchid Sage is your senior brother? He doesn't like having an idiot like you around, I'm sure. Li Qie shook his head. Kill me and my senior brother will avenge me. Our strong grass will hunt you down, you'll have nowhere to hide. Yunpeng shrieked louder after seeing that Li Qie was unimpressed. Of course, Li Qie was an exception. Others certainly shuddered after hearing the title, Orchid Sage. This person was still an invincible progenitor. Orchid Sage owes Guan Yunshin a great debt. A spectator quietly said. Everyone knew that Yunshin had taught Orchid Sage before. Orchid Sage would have no choice but to seek vengeance in order to repay this favor. They thought that it was unwise to have a progenitor as an enemy over Guan Yunpeng. No one would do something like this. Let's find out. Li Qie chuckled and slowly closed his fingers. Senior brother, save me! The frightened youth pissed in his pants and cried for help. Pop. Li Qie rendered him into a bloody mist. Chapter 2976. The red mist scattered to the wind, leaving the crowd in rumination. In recent days, everyone in Sky Pass has heard of billionaire Li and his crazy bids. Now, his action was arguably fiercer, offending two powerful systems in immortal lineage. He looked nonchalant and brushed off his sleeves as if he had only swatted some flies. No one dared to stand in his path any longer, aware that this guy was a monster. They watched him move up the highest pavilion towards the mysterious girl. Meanwhile, the maid named Jinger stared at Li Qie with her big and round eyes, being cautious as if he was a thief. Supreme gave his regards while Holy Frost got up to greet Li Qie. She considered him as an ally because he used to be a student at Repentance Institution, so they were both from Academy of Light. Li Qie got in front of the mysterious girl and sat down without any hesitation with a smile on his face. Though the others were prestigious, they still didn't dare to sit close to her. This wasn't the case for Li Qie. The atmosphere became quieter after this bold act. One could hear the drop of a needle now. The big shots here knew her background and showed nothing but respect towards her. Li Qie, on the other hand, showed zero courtesy and reservation. Humph, you can't sit there. Flying Sword Marvel scowled, still having the same enmity towards him. There's no spot in this world that I can't sit. Li Qie smiled, not bothering to look at her. Only a progenitor can sit there, you're not qualified. She retorted. Speak for yourself. Li Qie ignored her and continued staring at the mysterious girl. Fellow Taoist, act politely before the goddess. A young true god close by spoke. He had an unmatched style as if each wave of his hand could erect myriad domains. He seemed to be blessed by the sages and protected by the gods. This powerful youth was named Shen Guzhan. He came from Border of God and was on the same level as Holy Frost and Metalkin War God. Your name is Goddess? Li Qie ignored the youth and asked the mysterious girl instead. That's just people joking around. She smiled in response. My name is Hui Qingxian. You can call me Qingxian if you don't mind. People could feel an elegant smile though she was shrouded. The smile contained boundless charisma, enough to charm everyone. Everyone became startled by her reaction. The older big shots couldn't believe it, thinking that they have misheard. Their eyes darted back and forth between her and Li Qie in confusion. Keep in mind that this girl was as prestigious as a progenitor. However, she didn't seem to mind Li Qie assuming the same seniority level at all. She was indeed from 5-Element Mountain and wasn't a regular disciple either. She was part of the main branch, acting as its successor. Therefore, people called her 5-Element Goddess. They haven't seen her face but still knew of her prestigious background. They didn't know her real name because it would be improper and disrespectful to ask for it. Now, she told Li Qie her name on her own volition to the astonishment of the crowd. Some geniuses felt jealous as well. 5-Element Mountain has always been mysterious and unreachable. Now, the appearance of the goddess was a chance for everyone to get close. After all, earning her favor meant a future full of potential. In fact, if they could make her fall in love, they could even become a progenitor in the future. It's certainly not impossible for 5-Element Mountain to groom a progenitor. Hui Qingxian? Nice name, I like it. Li Qie casually smiled. Alas, His attitude right now was considered disrespectful by others. The maid behind Qinghuan gave him the side eye. This was her first time seeing a man acting so nonchalant and speaking so much in front of her lady. In her opinion, no one was worthy of her lady. My heart can't handle your compliments. Qingxuan's voice was pleasant. One could never get tired of listening to her. Her elegance naturally made people want to stick around forever. Li Qiye assessed her meticulously without holding back. His rude gaze wanted to find out everything about her. How vulgar! Shen Guzhan critiqued. Supreme and Holy Frost could only smile wryly, having seen his arrogance and domineering style before. Flying Sword Marvel scowled, clearly dissatisfied with him. Decent cultivation. You have indeed learned the majority of arts from 5 Element. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze. Some became frozen after hearing this. Though Qingxian hasn't shown her true power and cultivation before, everyone here was smart enough to know that she far exceeded them, virtually unfathomable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become the successor of 5 Element. Some even believed that she could be on the same level as Orchid Sage and Luminous Master, capable of contending against them. You're too kind. I am but a firefly compared to your radiance. Dao brother. Your battle against the 3 emperors on Sacred Mountain was brilliant. She responded. As easy as pie. Li Qiye smiled before adding. A girl like you is very adorable indeed. That's him, that's fiercest. The guy who killed Gold Taifa True Emperor and the others. A shocked spectator realized who Li Qiye was after hearing Qingxian. So that's fiercest? No wonder why he's so haughty. Many have heard of fiercest before. A person who killed 3 emperors was qualified to act in this manner. It is an honor to be praised by you. Qingxian answered. One could tell that she was smiling beneath the concealment. A smart girl is always so lovely yet can be rare. If I were to pick someone in immortal lineage, you would definitely be a top candidate. Li Qiye joked. Chapter 2977. Such flippant flirting astounded the crowd. It required wanton arrogance. Everyone took a deep breath and stared at 5 Element Goddess, thinking that she would become furious and teach Li Qiye a lesson. Remember, her status was comparable to the 2 progenitors. The oldest ancestors right now would still venerate her. Li Qiye's comment about wanting her to be his woman was the same as offending all of 5 Element Mountain. In fact, some have said that they would rather offend a progenitor rather than 5 Element. This was far more insane than challenging Luminous Master. This brat must be tired of living. Someone murmured. There's no place to hide if 5 Element wishes to pursue this. No one would grant him shelter either. An Eternal added. A frog wanting to eat swan meat. Flying Sword Marvel said. So shameless and lacking self-awareness. Shen Guzhan chimed in. His eyes flashed with animosity towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye ignored them and only smiled at the goddess. Yes, that sounds good. The bull seized the opportunity and laughed. Sir, you and the bloodline of 5 Element will birth an immortal child with limitless potential. Goddess, what do you think about this? It then turned towards her and asked, seemingly impatient. In the bull's opinion, nothing would be better than Li Qiye leaving an offspring behind in immortal lineage, especially with such a good match. The child would be the greatest in an epic, completely unmatched. I've had enough of this. Shen Guzhan snorted and exuded his divinity towards the bull like a supreme god. Far Dao is a one and only genius in history, but his descendants are only mediocre at best. The bull didn't care at all as it waved its hoof around. This look of disdain exasperated Guzhan. His eyes lit up with all-piercing rays. Border of God was the system under Far Dao. He was the only person who started a system without becoming a progenitor. Another miracle of the ages. Others would naturally respect the youth due to his background. Just not the bull and Li Qiye. Jinger has been doing nothing outside of shooting unfriendly glances at Li Qiye while standing behind Hui Qingxian. So egotistic. She finally commented. On the other hand, Hui Qingxian remained friendly and smiled. It is an honor to be considered by you, Dao brother. No one expected this response from her. All of the emperors and older experts stared at Li Qiye in disbelief. In fact, her lack of a furious reaction meant that she had pretty much accepted his offer. Thus, jaws dropped to the ground. How can this be? A dumbstruck listener said. In their opinion, Li Qie should be dead right now for teasing her in such a blatant manner, and she shouldn't be so nonchalant. They started looking around. She still didn't have a Dao companion, so some predicted that 5-Element Mountain wanted to let her look for a potential husband on this trip. Because of this, so many big shots became excited since they had talented juniors. Perhaps there was a shot. A few powerful emperors and everlastings harbored this intention, not only because of 5-Element Mountain but also because she was indeed a peerless woman. Having a wife like her would be the fortune of a lifetime. They tried to court her, albeit in a gentlemanly and non-aggressive style. Unfortunately, she has been keeping a distance from everyone until now. Li Qie. He suddenly became everyone's love rival. That's awesome to hear. The bull became excited. He, when are you two marrying then? I'll drag that old tree demon to the ceremony for a drink too. It's best to have a baby as soon as possible. The bull couldn't wait for a marriage between these two. Later on, even if Li Qie were to leave a mortal lineage, that baby would be well taken care of. It would have the bull, the tree demon, and 5-Element Mountain. This baby would definitely reign over 3 immortals with a radiance illuminating one era after another. Hence the bull's excitement in being a teacher of such a majestic being. Stop fantasizing. Li Qie kicked the bull straight out of the pavilion. It climbed back in right away and said, "Goddess, what do you think about him? He's not a bad choice. Definitely the best in history." Qing Xian only smiled after hearing this, her eyes resembling running water still fixated on Li Qie. "Dao brother, how about visiting 5-Element Mountain when you have time? The seniors there all wish to see your impeccable style." She asked. "Isn't this too fast?" People breathed in deeply after hearing this. She hasn't invited anyone else back to her system before. Normally, only progenitors could go there. Those invited were all top and brilliant existences of their era. Now, the successor of 5-Element was inviting this fella? She spoke as if she had agreed to the marriage and was ready for him to meet her family. All of this was happening too quickly for the crowd to take. I don't get it. The older everlastings lost hope in their juniors having a chance with her. The young ones right now who had a crush on her could tell that she favored Li Qie. Why? One young everlasting couldn't accept it. They were young and powerful yet couldn't earn her attention. On the other hand, a vulgar person like Li Qie got it in no time at all? They thought that they weren't inferior compared to him at all. So why did he win? In just a short time, jealous stares were sent his way. Chapter 2978. Everyone desired to earn 5-Element goddess love, brilliant emperors and everlastings included. Nothing could be better than having her as a Dao companion. There were many women in this world, some great beauties too. However, they paled in comparison to the goddess. This development happened too quickly and caught them off guard. Sure, I'll visit 5-Element later if I have time. Li Qie agreed without hesitating. I'll be waiting. Qingshuan's actions and style seemed to be natural and without pretense. Others couldn't help admiring her. Sooner better than later. The bull laughed. If it's a good thing, why not do it as early as possible? Marry fast and have a baby quicker. It knew that Li Qie would leave soon, so there wasn't that much time left if they didn't get married right away. Scram. Another kick from Li Qie sent it out of the balcony, but it still shamelessly climbed back in. A few didn't know what to think of this strange creature. Holyfrost, on the other hand, didn't feel the same way. She didn't know all the details about the bull, but many ancestors in the system revered the bull. They told stories of brilliant geniuses and emperors suffering to its mischievousness. But now, it looked like it had a good relationship with Li Qie. Therefore, she realized that she had still been underestimating the bull. His Excellency, the commander of Sky Pass, is here. An announcer roared. 2 groups of soldiers escorted an old man into the pavilion, marching in an orderly fashion. The old man was still full of spirit despite his gray hair. His eyes were as bright as the sun and moon or the gathering of 1,000 stars. He had concealed his invincible aura, but each step was as sonorous as thunder. Any gesture of his could beckon a storm. He was Tai Inchi, a supreme everlasting. Gentlemen, Thank you for visiting my humble abode and excuse any lack of reception shown so far. Tai Inchi cupped his fist towards the guests in the various pavilions. Everyone stood up and returned the gesture. Though there were ancestors and powerful emperors among the crowd, none dared to show any slight towards Tai Inchi. His background was one thing, but just his power alone was awe-inspiring enough. A supreme everlasting was a being standing on the same level as a progenitor. A half-step like flying sword marvel was far inferior. Some grand completion everlastings or those at the peak of this realm only had the same seniority level and fame as a progenitor, not the power. However, Tai Inchi has been at the supreme level for numerous years. He had the capabilities to fight one. Therefore, his status was equal to the two contemporary progenitors. Of course, it would be hard to know which of them was the strongest. The brat is old enough to need to put on an act now. The bull only gave Inchi a quick glance, not paying too much attention. Many stared at it, thinking that it was being too disrespectful. No one else here would dare to make a comment like this. Tai Inchi noticed the bull and quickly walked over to bow deeply towards the bull. Senior, please forgive me for not greeting you earlier. My apology. Okay, no need to flatter me. The bull waved its hoof but was clearly enjoying the attention. I do not dare to forget the kindness you've shown when teaching me back then. I simply didn't know that you have left Sacred Mountain, or I would have received you a million miles ahead. Inchi continued. Haha, I was going to trample your crappy house, but since you're being respectful enough, I will spare you this time. It laughed, no longer feeling annoyed like before. Tai Inchi was slightly embarrassed but still felt much better. He knew that if the bull wanted to do it, he could only watch the thing trample his mansion. Many started pondering after seeing Tai Inchi's respectful attitude towards the bull. Of course, the guards earlier had cold sweat everywhere. They disrespected the bull earlier, but now, their commander was assuming the role of a junior before this thing. Tai Inchi had his reasons for doing so. He had joined the academy during his youth and was smart enough to get some pointers from the bull. That's why he viewed the bull as a senior and had nothing but gratitude towards it. Goddess. He then bowed towards 5-element goddess. People didn't find this surprising either. He was an outer disciple of 5-element while she was its successor. This ceremony was warranted. Elder Een, this is young noble Li. You might need his help in the future. She stood up and nodded. Inchi shuddered in response. He had a good idea of her power and actual influence. Only a few in this world could be viewed so highly by her to warrant this grand introduction. This man named Li Chia was definitely extraordinary. It is my honor to meet you, young noble Li. Inchi bowed towards him. I heard you are from Repentance Institution. I was also a student at the academy, fortunate enough to learn many things there. I suppose we share the same alma mater then. He was quick-witted enough to build a relationship with Li Chia, using the fact that they had the same school. He had Li Chia's information prior to this. For example, that the guy had killed 3 emperors. This was an impressive showing of power, but still not enough for Inchi to care. Many others could have done the same thing. For example, Holy Frost, Supreme, Metalkin War God, Violet Dragon Empress. Such power was still far below his. On the other hand, this introduction from 5-element goddess changed everything. Meanwhile, the young ones were still envious, especially those who had a crush on the goddess. Bow now, it is an honor for you to see him. You might need his protection later. The bull laughed and added. Inchi became emotional. Since the bull had taught him before, he knew just how mighty this creature was. This meant that Li Chia was as deep as an abyss. He decided to get on his knees because he was a practical person, grounded in reality. Rise, no need for bothersome rites. Li Chia waved his sleeve after sitting there and accepting the bow. The spectators became more curious about Li Chia's identity and his abilities. A few masters have been trying to see through him for a while now. Alas, they couldn't see anything special. Thus, they still had skepticism, thinking that he wasn't on the same level as Luminous Master and Orchid Sage. Chapter 2979. Tai Inchi then shifted his focus towards the guests and said, I'll get straight to the point for inviting everyone here today. He paused for a bit and looked at everyone. A few days ago, there was a calamity and Sky Pass stood at the forefront. Everyone became emotional, even the strongest beings here. That event was truly frightening. Something massive akin to a meteor flying out of uncrossable expanse, almost like the heaven falling down. More than enough to crush numerous systems. Billions of living beings and top masters were scared out of their mind, feeling powerless. The powerful true emperors and everlastings might have been able to escape. Alas, they wouldn't be able to protect their sects and systems. Fortunately, it was only a scare, since the meteor only passed by Sky Pass and disappeared into sky ruins instead. Tai Inshi had a solemn expression. His attitude was understandable. Sky Pass was certainly the first to be struck by any calamity from outside immortal lineage. As its commander, he no longer dared to take this lightly, always ready for a great battle. He shouldered great responsibilities in this place. Alas, who knows what will happen in the future? I'm sure everyone remembers the previous descent of darkness along with Jade Zenith Progenitor's prophecy. The heavenly change heralds a monster. Thus, it's not looking too optimistic. The crowd was moved again, feeling a chill coursing down their spine. The dark descent nearly turned everything evil with its influence. That was utterly frightening and unexpected. Starting and ending so quickly, almost like a dream. Some even believed that it was only an illusion, not a real event. Others said that it was a prelude to a calamity. Regardless of whether the event was real or not, it still made everyone nervous. Fortunately, peace came after and people calmed down again until the meteor several days ago. Once again, nothing came of it. Alas, Tai Inshi was bringing it up again, so the listeners felt the same dread once more. So the meteor is the heavenly change mentioned in the prophecy? One big shot asked. Jade Zenith was a mysterious progenitor from a previous generation, known to be still alive. Everyone knew that she could gaze into the future and calculate its general flow. If the prophecy came from her, it would definitely be correct. Amitba. This prophecy truly came from our progenitor, no question about it. A monk stood up and revealed. He wore an old kasaya that has turned white from being washed too many times. His age looked to be up there, unlike his starry eyes. These eyes belonged on a 20-year-old youth, not an old monk. Li Chia had seen him before back in Immortal Demon. The guy threatened him at that point. Master Deju. Many were shaken to see him. Some everlasting stood up and bowed with respect. The previous teacher of the state. One of them revealed. He hailed from Heaven Calculating Kingdom, previously serving as the national teacher. However, he had retired for a long time. Heaven Calculating Kingdom was one of the strongest sects within Jade Zenith system. It was created by a disciple of Jade Zenith Progenitor, versed in calculation and source searing. Master Deju was even more incredible. His trigram-style divination was considered to be the best in immortal lineage. Some believed that he was only second to Jade Zenith Progenitor. The heavenly change heralds a monster is what our progenitor said. Master Deju placed his palms together and said, "However, I have a different interpretation. I don't think this change is from outside or above immortal lineage. And, the monster might not be an external darkness or devil either. It could be a title." He stared straight at Li Chia after saying this. What does he mean? People exchanged glances of confusion. A few followed his gaze and stared at Li Chia as well. Some smart people got his point. It wouldn't be an unreasonable interpretation. Billionaire Li also has another title. Fiercest. It shares the same characters as Monster. Is Jade Zenith Progenitor referring to him? A big shot whispered. Are you saying Billionaire Li is actually the biggest threat to immortal lineage? Or is the prophecy pointing at someone else? Discussions sprung up. Meanwhile, Li Chia seemed immune to the gossip about him. So what if I share that title? Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Idiot, your divination art is foolish and you are throwing away your progenitor's reputation. Don't claim to be able to read the future if you're blind. Some gasped after hearing this diss from Li Chia. The monk's calculation art was as good as can be. Emperors and everlastings have come to him for help. Thus, this critique appeared inaccurate and too strong. I don't agree. Master Deju's art is recognized by all. The blunt comment is unwarranted. One Eternal said. I agree that my cultivation is weak, but this is my own interpretation of the progenitor's prophecy. I'm not specifically aiming at you alone either, benefactor. However, nothing is certain and you might still become a calamity. I have observed you before. brutal and prone to massacres. If darkness really comes, you might seriously damage immortal lineage. The monk didn't become angry. Some actually agreed with this statement, especially those who had knowledge about Li Qie's murderous conduct. This fella might actually conspire with the darkness or become its blade. We need to destroy all those wanting to be part of the darkness, Shen Guzhan said seriously. It's a necessary precaution for the sake of protecting immortal lineage. The crowd started thinking. If Li Qie was indeed the monster in the prophecy, he might really become part of the calamity. Why not take the initiative instead of giving him more time to grow alongside the darkness? Chapter 2980. Shen Guzhan was as direct as can be. Everyone started staring at Li Qie, but no one made a move. Some big shots agreed because Jade Zenith progenitor would never be wrong. If this fiercest was the same monster prophesied, he would definitely become a calamity later on. In fact, some were willing to preemptively take him down first, breaking the egg before it hatches. They would rather kill 10,000 innocent than to miss one criminal. Nevertheless, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. First, Li Qie might be more powerful than them. Secondly, they saw how much the goddess liked him. Causing trouble now was the same as antagonizing her and Five-Element Mountain. Anyone with a hint of intelligence wouldn't dare to do so. Come then. Li Qie smiled, not giving a damn about Shen Guzhan. This naturally exasperated the youth, leaving him with an ugly expression. He wasn't used to being treated in this manner due to his power and background. Senior brother Deju, I have a completely different interpretation. A pleasant voice came from a girl moving into the spotlight. She wore a green dress with a veil shrouding her face. Her eyes were bright enough to illuminate the night sky. Her name was Su Xiaojin and once said that she was connected by fate with Li Qie back in Immortal Demon. Miss Su of Heaven Calculating Pavilion. Tai Yinshi cupped his fist and greeted her. The pavilion? Some were surprised to hear this. A few stood up in order to take a better look at her. So a disciple from the pavilion is out too in this generation. Some emperors and everlastings quietly discussed among themselves. The pavilion had great influence in immortal lineage, revered by many. Jade Zenith Dao system had plenty of individual sects and kingdoms. For example, Heaven Calculating Kingdom. The kingdom was created by a disciple of Jade Zenith, meaning that it was also one of her legacies. However, the ultimate branch still belonged to the pavilion. The reason was very simple. Jade Zenith herself was staying here. Its location remained unknown. No one could enter without being invited. The disciples from pavilions rarely came out. Nevertheless, the pavilion remained the main representative of the system despite Heaven Calculating Kingdom being so strong. That's why her appearance stirred the crowd. To a certain extent, the pavilion represented the will of this great progenitor. Many began cupping their fists to greet her. For millions of years, numerous big shots desired an audience with the pavilion in order to inquire about the future. Unfortunately, most have been refused. Brother Deju, my interpretation of the progenitor's prophecy is the exact opposite of yours. Immortal lineage relies on young noble Li. He is our hope. Thus, the characters for Monster here are indeed pointing at young noble Li, but our progenitor is saying that he'll be the one to stop the incoming waves. Su Xiaojin said. People exchanged glances and pondered. They didn't know which was more trustworthy. Both have inherited the arts of Jade Zenith progenitor. On one hand, Master Deju was the probably second best seer right now, only second to the progenitor. On the other hand, Su Xiaojin came from the pavilion where the progenitor resides. Thus, the pavilion was above the kingdom in terms of status. Since she was allowed to enter the world, it meant that she had reached a brilliant level or the pavilion wouldn't have allowed it. The two interpretations were different or rather, completely opposite from each other, hence the confusion among the crowd. In terms of status, they would definitely pick Master Deju since he has been famous for a long time. Moreover, numerous people have asked him for advice before and were rarely let down. On the contrary, the girl seemed to have the progenitor behind her. Junior sister, what you say is reasonable but I maintain my own view. This pertains to all of immortal lineage and trillions of living beings. We can't afford to be careless. Just one wrong step and the abyss will consume us. Master de Ju said. Right. Many big shots nodded in agreement. They would rather kill an innocent rather than to miss a potential evildoer. Too much was at stake here to let mercy be an influence. I disagree, senior brother. She shook her head and solemnly responded. We should only be calculating the future and examine its momentum. Interfering with the world is not what we should do. It is the opposite of our original aspiration. Revealing the wish of heaven will incite a tribulation. We need to change the mandate of heaven for the sake of the people. I am willing to accept the worst of all tribulations. The monk retorted. Okay, stop wasting time. Li Qie interrupted the two of them. Your calculation art is an embarrassment, don't try to show off here. I can be more accurate while guessing with my eyes close. Scram to the side. Everyone exchanged glances after. Some have become on guard towards Li Qie despite the conflicting interpretations. Amitba. The monk chanted in response. Ami your sister. Li Qie lost his patience and waved his hand. So what if I'm the monster? Come and take me down then. I'll beat all of you into submission so there will be no more eyesores. Such a domineering statement astounded the crowd. He didn't give a damn about anyone else in the world. There were several invincible emperors and powerful everlastings present on top of a great master in Tai Inchi. He made it sound as if he could swat them away like flies. This naturally infuriated the majority of the audience. Some glared at him. Others had an aggressive flash in their eyes. Want a fight then? Come, the more the merrier so I can get this over with. Li Qie didn't mind at all and smiled. His attitude did a number on the crowd, causing a few to scowl in response. Are you challenging all of us here alone? Shen Guzhan coldly uttered. Indeed. Li Qie smiled and said. Come, I'll just need to use one hand. He raised one hand forward after saying this. The crowd didn't know what to do right now, flabbergasted by what could only be described as insane arrogance. Those dissatisfied with him were at an impasse, not knowing whether to attack or not. Both choices seemed unwise. Chapter 2981. No one really had anything to say right now. They were famous characters, renowned for their prowess. None of them would have been able to challenge the crowd right now. After all, who would dare to fight the rest of the world? And using one hand at that? This act was more than enough to antagonize everyone here. Alas, Li Qie spoke as if this didn't matter at all. The whole thing seemed trivial to him. Of course, the ones that didn't like him from the start were glaring angrily at him due to the disdainful provocation. Power came with pride and they had plenty of both. There was no way they could handle this public disdain. Goddess, what do you think about this? An emotional big shot cupped his fist towards the goddess. He wanted her to take charge of this matter since this was the most appropriate course of action. Moreover, this should also stop her from favoring Li Qie. After all, 5-Element Mountain wouldn't want to antagonize everyone else. With her in charge, Li Qie wouldn't be able to handle 5-Element Mountain regardless of how strong he was. This was a system with strength above a progenitor. All eyes were on her now, waiting for her to make a decision. They thought that this fella wouldn't be able to act haughty for much longer. Everyone is worried about an imaginary fear and starting problems over nothing. She remained nonchalant and only said this. The big shot became frozen with an awkward expression. If he were to say something against her wish, it would be the same as offending her. Her answer clearly supported Li Qie even though he had shown wanton arrogance towards everyone else. They simply didn't understand why she would do so. Why did she favor him so? Nevertheless, a few of them realized that Li Qie had all the momentum right now, akin to a carp about to become a dragon or a bird turning into a phoenix. Li Qie was already strong enough on his own, clearly not inferior to Holy Frost's group. Now, he also had the support of 5-Element Mountain. It wouldn't be impossible for them to groom him into a progenitor. Thus, various emotions struck the crowd. Many youths became jealous of her attitude towards Li Qie and started glaring at him. Humph, what's good about a guy from Repentance Academy? An arrogant genius scowled and murmured. They didn't know why he won the goddess over. He looked normal at best with an insignificant background. He was strong but not enough to dominate the world. The top youths could have killed those 3 emperors too. Therefore, no matter how they looked at it, he wasn't the most brilliant or the strongest one here. Goddess, this person is ruthless and violent, he'll definitely become a calamity later on. The big shot coughed and continued. Didn't you hear my lady the first time? Jinger glared at this big shot. Nothing has happened yet, so no need to jump to a hasty conclusion or accusing him of crimes. Let me ask you this, sir. Have you never killed anyone since your Dao debut? Try to remember. I'm sure you have killed 1,000,000 or so, no? She was aggressive, unlike the calm Qing Xian, not holding back against this prestigious old man at all. Of course, there were words Qing Xian shouldn't say due to her position and status. Her maid had much more freedom in this regard. Not that many. The big shot had no response. To be frank, all the big shots here have killed plenty of people. Their hands stained with blood. This was the way of cultivation. They wouldn't be standing here right now without killing many foes. What's the difference then? The lives you killed are still people. Young noble Li's kill count is most likely far fewer than yours due to his age. Jinger revealed her sharp tongue against this big shot. You accused him of being ruthless and violent. Which word should we use to describe you then? The Devil King of immortal lineage? Jinger certainly didn't like Li Qie, but since her lady supported Li Qie, she needed to show the same consideration. Well, the big shot remained defeated. Others had the intention of jumping in for their own agenda against Li Qie but stopped after hearing Jinger. She had logic on her side. Li Qie, or the so-called fiercest, was still a new cultivator. His kill count should be lower than anyone here. If one were to judge someone's morality based on this, they would be eviler than him. How amusing. I like your style too, little girl. Li Qie clapped after she finished. Pa, in your dreams. She glared at him. He ignored this and continued. Wait until I become your lord, you will be my bed-warming maid. How shameless. This directness made her blush since she was still an innocent maiden, so she barked back. Li Qie didn't mind the critique at all, still standing there with a smile. Others were at a loss for words. This guy kept on being more outrageous by the minute, to tease a girl in public like this. However, 5-element goddess didn't scold him at all, just letting him do whatever he wanted. She seemed to be pampering this bastard as much as possible. His enemies and those who had a crush on her felt their hatred growing as well. They started thinking of ways to eliminate him in order to have peace of mind. Chapter 2982. Tai Yinshi cleared his throat and interrupted the tense atmosphere. These are not the main topics of today. I didn't invite everyone here to have a battle over face and pride. He got everyone's attention again since they still didn't know the purpose of this meeting. It certainly wasn't only to eat and drink. Uncrossable expanse has always been a mystery. He went on, even progenitors can't give us an answer. In my opinion, if there is a calamity in the future, it will come from there. As a supreme everlasting, his words carried just as much weight as a progenitor. Thus, his speculations certainly made the crowd ponder, not to mention that the meteor back then really came from the expanse. Numerous pieces fell off along the path of that meteor. Though all have floated into sky ruins, one actually made it to Sky Pass. He went on. One fell here. Many became startled, with a few standing up. Everyone saw the massive meteor that day with numerous broken pieces trailing behind. That was a magnificent scene. That's why the presence of a single piece here in Sky Pass intrigued everyone. Sir Ian, you personally stopped that piece from hitting? One expert asked. Back on that day, Sky Pass had activated all of its defensive barriers, serving as a wall protecting immortal lineage. This is the interesting part. I didn't stop it myself. It split from the rest and simply fell down. Moreover, for some inexplicable reason, the barriers of Sky Pass didn't repel it either. He elaborated. Really now? Everyone became amazed by this revelation. Did the barriers simply let something in? Boom, boom, boom. A circular stage outside started lifting a large boulder up to the height of their floor. Everyone, this is the piece that made it here. Tai Yinshi jumped on top of the boulder and said. They saw that it was as black as coal. Was this its original shade or the aftermath of being burnt? The shape was irregular from top to bottom with many holes and cuts, potentially from blade cuts or just from the falling impact. Upon closer inspection, one would find tiny runes, seemingly natural instead of being carved by someone. This is it. A few became disappointed since it wasn't that special. People thought that a boulder necessitating a gathering of heroes would be exceptional. I have carefully examined it and found that there are great mysteries inside. It is no coincidence that it was able to fly through Sky Pass. In my humble opinion, it is here because of a supreme progenitor purposely letting it follow the meteor. The progenitor might be trying to send us some messages or an item within. Tai Inchi elaborated. Is that so? Some big shots got up and activated their heavenly gaze for a closer look. Indeed. Tai Inchi confirmed. Many progenitors have entered uncrossable expanse in history. I'm sure some of them have tried to communicate with us. Makes sense. People exchanged glances and agreed with this speculation. They didn't believe that all of the brilliant progenitors have died there, drowning in that ocean. They certainly would have tried to communicate with their descendants outside. I tried my best but didn't come up with anything concrete. Luminous Master had observed it too and had no conclusion. Metalkin War God and Bright King Buddha were next. They believed that they might find more clues in Sky Ruins, so they went ahead. Tai Inchi said. They examined it too? The crowd pondered this new information. Yes, this boulder is of utmost significance. That's why I called everyone here so that we can figure out this mystery together. He said. If those three can't figure it out, I'm afraid we can't either. We have no talents to speak of in comparison. A great character smiled wryly and shook his head. This is true. Luminous Master's Grand Tao is peerless. I don't think we can overcome this. Many nodded in agreement. They weren't being unduly humble or displaying false modesty. Luminous Master outmatched them in terms of talents, cultivation, and insight. Few in the current generation could compare to him. If he couldn't figure out the messages within the boulder, they definitely wouldn't be able to do so either. None had the confidence to surpass him. Not true. Tai Inchi shook his head. There are plenty of masters in the world with incredible techniques. Moreover, this boulder might not be from uncrossable expanse but rather, a progenitor with descendants still around. Though we can't, these descendants might be able to figure it out. Everyone absorbed this statement and eventually agreed. That's one possibility. Someone said. Those present right now were the strongest characters in their respective systems. Some were descendants of progenitors. If this boulder was indeed left behind by one that wanted to send a message to their descendants, perhaps the right person would be able to read it unlike the rest. The question is, which progenitor? This became the next topic among them. A while later, a sonorous voice joined the fray. This boulder from the meteor should have great uses. Opening it will benefit immortal lineage. Buzz. Two figures emerged inside this floor of the pavilion. One had boundless Buddhist affinity while the other had unmatched divinity. Everyone felt their rampant auras. Bright King Buddha. Metalkin War God. Many stood up to greet these two. They're back with Tao avatars. Tai Inchi nodded. This was indeed the case after everyone took a closer look. Their real bodies were still in Sky Ruins. Nevertheless, these Tao avatars exuded incredible auras. Chapter 2983. These Tao avatars still commanded everyone's attention. Virtuous nephews, what have you found in Sky Ruins? Tai Inchi asked. Ba. The Tao avatar of Bright King placed his palms together. Brother Metalkin and I have caught up to the meteor. We'll be landing shortly. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what these two had found out. They didn't expect them to go so far into Sky Ruins. They were curious about the thing coming out of uncrossable expanse. This was unprecedented in history. Things only went in to never come out. The meteor from there was truly shocking, scaring everyone out of their mind. When they regained their wits, it was already inside the massive Sky Ruins. This was a cause for celebration. Only very few people like these two would chase after it. There must have been a reason why the meteor flew out of uncrossable expanse. Metalkin War God said. He had a fierce aura, always ready to rampage on the battlefield, true to his title of a war god. He wasn't the strongest person here, but his battle intent was quite oppressive. It made people feel as if they weren't his equals. Provoking him meant a battle to the death. That's why after deliberating with Brother Bright King, we believe that this piece is the key, hoping that the commander and the rest of the world will be able to open it. He added. I see. People understood why these two sent their Tao avatar back. So they still needed this boulder. That's also my intention. Tai Inchi nodded and told the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, just let us know if you have any idea about the boulder. Feel free to come forward to see if you can open it. The future of immortal lineage is in your hand. Many guests started walking over after hearing this. Give it a shot. Use whatever means necessary. We have tried to break it. It's quite tough. Many weapons didn't do a thing. Tai Inchi said. If a powerful being like him said it was tough, then they must have tried many things already. I'll give it a shot. One genius said. Us too. The other big shots got closer. They didn't want to miss this chance after being granted permission. This could allow them to shine more than others. If any of them could open this boulder, then they would look like a crane among a flock of chicken, able to lead the tides. It didn't take long before the boulder was surrounded by big shots from all over immortal lineage. One person researched the composition of this boulder. Another focused on the tiny runes. One more began striking it. Everyone used different techniques and methods in order to figure out this mystery. Strange, I've never seen or smelled this type of composition before. An eternal specialized in ores and minerals said. I've been working on them for tens of thousand years now and had seen all the different types in immortal lineage. This isn't any of them. I don't think it's just a regular boulder. It must have been blessed and augmented by a progenitor. The runes seemed naturally formed, but there are patterns to it. One ancestor from a powerful system said. Let me try. A celestial clan master spread his wings and shouted. Clank. A golden radiance bloomed behind him. The wings were thin like cicada's wings but as sharp as can be. They could easily cut through the hardest substance like tofu. Nothing can stop Brother Yunyi's golden wings. One person said as the group pulled back. Clank. The clan master cut down with his wing blades, utilizing extreme speed and sharpness. Space itself was severed, leaving behind minuscule lines. Damn! The clan master bellowed. His feathers were actually sharp blades too, extremely precious. However, not a single one was intact right now. They either fell off or had holes, causing him to cry in agony, suffering both physical and mental damage. So tough. A few became startled. Brother Yunyi's golden feathers themselves are incredible, not to mention being augmented with peerless cicada metal. They have cut through numerous weapons before. The clan master was still in shock. He spent so many years refining his wings on top of adding precious metals. So many foes and weapons have been cut down by him using them. Alas, this boulder had gotten the best of him today. Truly a heartbreaking loss. I have a bottle of True Star Ancient Flame. Let's see. A three-palace emperor was next. People maintained the same distance with a cautious expression. The emperor took out a bottle with numerous glyphs on the surface. It was a powerful treasure in and of itself. Only this level of artifact could contain the power of this flame. Rumor has it that this flame had killed a 12-palace emperor before. A big shot from the last generation said. Pop. The emperor opened it and an unbearable heat wave assaulted the room, seemingly capable of incinerating everything in the blink of an eye. ZZZ. Space was being ravaged by this heat. A few masters moved back even more. What a domineering ancient flame. A spectator murmured. Everyone could see that it was still being sealed within the bottle despite the current heat. Once released, its destruction must be insane. The emperor began pouring down this flame on the boulder. It had the consistency and shape of lava. It slowly flowed around while burning the boulder, resulting in smoke. Alas, it failed to meld the surface, only leaving a faint mark at best. What the hell is this material? The emperor couldn't believe it. Chapter 2984. Plenty tried afterward but none found success. A few showed off everything they had. Someone used their profound merit laws in an attempt to derive the mysteries of the boulder. Another used a powerful ancestral weapon in a direct attack. One more big shot took out their ancestral creed, hoping for harmonization. The boulder didn't react to a single thing. Holy Frost and Supreme tried as well, only to find the same failure as those before them. During her attempt, she raised one finger and engulfed the boulder with a layer of frost. This freezing affinity could break through anything, just not this boulder. Supreme activated his myriad Dao, using them as searching vessels. Many strange images appeared behind him. The statues of wondrous progenitors including Gao Yang. The crowd was in awe of this sight. Supreme has clearly been blessed by numerous emperors. From this, one could easily deduce his power and ace cards. It's a pity that these progenitors couldn't affect the boulder in the slightest. Different masters continued trying for a bit before a feeling of futility set in. Even Luminous Master couldn't figure it out. We're just wasting our time. One frustrated experimenter gave up. No one was really embarrassed about this because the other geniuses and big shots failed as well, including Luminous Master. This boulder is extraordinary. This became the consensus in the room. They have tried so many methods including the strongest merit laws and weapons along with the fiercest flames. All failed to damage the boulder. Putting aside the mysteries within, just its toughness alone made it special. Creating a weapon out of this would result in something unimaginable. What do you think, Dao brother? Five-element goddess has been nonchalant the entire time in her chair. She finally looked over at Li Qie with her rippling eyes and asked. Li Qie has been aloof the entire time as well with no intention of joining the rest in their experiments. A heart as strong as a rock. Li Qie glanced at the boulder and said. She paused for a moment before praising. Your height is above our reach. I examined it for a long time before understanding it. You only need a few glances to know the mystery right away. I feel ashamed in comparison. At least you're way smarter than them. He chuckled. This is far from enough. Perhaps this is due to my insufficient Dao not being at the right level, unable to open it. It seems like I still have a long way to go. She shook her head in response. It looked like she had secretly tried to open the boulder but failed. Of course, she still learned a thing or two, knowing the method. Alas, knowing didn't mean that she had the ability to do so. You just need the polishing of time to grow more determined. Li Qie smiled. No one is born with it since it has nothing to do with innate talents. Right, Dao brother. She nodded and agreed. Your words are always beneficial to the willing listeners. It's easy for cultivators to lose their way and original aspirations, getting farther and farther away only to never return. They won't get too far in that case. Li Qie said. The only thing they will obtain is a palace made of glass, eventually crumbling. You are correct, Dao brother. She agreed and glanced over at the boulder. Who do you think left this boulder behind? Not sure, but one thing is for certain. It's a progenitor among the top 10. That's why the boulder is unbreakable. Li Qie answered. A member of the Decemvirate. She tilted her head in contemplation. Some have compiled a list in the past, comparing various historical figures. This resulted in the formation of the Decemvirate, only consisting of the figures with unmatched accomplishments. She began thinking about which one among the 10. Meanwhile, Tai Yinshi became disappointed after seeing everyone giving up. They have only learned one thing, the toughness of this boulder. He held high hopes after inviting everyone here even though Luminous Master had failed. After all, there were too many hidden masters in this vast world. Just because Luminous Master couldn't do it didn't mean no one else could. Alas, none had outdone Luminous Master so far in this quest. Tai Yinshi had invited virtually all the big shots around. This task proved to be harder than expected. The next step came with inviting characters of Jade Zenith Progenitor's level. Unfortunately, these characters were imperious on top of being mysterious with their whereabouts. He couldn't get them to come. Anyone else? He asked, still hoping for more people to attempt. There's still someone left. A young genius said. His eyes fell on Li Qie. Right now, the two obvious ones left were Li Qie and Five-Element Goddess. No one dared to bother the goddess. If she didn't want to do it, that's the end of this. On the other hand, Li Qie seemed like the elephant in the room. All eyes were on him now. Young noble Li. Tai Yinshi didn't dare to force the issue. He stared at the guy with great anticipation in his eyes. After all, both the bull and goddess seemed to revere Li Qie. It meant that the guy was very capable. You want me to open it? Li Qie smiled and wasn't in a hurry. Nothing can be better if you are willing. Young noble Li. This boulder pertains to the prosperity of all living beings in 3 immortals. Please try. Tai Yinshi cupped his fist in response. 3 immortals' well-being has nothing to do with me. I'm just a passerby. Li Qie shrugged in response. Everyone is responsible for the prosperity of the world. Someone became annoyed and shouted. Unfortunately, it's your world, not mine. The responsibility is yours, not mine, once again. Li Qie chuckled. You. The big shot became furious. Haha, it's just an excuse to not try. A genius jumped in and snorted. Chapter 2985. The looks in people's eyes started to change after hearing this genius, especially those who previously disliked him. Haha, that does make sense. One person hiding in the crowd fanned the fire. So much flowery rhetoric only to hide the fact that he's useless and will be exposed after a try. Some didn't like this type of insult, definitely unbecoming of a gentleman. Nevertheless, they still wondered if it was the truth. After all, there was some hint of logic there. If you have the ability to do so, open the boulder so we all can take a look. A genius scowled out of jealousy. Many thought that he didn't deserve to earn the goddess grace. Now that an opportunity has arisen, they jumped on it in order to embarrass him in front of her. Not interested. Li Qie ignored the taunts. Just do it. It's not a big deal. A man should be heroic and at least put a little effort into making the world a better place. Shen Guzhan coldly uttered. Brother Guzhan, you're making it difficult for him. He's using the empty fort strategy, so don't think he's actually capable of opening this boulder. Someone next to him joined in. Stop embarrassing him now. It's not very gentlemanly of you. Another sneered. Li Qie still ignored them and stared at Tai Yinshi. The old man then bowed his head towards him and said, Young noble, please help. Sir Yinshi, there are plenty of others in the world if he doesn't want to help. He can't do it anyway. An older character told Yinshi. Both the old and young here didn't like Li Qie. Well, the heroes of the world are gathered here and none can see through a single boulder. They're pretty good at gossiping and throwing meaningless insults though. Just an idiotic, useless bunch. You. Many became irate at this comment. They were famous characters not used to such blatant disdain. Supreme, Holyfrost, and a few others took it with a smile. There was nothing else they could do. You speak as if you know how to open it. A genius said with contempt. It's only a boulder. Figuring it out is as easy as eating a meal. Only an idiot like you would fail and need to resort to running your mouth at me. Li Qie smiled. So haughty. Many didn't buy this, so they glared angrily at him. Who do you think you are to speak in this manner? A big shot said. Even Luminous Master couldn't open it. What makes you think you can? Shin Guzhan scowled. Because I'm stronger than you all, idiots. Li Qie smiled. The crowd had enough of being called idiots. Some would have challenged Li Qie if the goddess wasn't there. Young noble, please start. Tai Yinshi focused on the important thing. Do it, show us that you're more than just words. Many clamored, eager to see him in action. There is no free lunch in this world. If I open it, the content inside is mine. Yes. He simply told Tai Yinshi and ignored the rest. Well, Tai Yinshi found this hard to accept. Commander, absolutely not. Master de Ju stood up and spoke. If my progenitor's prophecy is true, we definitely can't give it to him. The item might pertain to the fate of a mortal lineage itself. Handing it to this monster will have unimaginable consequences. Fool. Li Qie glanced at the monk and said. In one ear and out the other. Fine, I will give you a chance to fight. One move, that's all I need to kill you. Amitabha, benefactor, I'm not aiming at you alone. I only care for everything else beneath the firmament. The monk wasn't afraid. Make your move. Li Qie had enough and got out of his seat. The crowd watched with bated breath. They didn't like Li Qie but also recognized his power. Amitabha. Then I will overestimate myself and try. Master Deju also stood up and chanted. A golden bell covered with runes surrounded him entirely. It seemed to be blessed by the sacred Buddhas and holy monks. A Buddhist radiance engulfed the area with its Tao right away. Golden Bell Cage, an ultimate art of heaven calculating kingdom. A big shot said. It looks like Master Deju has perfect mastery with it. It won't be easy to break. One ancestor added. Yes, I doubt he can do it with one move. A genius sneered. Not even a 12-palace emperor can do it in one move. An eternal felt the same way. Excuse me then, benefactor. Master Deju knew that he had no chance but still didn't relent. He formed a mudra with both hands. Rah! He roared like a furious lion. The roar broke the stars above the pavilions. Next, his massive Buddhist seal created from the mudra exploded and turned into a golden dragon soaring straight at Li Qie. Lion's roar and draconic Buddha seal. A startled spectator shouted. Everything became suppressed. Even someone as strong as Supreme True Emperor became serious. Master Deju used the three top techniques of his kingdom: Golden Bell Cage, Lion's Roar, and Draconic Buddha Seal. Boom! Another majestic force aimed straight for Li Qie. The monk looked like a furious warrior, ready to subdue evil. Li Qie didn't bat an eye. His body flashed once as he raised his hand towards the air before swinging downward, treating it as an axe. Boom! The dragon got split into two halves. The seal broken. The chopping move finally struck the golden bell and the latter instantly crumbled. Poof! It then rendered the monk into a bloody mist scattering everywhere. Buzz! A ray shot out from the impact, wanting to escape. This was his true fate. Unfortunately, Li Qie moved with lightning speed and caught it in his hand. Such insignificant abilities. It's fine for you to dress up as a god and play the devil with other people, but to display your slight skill before me? Simply courting death. Li Qie glanced at it before closing his palm. Ah! The true fate got crushed into nothingness. The teacher of the state vanished into thin air just like that. Everyone became shocked. So many gasped and turned pale. Master Deju was immensely powerful. Many big shots assumed the role of a junior before him. Now, Li Qie took him down using a single move. Chapter 2986. He rendered the crowd speechless and instilled fear upon them after staying true to his word, killing the monk in one move. How many among them could actually do this? Maybe not even Tai Inshi. The only other person was most likely Five-Element Goddess. Those who disrespected him earlier were more frightened than anyone else. They knew that they weren't close to being as strong as Master Deju. Thus, the result was obvious if they had attacked him. Su Shaojin sighed after seeing this. There was nothing she could do. They were from the same branch and system. Moreover, Master Deju had indeed inherited their progenitor's grand Tao. She naturally didn't want a fellow sect member to die in this manner. Unfortunately, he was courting death since Li Qie had warned them before. Her senior brother was simply too stubborn. She knew that everything was over once Li Qie made up his mind. No one would be able to stop him. They would just be throwing their lives away as well. Monster! The Tao avatar of Metalkin War God interrupted the silence. Its eyes turned chilling with an explosion stemming from 100,000 suns. A terrible tsunami of energy rushed out of its eyes, assaulting Li Qie. Metalkin was one of the strongest emperors in contemporary times, also the most warlike. The explosion of his grand Tao intimidated the crowd. Just this Tao avatar alone was impressive enough. You dare to kill here with wanton regards for the laws. You are out of control. He thunderously roared, resulting in numerous lightning flashes above. He turned into a supreme arbiter, ready to deliver lightning bolts in judgment on any sinner. I am the law. Li Qie smiled in response, exhibiting a calmness contrasting Metalkin's fury. Amit Ba. Bright King Buddha's avatar placed its palms together and said, Your penchant and love for murder do not benefit immortal lineage. Please drop your butcher blade and become a Buddha. I am Buddha, so there's no need to become one. As for you, nothing more than a fake monk with a kasaya on. Li Qie smiled. Such arrogance. Metalkin War God became murderous, Commanderine, this ominous person will become a calamity. In my opinion, we cannot let him have this boulder. In fact, he should be punished. Amitba, I agree. This is for the sake of our world. Bright King Buddha agreed. These two wished to maneuver against Xueqi while the crowd held their breath. These were two influential youths right now. One emperor and the other an everlasting. One call from them could garner 100 answers. If they wanted to kill someone, their target would have no place to go in immortal lineage. I'm afraid it's not proper. Tai Inshi shook his head. You dare to run your mouth before me with mere avatars? Today, I will destroy them, then your true form later. Make your move. Xueqi chuckled after listening. Metalkin's avatar was furious. He has been unstoppable in battle. Numerous trembled just from hearing his title, let alone acting haughty in front of him. Benefactor, so ridiculous. Bright King Buddha shouted. A high monk like him wasn't easily provoked, but infuriating others was Xueqi's forte. Less blabbering. Xueqi said. Let's get started now. He reached forward in an attempt to suppress these two with his palm. Not many would attack Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God without any hesitation like him. Boom! The Grand Tao became void from his pressure. The vastness of the world and the magicalness of the myriad laws suffered destruction with no place to hide. My Buddha is merciful. Bright King Buddha chanted in response. He became resplendent and turned into a massive Buddha. Buzz! An ocean of Buddhist affinity emerged before his chest, wishing to push up the incoming palm before drowning altogether. At the same time, he formed a Buddhist seal of immobilization and sent it straight at his foe. Rumble. This seal could suppress the gods and destroy the devils. The crowd took a deep breath. Just his Tao avatar alone was already so powerful. What about the actual person? Few here could actually match him. Clank. Metalkin War God summoned his spear. It radiated with golden shimmers. Just one thrust could destroy a star. Die! The dance of his spear tilted the sun and moon. The stars started to fall like the end of the world. One thrust could mercilessly massacre 1,000,000. His title wasn't just for show. The spear seemed to be the source of a heavenly fire. As it clanked back and forth, it released waves of fire towards him. Finally, the spear itself came forward like a golden dragon swimming in the ocean, tearing everything apart with its claws. Even the strongest emperors and true gods would be pinned to the ground, dead. So strong. Some spectators became amazed at the attacks from these two. No big deal. Xueqi didn't care about the incoming blows. Boom! The great palm exuded boundless light. The world was within his grip. It exuded a matchless divinity, rendering all else into insignificant ants, can't reach the apex. Not good. The spectators shouted in horror once the power within the palm erupted. Boom! The immobilization seal collapsed first, then Bright King Buddha's hands, inch by inch. Clank! The soaring golden dragon disintegrated next. The golden spear broke to little pieces scattering to the wind. Rumble! Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God were horrified and wanted to run with haste. Alas, there was no place to hide beneath the great palm regardless of how vast the world was. Boom! 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 The avatar of Bright King Buddha turned to golden particles, scattering away. Ah! Metalkin War God used his Imperial Tao to fight back, but it wasn't enough to stop the palm. He crumbled and turned to particles as well. These two avatars scattered to the wind in no time at all, leaving nothing behind. Back in Sky Ruins, the actual Bright King Buddha and Metalkin War God became alarmed. Damn! They vomited blood as a result, aware of what had happened despite being billions of miles away. Their expression turned ugly. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.